I'm going to become a giant in the entertainment industry despite the losses. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Mr. Yang, is he reporting his illness? Kayanda Plaza, a shopping mall, in a coffee shop. Cheng Fei and her assistant arrived at the agreed location 2 hours in advance. She took a sip of the coffee on the table, frowned, and glanced back and forth between the computer screen and the internet cafe opposite the cafe. This internet cafe called Kuiguang Internet Cafe feels a bit strange. There has been no one in and out of the door of the internet cafe, and there is a lot of traffic, but the beautiful lady guarding the door politely refuses every guest who wants to enter the internet cafe. It doesn't feel like doing business. The most important thing is that not all those who were refused to enter the internet cafe left. Many of them stayed at the door of the internet cafe, took a photo, recorded a video, and even came to start a live broadcast. It's a bit like a small internet celebrity check-in point. With a strong curiosity, Cheng Fei searched for information about this internet cafe on the internet. This search really found something. Recently, a well-known esports team broke through the auditions and entered the secondary league of a certain game. Normally, such a small matter would not attract much attention, but because the leader of this team is a petite girl named Ruoqian Minor, and her strength swept all other audition teams, it triggered a wave of enthusiasm. Jinhae is a big city, and there are many people who play games and watch the game. Among them, there are sharp-eyed people who found her in Kayanda Plaza in Jinhae, and took photos, and posted them online. So, netizens all knew that the girl's training base was in Kayanda Plaza. Interesting. Cheng Fei took another sip of coffee. What's the point of moving the training base to a place with such expensive rent? Use your connections to check the owner of this internet cafe. After half an hour, Cheng Fei looked at the computer screen in surprise and whispered in disbelief, "Is it Kuiguang Company? This internet cafe is actually the property of Kuiguang Company?" Cheng Fei suddenly didn't understand. Her partner seemed to be very proficient in operating artists, but he was extremely clumsy when it came to how to monetize traffic. Obviously, the team is already famous, and the training ground is also in a place with a large flow of people, but Kuiguang Company does not do even a little paid project, which makes so many potential paying people lose in vain. No wonder the ability to cultivate artists is so strong, but the scale of the company cannot be improved. Cheng Fei laughed. It seems that I have to teach this Mr. Yang a lesson when I have time, so that he can learn how to make a profit. Thinking about it, the female assistant beside him suddenly whispered to remind him, "Mr. Cheng, Mr. Yang is here. The partner is here, and the time is 5 minutes earlier. It's quite reliable." Cheng Fei closed the laptop and nodded to Yang Ruoqian. "Just chatting?" It was indeed just a casual chat. This kind of cooperation project can be discussed either at the wine table or in the conference room. If it is discussed in a cafe, it is not too formal. After all, it is not a social event. After Yang Ruoqian sat down, he got straight to the point. "Mr. Cheng, you said you want to shoot a web drama. Is the script ready? What style do you plan to go with? Do you want to cooperate with us only for the leading actors or all the actors? What is the budget?" Very young, very confident, very frank, pursuing high efficiency, and not like to beat around the bush. This was Cheng Fei's first impression of her partner. Cheng Fei was tired of all the socializing at the wine table, where people talked in circles, tried to test each other, and tried to have 3 meanings in one sentence. The partners who had something to say were the most in line with her heart. "The script is ready. You just need to recommend the 2 leading actors, the male and female protagonists." Cheng Fei gave a look, and the female assistant understood, took the coffee cup on the table, and handed it to the waiter on the side. Yang Ruoqian didn't pay attention to these details. "Only recommend the male and female protagonists. Everything else is ready. How can this be possible? If it is filmed according to Cheng Fei's statement, the cost is really too low. If you are unlucky, the broadcast volume of this web drama is normal, and it can get to advertisements. It is really possible to make a profit. If the company makes money, then Yang Ruoqian's commission will be only a pitiful 1,000th. No, if we follow Cheng Fei's plan in its entirety, the risk of profit will be huge. Although Cheng Fei is a second-generation rich entrepreneur, her ability to read people's minds is not inferior to that of the old hands in the workplace. She keenly noticed that this partner seemed to be dissatisfied with the plan of filming the web drama. Does Mr. Yang have any ideas? Why not tell me? Yang Ruoqian tapped the table lightly with his index finger, and the temperament of a successful big boss was instantly revealed. His tone was calm and confident. Let Mr. Cheng speak first. What subject matter does Mr. Cheng plan to use? What script does he plan to write? And what direction does he plan to take? Is this doubting my ability? Oh, Cheng Fei can admit that Mr. Yang's ability to train artists is quite good. But when it comes to how to make a profit, he is too naive. Cheng Fei said very confidently, the subject matter and route are of course low cost and high yield love comedies. The script is written by our company's professional screenwriter team, and they have more than 5 hit web dramas. So professional. It's worthy of being a big company. After listening to Cheng Fei's arrangements, a sense of crisis about the possibility of profit lingered in Yang Ruoqian's heart, prompting him to be more determined to deny Cheng Fei's plan in all aspects. What are the requirements for casting? Cheng Fei was obviously well prepared, as long as the appearance and figure are in place. Try to choose small name actors with good acting skills. Yang Ruoqian listened to Cheng Fei's orderly and market-oriented approach without any ideal or in-depth shooting plan, and his heart skipped a beat. It's over. The market seems to have really been figured out by this rich second generation. It seems that he is not just a rich second generation playing around. Is it because he was stimulated by recruiting that crappy singer that he suddenly worked hard? What about publicity? Yang Ruoqian still maintained his confident look. How does Mr. Cheng plan to publicize it? Seeing that his partner was so confident, Cheng Fei still maintained her confidence. Strengthen our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. We should use the most attractive part of the script to attract the expectations of potential audiences. But in terms of shortcomings, such as photography and special effects, we should have the courage to admit them to lower the audience's subconscious judgment standards for this web series. In this way, we can maintain the expectations of the web series, and the audience will subconsciously lower their expectations of us. This is how word of mouth is built. After hearing these 2 sentences, Yang Ruoqian almost walked away. What's the point of shooting this? With such a thorough plan, even if this web series doesn't become a hit, at least it can land smoothly and give everyone a share of the soup. No, don't be so impulsive. Yang Ruoqian forced himself to calm down. These days, there are cautious investors everywhere, and it's not so easy to find a rich second generation who spends money and has no experience. If you miss this partner, the next partner may not be so easy to fool. Judging from the fact that Cheng Fei's company had hired such a rubbish singer before, she should still be at the stage where she has ideas, but not profound ones. Maybe if he tried hard to fool her, he could fool her into submission. Anyway, in the end, Yang Ruoqian would give Cheng Fei a very generous agreement. Even if the entire web drama failed, Chengaihu Media would still make money, which would not be detrimental to others or himself. Yang Ruoqian, who didn't want to miss this opportunity, secretly took a breath, shook his head slightly, sighed very quietly, and pretended to be a little disappointed. Although the amplitude of this movement was small, as long as you are not blind or deaf, it is impossible not to see or hear. Cheng Fei, who originally expected the partners to be amazed and directly finalize the cooperation, was stunned. What does Mr. Yang mean by this reaction? Cheng Fei, who has done a lot of market research and has abundant funds, was a little dissatisfied. This was the first time she took the initiative to find someone to cooperate with. In the past, others always came to her, but this time she took the initiative and was actually rejected by the partner. Don't you think what I said is wrong, Mr. Yang? Yang Ruoqian leaned back in his seat, his tone indifferent. Yes, you are wrong. Or rather, you are both right and wrong. After talking nonsense to buy himself some time to think about his speech, Yang Ruoqian continued to talk. First of all, it's the subject matter. Although romantic comedies have a wide audience, they are also severely involuted. You can't just look at the successful part, you also need to consider more of the parts that fall into the sea. I know that you, President Cheng, have abundant funds and can conduct in-depth publicity to reduce this risk. However, doing so will also lead to a surge in costs, and in many cases it is not worth the cost. Cheng Fei frowned when she heard this. She subconsciously felt that what Yang Ruoqian said was wrong, but she couldn't think of the wrong place for a moment, so she could only ask back, then what do you think? Which way should we go? It's best for us to shoot a theme of urban superpowers. Yang Ruoqian replied with a smile. First of all, online dramas of this theme are rare in the market, but judging from the sales in the novel market, the audience is still very good. The most important thing is that there are few competing products in the market. Cheng Fei was stunned. At this time, she had completely forgotten to maintain her demeanor. She was completely confused. You mean, we want to shoot a modern urban martial arts script? If it weren't for the fact that the man in front of him had miraculously cultivated several popular artists with a very high success rate, Cheng Fei would have slammed the door and left. What nonsense is this? There are few competitors in the market. Is it possible that all the films that shoot this kind of subject matter have gone bankrupt due to losses? Exclamation mark. Family, martial arts, business wars, super rich, love, we can combine all the element together. Yang Ruoqian continued, with some gorgeous special effects. I believe it will definitely become a hit. Cheng Fei. Not only Cheng Fei, but even Lin Ko, who came here to study with Yang Ruoqian, couldn't help but want to complain at this time. But when he thought about how he had been defeated by Mr. Yang several times in a row, and he was clearly cheated every time, he immediately held back his smile. Every decision made by Mr. Yang has a deep meaning. It looks funny, but it's not true. As for what the deep meaning is, Lin Ko is not clear for the time being, but there must be one. Boss Cheng, what Boss Yang said may sound a bit exaggerated, but think about it. Which of Boss Yang's anchors didn't start from an unpopular place? Seeing Cheng Fei wavering, Lin Ko immediately took over and calmed his partner's mood. Seizing seemingly impossible opportunities is Boss Yang's strength. He is an expert in this area. Good. Yang Ruoqian almost gave Lin Ko a thumbs up. After saying this, Cheng Fei, who was originally wavering, really showed a thoughtful look. While Cheng Fei was still not reacting, Yang Ruoqian skipped the topic of the subject matter and focused on the casting. There is also casting, love, beauty, good figure. These factors can certainly guarantee the minimum broadcast volume of the web drama, but they also limit its upper limit. Boss Cheng, sometimes we have to consider not only the revenue of this drama, but also the impact of this drama on our two companies. If we really cast like this, in the future, when all the audience see that the producer is Cheng Yu and the actors are from Kuiguang, will they subconsciously think that this is an industrial saccharine web drama produced on the assembly line? Bullshit. Who would specifically check the producer and the agency of the leading actor when watching a web drama? What's the time? As the most loyal member of Kuiguang Company, Lin Ko also raised his head proudly at this time. Our boss Yang is also good at word of mouth operation. This is how our Kuiguang's reputation is built. Cheng Fei's face suddenly showed an expression of awakening. Yes. In order to be conservative and to hand in a qualified result, I was so short-sighted that I only considered the immediate interests and forgot about the long-term operation. What a low-level mistake. That makes sense. Cheng Fei was already inclined to partially believe Yang Ruoqian in her heart, but in order to maintain her image as a big boss of a big company, she still held her expression. Mr. Yang, continue. Yang Ruoqian nodded. So, we should choose one or two leading actors with decent looks, and then choose some supporting roles with ordinary looks and ages ranging from middle-aged to elderly. If we don't choose like this, it will not be enough to prove our strong hard power to win with content. The extremely ugly characters may become popular. Yang Ruoqian, who suffered a loss once, will never make the same mistake again. What he wants now is 2 words, ordinary. Cheng Fei didn't say she agreed or disagreed, but just nodded and asked, what about the publicity and promotion? Kuiguang and Yang Ruoqian have both made impressive achievements, but after all, these words sounded too incredible, and it was difficult for her to believe them completely for a while. high profile publicity to raise all the expectations of the audience. Yang Ruoqian showed an absolutely confident smile. At this time, Cheng Fei's assistant finally couldn't listen anymore. She felt that her boss might have been fooled by a big liar, so she reminded him, "Boss Cheng, you'd better think about it carefully. Are these opinions for shooting a web drama? Are you sure it's not a madman who is outputting his crazy words?" However, the assistant didn't know that her words hit Yang Ruoqian's heart. Yang Ruoqian leaned back in his chair, calmly. "I can sign an agreement with you. If this drama loses money, we will compensate you in full, and you don't have to bear any risks. How about it?" The female assistant was still on her lips, but her words were blocked. Looking at Yang Ruoqian's attitude, that he would never lose money, at this moment, the assistant began to doubt herself. Is it really because she is old and can't keep up with the times? Can she really make a lot of money by shooting that stitched together urban film? And this absolutely confident attitude also made Cheng Fei, who was still a little hesitant, finally determined to implement Yang Ruoqian's shooting policy. She was still skeptical, but since there was no risk of losing money, she might as well give it a try. Even if it failed, it would still be a small profit, so why not do it? Okay, let's do as you say. Let's find a time next week to discuss the contract signing at your company, and I'll bring my employees to visit and learn. Xiao Feng, go and tell the screenwriter team to change the script according to what Mr. Yang said. Hearing this, Yang Ruoqian straightened up again and quickly stopped him, saying, "Wait. Today's 10,000 words are presented. Chapter 127, where does the money come from? Additional chapter, and the previous chapter has been modified." Cheng Fei, who was about to get up and say goodbye, looked at Mr. Yang in confusion. It seemed that everything had been discussed. Was there anything else Mr. Yang wanted to do? "I have already made a preliminary decision on the script, so please don't worry about it." Yang Ruoqian, who was determined to increase his investment, would never hand over such a costly matter to Cheng Fei, and immediately asked to take care of it himself. Purchasing copyrights is not a small expense. Even if it is a novel with extremely poor sales, it would cost at least 100,000 yuan to purchase its copyright. Yang Ruoqian bargained casually and could get it down to at least 200,000 yuan. Cheng Fei was stunned when he heard this strange request. "You are also responsible for the script? Isn't there too little for us to do?" Chengyu Media is both an investor and a producer. Generally speaking, the main responsibilities are to be responsible for the overall planning of the script, forming a film crew, calculating costs, executing filming and post-production tasks, formulating and implementing promotion and publicity plans, preparing review materials, and obtaining distribution and screening licenses, and a series of other tasks. Initially, Cheng Fei only intended to hand over the task of finding suitable actors in the part of forming a film crew to the agency, but after a brief discussion today, she found that she had much less to do. From Yang Ruoqian's point of view, he could directly coordinate the script, directly form the entire film crew, be responsible for the filming tasks, and even the cost issues. He also gave Chengyu Media a shot in the arm. With so many things, can a medium-sized agency really do it well? But after thinking about Yang Ruoqian's confident guarantee and the agreed gambling agreement, she put aside such doubts. No company will rush to lose money. Mr. Yang is so confident that he must be at least 80% to 90% sure that he can make a lot of money. Okay, then the task of script coordination will also be handed over to you. Cheng Fei nodded. "We have initially set the capital investment in the script at 500,000. If it is lower than this number, you can withdraw it at will. If it is higher than this number, we will discuss it separately." Yang Ruoqian was a little shocked. 500,000 screenwriter costs are really willing to spend. The cost of shooting a web series is mostly spent on actors' pay and special effects. The cost of one episode ranges from 2 million to tens of millions. The proportion of screenwriter costs can be said to be negligible. Generally speaking, even if a well-known screenwriter is invited, the cost of writing one episode is only tens of thousands. A budget of 500,000 is enough to shoot 24 episodes. Of course, in order to increase the cost, I won't invest a penny. Yang Ruoqian complained in his heart and stood up with a smile. "Then I wish us a happy cooperation." Okay, see you next week. Cheng Fei stood up and took the initiative to shake hands with Yang Ruoqian. Mr. Yang had better finalize the actors as soon as possible. Our schedule is still quite tight. The pay budget is 1 million per episode. Mr. Yang can choose people according to this standard. Originally, Cheng Fei wanted to find at least one traffic star to support the scene, but since Yang Ruoqian did not have such a candidate in his plan, Cheng Fei would naturally lower the pay budget and increase the special effects budget accordingly. After saying that, Cheng Fei left the coffee shop with her assistant. When she left, she glanced meaningfully at the Fish Pond Internet Cafe across the street. For such a sincere partner, she felt that she had an obligation to remind Yang Ruoqian of the potential profit value of this internet cafe. Yang Ruoqian was more or less a successful boss, and he should be able to react immediately after she reminded him. Yang Ruoqian, who was also packing up and preparing to leave, saw Cheng Fei's action and became a little alert. What does this action mean? Could it be that Cheng Fei noticed the potential commercial value of the Fish Pond Internet Cafe and wanted to invest or acquire it? No, this possibility must be eliminated. Although the system does not allow Yang Ruoqian to operate passively, such as completely rejecting any cooperation invitation from advertisers, it does not mean that he cannot improve the cooperation standards or limit the advertising space. Yang Ruoqian has now completely handed over the operation project of YTG, Fish Pond Gaming, to Wang Zikin's team. However, due to various strict restrictions on advertisers, so far, Ruin Miners esports team has only one sponsor, and even with Ruin Miners' considerable live broadcast income, the revenue is not enough to fill the team's expenses. It is an extremely stable big hole. As long as this hole is always there, Yang Ruoqian can sustain losses and eat up the subsidies from the system. The subsidies of the 2.0 version of the system are the same as the bonuses of the 1.0 version. They will be divided into two parts, one for Yang Ruoqian's personal account and the other for the company's public account. In other words, no matter how much the loss is, the system will make up for the loss after the quarterly settlement. With such a powerful subsidy mechanism, who would want to make a profit and eat that little commission? If Cheng Fei takes a fancy to this internet cafe, or even takes a fancy to Ruin Miners' team, invests in it, and sponsors it, Yang Ruoqian will not lose money. He will make nothing left. Ding-ling-ling. Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian's phone suddenly showed an incoming call. The caller was Wang Zikin, the operations director. Boss Yang, good news. Wang Zikin's excited voice came as soon as the call was connected. Bang. Yang Ruoqian slumped down on a chair in the coffee shop. If it weren't fallen KO watching on the scene, Yang Ruoqian had to maintain his dignity as a boss, and his face would definitely be black now. What good news? Tell me slowly. See if there is any chance to make up for it, any chance to deepen the relationship. Yang Ruoqian said calmly. Wang Zikin said excitedly, doesn't Ruin Miners team use XX brand peripherals? Just now, the manufacturer called us and said that they can pay an endorsement fee. Reject them. Yang Ruoqian said without thinking. However, the system immediately issued a warning. The host is trying to operate passively, advertise for others and actively refuse advertising fees. The host cannot perform such illegal operations. Wang Zikin was stunned. Reject. But they are just sending a sum of money. Why do you refuse it? Ruin Miners team is losing money every month. It's not easy to get a sponsor who took the initiative to come to the door. Why should Mr. Yang refuse it? Yang Ruoqian looked at the system panel and said ruthlessly, from now on, all our peripherals will have their trademarks taken away. If you want to advertise, you have to follow the normal process, and it must meet the standards I said before. Remember, you can't accept any advertisements that don't meet the standards, otherwise it will easily damage the image of the company and the team, understand? This time, the system did not warn Yang Ruoqian again. Because after the trademarks of the peripherals are taken away, it is not considered advertising for others, so it is natural and reasonable to refuse the advertising fees. Wang Zikin replied seriously, got it, Mr. Yang. After that, the other party hung up the phone. Yang Ruoqian successfully resolved the profit crisis and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. One advertising sponsor that meets the standards has greatly reduced the loss capacity of Ruin Miner's team. What if there is another one? Now the company's esports projects and other profitable projects are basically on paragraph. As long as this web drama can make a loss, the subsidy will be a sure thing. After finishing all the work, Yang Ruoqian turned to Lin Ko and asked, "Have you learned how I handled things today?" He hadn't learned it at all. He couldn't even understand the motive of Mr. Yang. Lin Ko nodded vigorously and said, "Mr. Yang, I have learned it completely." Yang Ruoqian was very pleased. "It's good that you have learned it. Look, he is indeed a person who came from a big company. He has a strong learning ability and a high level of understanding. He has completely learned his way of doing things just by following him to discuss business once." The employees he had found before, especially Xiao Yuki, had poor understanding and were always causing trouble for him. "Very good, I will give you the script later. You should select the actors according to the content of the script. Remember to let me review them after you have selected them. This task is very important, and you must pay attention to it." Although Lin Ko looked like an outrageous, unreliable employee, it was his first job after all, and Yang Ruoqian, who was eager to make a mistake, could not completely hand over the work to him. After all, a good actor is likely to save the entire show. Understood. Lin Ko was full of energy. "I guarantee that it will crush the online drama shot by Yufu, a small city next to Jinhei." Chen was typing quickly on the computer in a rental house with a good environment. Ever since he browsed the homepage of Kuiguang Company in public last time and almost caused a family conflict, he gave up the idea of going to Jinhei City to find a job. He picked up his previous hobby and started writing novels on the internet platform. Although his writing skills are not good and the stories are old-fashioned, the royalties he earns are not much, but before he finds a job, it can be regarded as an income that can barely make a living. After writing a chapter, Chen stretched his muscles and opened the background of the writing software by the way, and said to himself, "Let's take a look at the royalties this month." When he saw the row of numbers displayed on the income, Chen was stunned. Huh? Where did this 100,000 royalties come from? Copyright income? And it's a rubbish novel I wrote casually in high school? This kind of exaggerated novel is not without a market if it is written well. On the contrary, there are still many audiences. But the problem is that Chen's writing is not good. Otherwise, why did he only earn more than 300 yuan in royalties for a novel with hundreds of thousands of words? This zombie-like writing style with a devilish smile, the idiotic plot of kneeling down and kowtow to apologize, and the characterization of the protagonist with his mouth twisted to the sky. I don't know how many readers have criticized it. Now someone actually spent such a high price to buy the copyright of his crappy book. Is it because he thinks he has too much money? Forget it. Anyway, I have earned the copyright fee, so I can do whatever I want. Behind him, the voice of his girlfriend came. "Achan, you have been writing for a long time. Why don't you take a break? Rest." Thinking about the 100,000 yuan in royalties he just got, a feeling of laziness suddenly surged in his heart. Chen directly posted a leave statement at the end of his novel chapter, turned off the computer, and got up and left. "I won't write today. I'll take you out to play. Add more 4 friends who guessed the plot. The monthly ticket number is almost reached, and one more is still owed." Chapter 128 to Frontier for Humanity. Yang Ruoqian finished a busy day at work and drove home. He reached an agreement with the online novel platform before leaving get off work. After some hard bargaining, he finally persuaded the platform to sell the copyright of this rubbish novel to Kuiguang Company at 200% of the standard version fee. "Are you back?" Chang Ziking, wearing a loose nightgown, opened the door for Yang Ruoqian and touched Yang Ruoqian's lips on tiptoe. "How was work today?" Since that night, Chang Ziking packed up her personal belongings and moved into Yang Ruoqian's home completely. And naturally, she no longer had to pay rent. In this way, Yang Ruoqian's guaranteed monthly income plummeted from 3,500 yuan to 2,000 yuan. However, after Chang Ziking moved out, the room next door was completely empty, and the conditions for recruiting roommates could be lowered accordingly. After all, Chang Ziking's requirements for roommates were too high, so although she had been on the rental software for the past few months, no one came to rent a house. as long as there are new tenants. With a rent of 1,500 yuan per person, Yang Ruoqian's guaranteed income will reach an astonishing 5,000 yuan per month. Yang Ruoqian touched his lips and coughed lightly. It's okay, I have negotiated a web drama project with another company, which is quite important. To be honest, Yang Ruoqian is still somewhat uncomfortable with the sudden change in their identities from college classmates to good friends to superiors and subordinates in the company to lovers. But Chang Ziking can do these actions very naturally. The cost of filming a drama is not low, you should be careful. Chang Ziking reminded, and the script must be selected well, so as not to ruin the reputation of our actors. Although she is idle at home during the holiday, Chang Ziking still does not lose this basic common sense. The main thing is that time is very tight. I have to revise the script tonight. Yang Ruoqian sat on the sofa and sighed. I found a very suitable novel, but some details need to be revised. Tonight. So urgent? Chang Ziking was immediately unhappy. Besides, shouldn't screenwriting be the job of the producer? Why do you let us do it? Yang Ruoqian explained. I took the initiative to ask for it. After all, they are also a new company in the industry. I'm not very confident to leave our actors completely to them. After all, Cheng Fei said that she has a very strong screenwriter team. If they follow her plan completely, the money will not be lost. Then you should take a rest. You don't let employees work overtime, but you work overtime yourself. It's really. That's because it is good for the company for employees to work overtime. The purpose of my overtime is to create more loss-making projects for the company. Yang Ruoqian complained in his heart, then waved his hand. Don't worry. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Chang Ziking was too lazy to care about it. After giving her instructions, she went into the kitchen to serve the dishes. After dinner, Yang Ruoqian took out his computer and put it on the table to modify some details of this online novel. This online novel has very poor writing, chaotic narrative, fragmented rhythm, and is full of a lot of crude, childish, and embarrassing plots of pretending to be cool and slapping one's face. It lacks a sense of substitution and is extremely difficult to enjoy. However, it is not enough to be extremely difficult to enjoy. After all, the basic framework of the story is still there, and the overall style is still a refreshing article. If it is made into a web drama, maybe some people will still like to watch it. The quality of this novel cannot be compared with the current fashionable high-quality new media articles, but it is enough to show that there is a market for such writing, but the author did not write it well. Yang Ruoqian plans to make some changes in some details and change all the plots in the novel that can pull the audience's emotions. Then add all the poisonous points that can touch the audience's sensitive nerves. First of all, the male protagonist must be portrayed as a waste who completely relies on the golden finger, with brainless behavior and childish words. He gets angry and shocked at trivial things, but he swallows his anger when encountering big things. He bullies the weak and fears the strong. Secondly, the protagonist is portrayed as a licking dog. He is obviously the so-called god of war, to protect the country and invincible dragon king. He can defeat a large army of foreign races with one punch, but he rushes to be someone else's son-in-law. He tolerates his fiancée who cheats on him repeatedly, and even obeys her. Finally, some common sense points are changed to be unreasonable. For example, the male protagonist is obviously the god of war dragon king, but no one recognizes his identity. There are always countless cannon fodders who send people to kidnap the male protagonist's family. Highlight the concept that it is not over until the audience is anxious to death. As for special effects, try to use them in useless places, such as the big scene of dozens of helicopters whizzing past the rooftop of the rooftop, and the shocking plot of dozens of black luxury cars coming towards them. In short, the special effects must be burned away quietly and burned to the most useless places. Otherwise, it is likely to attract the audience who don't care about the plot, don't pay attention to the characters, and are purely for the special effects. The special effects of the web drama are not very good to begin with, and this is a big hodgepodge of themes that take place in modern cities, with alien races, superpowers, martial arts, immortal heroes and military, and a story full of poisonous points. Yang Ruoqian, who has read many online novels and watched many TV dramas, has begun to feel sick. Web scripts of this kind of theme are not popular with female audiences. Now that the pitifully small male audience group is offended, are you still afraid that it will not be a hit? With the ready-made script in hand, Yang Ruoqian quickly typed. After working until 3 in the morning, Yang Ruoqian rewrote and compressed a novel of hundreds of thousands of words into a plot of hundreds of thousands of words, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. It's really hard to type. Well, I can still sleep for 5 or 6 hours, and I don't need to ask for leave tomorrow, and I can go to work normally. After sighing, Yang Ruoqian threw the document to Lin Ko, took a shower, and went back to his room to prepare for bed. He had just sat on the bed, and had not had time to lie down when a pair of white and slender arms suddenly stretched out from the quilt, clasped Yang Ruoqian's neck, and pulled him into her arms. There was anger and resentment in Chang Ziking's voice, and it was obvious that she had been waiting for a long time. You are finally done, huh? Busy man. The next morning, Lin Ko sat at his workstation and looked at the script that General Manager Yang sent him. In the first few days, because there were many old friends in the company, Lin Ko was always asked questions and was quite embarrassed. But after being baptized by the company's strict relaxation rules, relaxing his body in the massage room, and conquering his appetite in the employee cafeteria, Lin Ko quickly integrated into the Kuiguang company and found it difficult to extricate himself. Have you heard that the new operations guy was idle at home and had nothing to do? He was found out by General Manager Yang and his salary was deducted by 200 yuan. It's scary. Horrible. How did General Manager Yang find out? Because the progress of the work when I got off work the day before was different from the progress when I went to work the next day. Fortunately, General Manager Yang asked for leave today. It's another day when both leaders are away. It's great. I can work overtime during my break. Lin Ko lowered his head with a guilty conscience. He was idle yesterday and secretly glanced at the resumes of actors who were interested in this web drama. As he expected, most of them were small extras who ran around the studio. Even if there was a professional actor occasionally, he was completely unknown, couldn't get any roles, and was not even an 18th tier actor who was out of fashion. To be out of fashion, at least he had to have some popularity in the past. After all, big name actors and traffic stars have their own channels and their own agencies, and don't need to negotiate cooperation through social recruitment. As for what he learned when General Manager Yang took him out to discuss cooperation, it can only be said that he learned everything, except that he learned nothing. He is indeed a boss who can repeatedly pit himself and turn defeat into victory. When they were opponents before, he realized the deepness of Mr. Yang's scheming and his ability to plan for the long term and concealed through repeated failures. When he became his subordinate, he realized that all those things before were just the tip of the iceberg. Otherwise, with so many years of work experience, why couldn't he even understand what Mr. Yang said? Let's read the script first. Sometimes an actor doesn't have to have good acting skills, but also has to be suitable. Let an actor with very good acting skills play a role that is not suitable for him. The consequence is likely to be twice the result with half the effort, and a large amount of film remuneration will be spent, but the audience will not buy it at all. On the contrary, if a once unknown actor is allowed to play a suitable role, the effect is very likely to be a big deal with a small amount of money, and it is not impossible to even make the actor completely famous. As for how to judge whether an actor is suitable, it is up to the agent Lin Ko to make a decision based on the script. Boss Yang entrusted such an important task to me alone. I think he recognizes my ability very much. I must give him a satisfactory answer. Lin Ko opened the document that Yang Ruoqian sent him in the middle of the night with an extremely solemn and sacred mood. This small document is related to the life and death of a project worth tens of millions, and also to the future of him, Lin Ko. Word quickly loaded. A row of book titles appeared directly in front of Lin Ko. The divine son-in-law who protects the country. I return with 10 million troops to fulfill the 10-year agreement. 10 years have expired. 10 years ago, I fended for myself like a stray dog on the street. 10 years later, I, the Dragon King, have returned. Is she okay? It's time to collect the debt. Lin Ko looked at the title and the first 3 lines of words, and suddenly felt a thunder rolling in the sky. This script is really poisonous. In just 2 sentences, a useless protagonist can be portrayed clearly. It must be said that people who can write such a plot must have a certain talent. Lin Kao suppressed his shock and continued to read on. The story takes place in the dragon country with an urban background. Many foreign tribes are eyeing it and want to invade at any time. Fortunately, the so-called 4 war gods and the mysterious peerless Dragon King defended the country, so they were able to escape death. And this so-called peerless Dragon King is naturally the male protagonist of this play. The male protagonist is not only the invincible peerless Dragon King, but also the legendary medical god who has mastered the Tei divine needle. As for why the male protagonist has to hide his name, even though he is already invincible, even the screenwriter Yang Ruoqian doesn't know. Anyway, it's set up like this. So what? 10 years ago, the male protagonist was slandered as a spy of the foreign race, his martial veins were abolished, his stanchion was broken, and he was expelled from the house. Even his engaged fiancée ignored the engagement and ran away with his enemy. For various reasons, the male protagonist became the son-in-law of a certain big family. He was looked down upon all day long, and his wife was also arm in arm with others, and even didn't want to look at the male protagonist straight in the eye. Lin Kao was shocked as he read the script and complained, "Good fellow, it's not enough to be cheated on, but twice. It's not enough to just dance wildly in the audience's minefield, but he also had to pee." No, the script selected by Mr. Yang himself must have a deep meaning, and it must not be as simple as it looks on the surface. Perhaps Mr. Yang wanted to create a real work of art that combines online literature, traditional TV dramas and online dramas. Behind these seemingly absurd stories, perhaps every word and every punctuation mark has a profound educational significance. After changing his mindset, the shocked expression on Lin Kao's face disappeared. The script must be a good script, but he just didn't understand it. So Lin Kao continued to read on. After becoming a son-in-law, the male protagonist was driven to the battlefield of a foreign race. By chance, he got the Tei magic needle and used acupuncture to cure the leukemia of a certain big shot's daughter. From then on, he rose to prominence and became the Dragon King step by step. 10 years later, the male protagonist heard that his ex-fiancée had leukemia, so he returned to the family that had abandoned him, intending to put aside past grudges and use his acupuncture to cure his ex-fiancée's leukemia. As a result, as soon as he entered the door, he was humiliated by all the family members. The male protagonist silently endured all the abuse and refused his subordinates' plan to reveal his identity. Under the watchful eyes of his ex-fiancée's current boyfriend, he cured the leukemia. The subordinates asked the male protagonist why he wanted to cure the disease, and he said that it was a relative after all. It was very filial. After leaving the family in humiliation and ridicule, the male protagonist returned to his mother's house as a son-in-law, only to find that his current fiancée also had leukemia and was also flirting with the villain male second. The plot that was almost exactly the same as the previous one happened again. Everyone in his mother's family sneered at this son-in-law, saying that they spent 5 million yuan to invite a miracle doctor to treat the disease, and that the male protagonist was a swindler. At the same time, the miracle doctor arrived and confidently treated the male protagonist's fiancée, but the fiancée's leukemia not only did not heal, but she vomited 3 liters of blood and was in danger. The male protagonist wanted to take action, but was scolded again. But before he finished scolding, a group of vicious people suddenly broke into the door of his house. The heroine brought $30 billion in cash and asked the male protagonist to cure her father's leukemia. Under the shock of everyone and the unwilling roar of the fiancé, the male protagonist finally completed the first pretentious plot after being frustrated for so long. However, before the pretense was finished, a subordinate suddenly came to report that the male protagonist's mother was kidnapped because someone needed it to cure the leukemia of the old lady in the family. For his mother, the male protagonist could only abandon the heroine halfway and go alone to save his mother. He found out that it was his ex-fiancée who kidnapped his mother. So after all kinds of soft hands and psychological struggles, the male protagonist was forced to kill his entire family, but only let his ex-fiancée go. After going through a bloody plot of more than 100,000 words, the script was so bad that the hero killed all the enemies with one hand and got the beauty home. Seeing the ending, Lin Ko was stunned. If he could kill all the enemies with one hand, why did he have to drag on for more than 100,000 words before? There must be some deep meaning. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. It's you, the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King. It took more than 10 minutes for Lin Ko to digest the script and calm down. Click. With a few clicks of the mouse, the document and the computer were closed. He would have to go to the temporarily rented studio to interview actors later, so he couldn't be too affected by the script. As for the selection criteria for actors, Lin Ko was still confused. However, he understood the boss's ability, but his ability to memorize was still online. Didn't the boss say that the standard for the leading role is to have a decent appearance, and the standard for the supporting role is to have an ordinary appearance without highlights? Then select people on this basis. As for the acting problem, it was even simpler. Whoever can make Lin Ko look more disgusting, whoever has better acting skills, should be hired. It should be what Mr. Yang meant to make such a disgusting script deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. After firming up his ideas, Lin Ko roughly looked at the number of people who came to audition this time. When Yufu was recruiting extras at the same time, there were actually more than 100 people who chose to come to Kuiguang. After a moment of surprise, Lin Ko suddenly felt that this was natural. Kuiguang Company reimburses travel expenses, food and lodging, and the pay is high. It even provides long-term agency contracts. For those small extras who have been struggling to make ends meet for many years, this is an opportunity that cannot be missed. Not only is there a possibility of becoming famous, but it also means that they can have a stable job in the future. What's more, this is a well-reputed Kuiguang Company recruiting people. The person in charge of filming the web series at Yufu is Zheng Weinan, who is in charge of the live broadcast circle. The leading actors are either seconded from the entertainment department or their own anchors who are trying to transform. It is impossible to leave the leading and main supporting roles for these small extras. Of course, due to the system's restriction that only one person can be signed per month, Yang Ruoqian only issued one long-term contract to Lin Ko. Other supporting roles and extras can only sign short-term project contracts with them. Lin Ko took a taxi to the rented studio. As soon as he got off the car, he saw that there were crowds of people here, and many actors who wanted to come for trial shooting gathered. Jinhae, which was just entering winter, was not particularly cold, but it was not comfortable either. So many people are willing to come all the way here, even arriving half an hour or an hour early, just to fight for the few acting positions. In the entertainment industry, those who are thirsty will die of thirst, and those who are flooded will die of floods. After all, he was a leader of a large company. Lin Ko immediately put on sunglasses, put a cigarette between his lips, and showed his momentum. Everyone, register your identity, wait in line over there, and come over when I call your name. Seeing Lin Ko coming, several staff members immediately surrounded him and made a way for him in the crowd. Brother Lin, go this way. Make way in front, don't block the road. These people are not employees of Kuiguang, but Lin Ko himself found them to show off. Lin Ko is not a director, but this momentum must not lose to anyone. This is definitely not for his own face, but to maintain the great image of Kuiguang Company. As for the real director, he should be inside Shanghai Media now, watching Yang Ruoqian's outrageous plot and cursing loudly. Of course, it's not just the director who has a headache, but also the screenwriter who changed the plot into a script. This short plot of more than 100,000 words is disgusting just to read, let alone adapt it. Lin Ko sat in the main seat, took out a piece of paper, and began to read the names. Lina, Wanbing, you to come over first and act out a scene. The others are waiting outside. As soon as the voice fell, a man and a woman walked out of the crowd. The two looked at Lin Ko, and a trace of expectation and nervousness flashed in their eyes at the same time. The girl, who was not particularly beautiful, but could only be described as pretty, introduced herself simply. "Hello, I'm Lina. I want to try out the second female supporting role." "Hello, Director Lin. I want to try out the male lead." Lin Ko nodded and motioned for the two to follow him into the set. He turned on the computer and found a dialogue in the script. "You take a look at this line and then perform it according to your own understanding." Li Nao and Wang Bing took the script and quickly browsed through it. This is a plot in which the female supporting role and the male lead have a conflict, and the plot takes place next to a car. The male lead was already engaged to this female supporting role at that time. After watching for dozens of seconds, the two of them basically grasped the plot, so they nodded to Lin Ko and signaled that they could audition. "Let's start." Lin Ko was not a professional director, so he spoke directly. Wang Bing immediately got into the state with a neither humble nor arrogant expression and said to Lina, who played the female supporting role, "Wife." The two were walking side by side, but after hearing this address, Lina flew into a rage, turned around, and the anger and contempt in her eyes were vivid. "What did you call me?" At the same time, a slap with a huge amplitude was thrown over. Of course, it is impossible to really slap in the face during the audition, but this amplitude of action, this expression. Lin Ko's eyes lit up. Wang Bing covered his face with a look of shock. "Old." Before he finished speaking, another slap came over. "What to call?" Lina's voice obviously became a little lower, but the listeners felt that she was even angrier. Wang Bing suppressed his anger and reminded, "We have already booked." Swish. Another slap was thrown in the air. This time, Lina raised her voice to the highest pitch. "What's your name?" "Su." "President Su." Wang Bing bowed his head immediately. Lina sneered and shouted hysterically, "Remember, you are the one who married into our Su family. You are not even worthy of calling me by my name. Engagement? It's for outsiders to see. Otherwise, how can you accept your Lin family's property?" The script ended here. Cut. Stop. Lin Ko decisively shouted the ending, but did not announce the result immediately. He just ordered, "You two go out and wait. I will notify you in a while. By the way, call Kuiguang Entertainment." Lin Ko actually had made up his mind. This girl named Lina performed well. Although her acting skills were a little immature and her performance was too flamboyant and exaggerated, this web drama was originally in this style, and she fits the character's temperament very well. Wang Bing is quite ordinary, with no obvious shortcomings or highlights. Put him aside for now, and consider him, if you can't find a better candidate. More than 10 minutes passed, and groups of people came in and out of the studio, anxiously waiting in the waiting area for Lin Ko to announce their own fate. Guan Yunpeng, Ni Zian, Zhao Yu, Huang Lai. "Director Lin wants the four of you to go in." Two more actors walked out of the studio, their faces full of disappointment. Because both of them performed poorly, if nothing unexpected happened, they would have been eliminated. The four people whose names were called quickly stepped out of the line and walked into the studio. Most of those who could audition here were old actors who had been performing in extras for a long time. They knew the basic rules and did not need Lin Ko to say more. After a brief self-introduction, Lin Ko, as before, selected a small clip from the script and printed it out for the four people. "This is the clip you are going to act, a scene between four people. Take a look and ask me if you have any questions," Lin Ko said. The four picked up the script and read it together. This is a very simple scene, which is probably about the old lady who has leukemia and is in critical condition, and several people are arguing in the hospital. Guan Yunpeng played the male lead, Ni Zian played the female supporting role of a sea turtle doctor, Zhao Yu was a senior doctor in the hospital, and Huang Lai played a miracle doctor who was invited by someone for 5 million yuan. After watching the plot and exchanging a few simple words, the four nodded to Lin Ko. "Director Lin, we are ready." Lin Ko, who had fulfilled his desire to be a director, shook off the ash and said, "Then let's start." Ni Zian stood by a table, looking like she was being scolded but not convinced. Zhao Yu said anxiously and angrily, "You are a sea turtle doctor, but you can't even cure the old lady's leukemia. You even want to feed the first lady of Los Angeles province with gold juice. Do you know what gold juice is? Ah, you don't know? The image of an angry and anxious person who threw all the responsibilities to others when he was obviously not good enough immediately stood up. Ni Zhaoan lowered her head and muttered, "Shit, fess is water." Swish, a slap came over. "Sewage?" Zhao Yu was furious. "If anything happens to Madam Hong, I'll make you drink until you die." Just as the atmosphere was frozen, the camera turned to Guan Yunpeng. "I can cure the old lady's illness." He couldn't help but laugh. "Guan Yunpeng, you, the son-in-law of the Han family, are you qualified to speak?" Ni Zhaoan, who was originally timid, acted like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and played the image of a bully who was afraid of the strong and bullied the weak vividly. "Get out." Guan Yunpeng, who could have ended the whole play with one hand, endured the humiliation, walked to the bedside, and said seriously, "This disease is called leukemia in Western medicine, and it can't be cured. In traditional Chinese medicine, it is called evil spirit, and I can cure it." "Evil spirit?" Ni Zhaoan laughed coldly. "If you can cure it, I will marry you now." "Okay." As he said that, Guan Yunpeng made a gesture of holding the Tai divine needle in his hand, and was about to start casting a spell. Just as he was about to start the treatment, the door outside was suddenly pushed open. The god of medicine Huang Lai walked in with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. "Stop." Ni Zhaoan shouted hurriedly. "Master Huang, the god of medicine, is here. It's Huang Lai, the god of medicine. Grandpa Huang." Huang Lai strode past these people, glanced at them confidently, and suddenly his face changed drastically, and he said in shock, "Leukemia. Chinese medicine also calls it evil spirits. Evil spirits enter the body, and this disease is difficult to cure." At this time, Huang Lai suddenly saw what Guan Yunpeng was holding. His face changed drastically again, and he said in shock again, "Tai magic needle? Excuse me, is your last name Guan?" As he said this, he clasped his hands together and bent slightly. "That's right," Guan Yunpeng said. Huang Lai took a deep breath, knelt on one knee, and said excitedly, "Tai sect, the 320th generation descendant Huang Lai, greets the Uncle Master, greets the Dragon King." Everyone else was shocked. "Uncle Master? This is the god of medicine. Greetings to the Dragon King? Is he the legendary Dragon King?" At the same time, Guan Yunpeng felt the emotions of the people around him, and the corner of his mouth suddenly tilted to the left, raised to the extreme, revealing an exaggerated smile comparable to a hook. Today's 10,000 word update is presented. Chapter 130, Going in the Opposite Direction. Downstairs of Shengjing Haoyuan, Lin Ko got out of the car with the male lead candidate he had chosen yesterday, and kept reminding him of something. The expression of the crooked mouth and the evil smile really left a deep impression on Lin Ko. Although his acting skills are neither good nor bad, not perfect, Lin Ko feels that Guan Yunpeng is very suitable for playing the male lead of this web drama. It can even be said that this role is almost tailor-made for Guan Yunpeng. Now Lin Ko seems to understand Yang Ruoqian's intention of filming this web drama. How can you make money from a web drama? The investment is large and the output is small, and the subsequent income is all from the distributor. Chenghai Media is both the producer and the distributor. If the web drama can make a profit, they can almost eat up the whole big head, and the income from the subsequent IP development will also belong to them. Kuiguang can only drink a little soup at most, and if the web drama loses money, Kuiguang will have to bear all the losses. How could Mr. Yang, who has lofty ambitions, do such a thankless task? His real goal is to use this web drama to create a unique actor image. To create an actor's image deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, so that all the audience will think of this actor when they mention this theme, and to make this actor closely bound to the entire theme, is the foresight of General Manager Yang. General Manager Yang is really amazing, and it is just a matter of time before he defeats Yufu and replaces them. Feeling impressed by Yang Ruoqian's long-term layout, Lin Ko wiped his card and walked into the elevator with a solemn expression. General Manager Yang will be the most dazzling entrepreneurial star in Jinhai City in the future leader of the entertainment industry, the future helmsman of Fortune 500 companies, and the world's richest man in the next era. You are going to meet General Manager Yang. You must cheer up, show your best side, and leave a deep impression on him, understand? Lin Ko instilled these lofty words to Guan Yunpeng in a serious tone, which made the young actor feel under great pressure. It seems amazing. I understand, Brother Lin. Guan Yunpeng nodded with a quickened heartbeat. Lin Ko pressed the button leading to the top floor swimming pool and continued. I think you are the best candidate for the male lead, but that doesn't mean Mr. Yang thinks so. You must not take it lightly, do your best, and don't let me down. Okay, Brother Lin. Ding. The elevator reached the top floor. Guan Yunpeng was shocked by the scene at a glance. Shengjing Haoyuan is one of the 3 high-end office buildings. The 3 office buildings are closely connected to form a triangle, and this swimming pool is built in the center of the top floor of the 3 office buildings. I heard that this swimming pool was directly bought by Mr. Yang. Guan Yunpeng became more nervous. He has been running around on various sets, trying his best to audition every time, and he doesn't want to continue living a life of having to eat 1 meal a day. As long as he can sign a contract with Kuiguang Company, his life will be stable in the future. No wonder he is so nervous. Although domestic brokerage companies are not as domineering as those on the peninsula, and can force artists to sign contracts like selling their bodies, they are also the dominant party. If you don't leave a good impression on your boss, even if you sign a long-term contract later, you won't get many resources. If you offend someone, you may even be directly hidden. Above the swimming pool, in the spacious gym, Yang Ruoqian is exercising. He has countless projects under his command, and the company is full of busy elites, but he is calm in the gym. This is the style of a big boss. Guan Yunpeng took a deep breath, and followed Lin Ko into the gym. As soon as he entered the door, he felt Yang Ruoqian's ambiguous eyes sweeping over him. Guan Yunpeng instantly felt an inexplicable oppression, and was extremely nervous. Mr. Yang, hello, I'm actor Guan Yunpeng. Yang Ruoqian nodded gently, walked down the fitness equipment, and wiped his sweat with a towel hanging beside him. After the system upgrade, and the accidental creation of the esports team, a gold-eating monster, Yang Ruoqian has been very proud these days. Losing money is such a simple thing. Now there is another little actor who came to the door, to perform in the script he carefully wrote. Look at this actor. His appearance is only above average. He is young, and doesn't look like he has starred in any big productions. He is not outstanding, but he is not bad enough to break through the lower limit. He is definitely the artist that Kuiguang Group needs most. Yang Ruoqian was very satisfied with the actor selected by Lin Ko. As expected of someone from a big company, his understanding ability and comprehension are higher than others. Sit down, just treat it as an ordinary chat. Yang Ruoqian took a sip of water and asked Guan Yunpeng to sit down. Ask you a few simple questions. Guan Yunpeng sat down nervously, feeling uneasy. The boss said it was a casual conversation, so it must be a conversation with hidden secrets. The boss said asking a few simple questions, which means he was conducting a final inspection of himself. Mr. Yang should be a little hesitant about himself, but he didn't completely deny it, so he planned to give him a chance. Then he must seize the opportunity. Please go ahead. Take out a few of the works you have participated in before, and show them to me. It's best to be the most recent. Yang Ruoqian certainly had to conduct a final inspection of Guan Yunpeng, lest his acting skills were too good, and he would directly make such a bad drama popular. And if his acting skills were really that high, why would he come to Kuiguang to be harmed by his boss Yang? It would be better to go to another company with better development prospects. Guan Yunpeng's heart sank when he heard this question. He is only 23 years old this year, has no professional acting education, no backing in the circle, and few resources to receive. It is even more rare to have the opportunity to improve his acting skills. Even so, Guan Yunpeng's acting skills are improving at an amazing speed. He is confident that, as long as he is given 2 more years at most, his acting skills will reach the first-class level. However, in the recent dramas he participated in, Guan Yunpeng had to admit that, although his acting skills are not bad, there is still a clear gap compared with those old actors. After hesitating for a moment, Guan Yunpeng still did not explain anything, and sent his best performance clips to Yang Ruoqian. What about unlimited potential? What about being able to be among the first class in 2 more years? Please give Mr. Yang a chance. As a person who has been in the bottom of the entertainment industry for many years, he would not do these childish actions anymore. There are so many actors with good acting skills out there, why would they sign a contract just for an invisible potential? Even if they just find a good looking actor, package and promote him, and spend some money, the possibility of getting results is more reliable than an illusory potential. Yang Ruoqian took out his mobile phone from the locker next to him, opened the video clip of Guan Yunpeng's performance, and watched it carefully. Well, his body movements are good. When talking and acting, his expression is natural, not outstanding nor dragging his feet. His attitude is good, and he is very attentive. In terms of expression control, his acting skills are average, as if he doesn't have enough control over his facial muscles, and he always shows exaggerated emotions, especially when he laughs. It always makes people feel uncoordinated and a little out of place. After a comprehensive evaluation of Guan Yunpeng, Yang Ruoqian has basically decided in his heart the first artist of Kuiguang Company to enter the entertainment industry is Guan Yunpeng. Looking at the silent boss, Guan Yunpeng's heart kept beating. As an actor, he certainly knows where his shortcomings are. I just hope that these shortcomings will not be too noticeable to Mr. Yang. Not bad. Yang Ruoqian turned off his phone. You two go down first, and we will discuss the specific details of the agency contract later. The specific details of the agency contract. Hearing this, Guan Yunpeng couldn't help but reveal an extremely excited look on his face. It's like the mood of a candidate who can barely get into a 211 university in a mock exam, and then finds out that he has performed above his level and can choose 211 at will after seeing the results. Done. Guan Yunpeng quickly stood up, bowed to Yang Ruoqian, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Yang. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely not let you down." Yang Ruoqian smiled slightly, nodded, and motioned them to go out. Guan Yunpeng followed Lin Kao out of the gym and came to the headquarters of Kuiguang Company on the 24th floor. He was so excited that he was about to explode. The next step is to sign the agency contract. I wonder what conditions Mr. Yang can offer. The most important part of the agency contract is not the agency scope or the income commission, but the contract period and the liability for breach of contract. In China, due to the lack of restrictions in this regard, the contract period can be extended to a very long time, and the liability for breach of contract can be set very terrifyingly, so the agency is relatively strong. If the agency is offended, and the artist cannot bear the liability for breach of contract, the consequence is likely to be that the artist will be hidden for many years, until the contract expires. However, due to the very long contract period, when the contract expires, the artist's acting career will basically come to an end. Just when Guan Yunpeng was thinking about it, Lin Kao suddenly reminded him in a low voice, "Mr. Yang is here. Go in with him, and be careful about your behavior. Before the matter is completely settled, and the contract is officially signed, Lin Kao will not be careless at all." "Okay. Thank you, Brother Lin." Guan Yunpeng stood up and followed Yang Ruoqian, who had taken a shower and changed into a formal suit, into the office. Yang Ruoqian sat casually at the desk, took out the agency contract that had been prepared long ago from the drawer, and handed it to Guan Yunpeng. "Do you understand it? Do you need to find a lawyer?" Guan Yunpeng said quickly. "It's clear, don't worry, Mr. Yang." As he said that, Guan Yunpeng quickly opened the contract and cast his eyes on the most central content. Party A will extract the agency fee from Party B's performance income according to the following ratio. Looking at the commission ratio on the contract, Guan Yunpeng couldn't help but nod repeatedly. They are all within a reasonable range, and are on the low side. Mr. Yang is very conscientious. Party A's rights and obligations, Party B's rights and obligations. After reading these conventional terms, Guan Yunpeng finally set his sights on what he thought was the most important clause, the contract term. However, as soon as he looked over, an incredible look appeared in his eyes. Additional updates are finished. Chapter 131. Okay, it's finally my turn to trick you. Normally, brokerage companies would prefer the brokerage contract to be as long as possible, because they need to spend a lot of time and money on artists to cultivate their business capabilities, increase their popularity and commercial value. These are long-term investments. If the contract period is too short, it is very likely that the artist who has spent a lot of money to cultivate will have his contract expire just when he has started to show some signs of improvement and then be poached by other companies at a high price. After all, brokerage companies are not here to do charity. In order to be able to bind artists as much as possible, enjoy the benefits brought by artists, reduce risks and make up for costs, the longer the contract period, the better. Moreover, a longer contract period means that the brokerage company has stronger control over the artist. On the contrary, for most artists, it is better to have a shorter brokerage contract period. Otherwise, it is too miserable to hand over their fate to a company and be hidden for the entire performing career if they do not obey. A short contract period also means that the artist is qualified to turn against the brokerage company. As artists become more and more popular, the role of agents becomes less and less important, because the main role of agents is to find jobs for artists with their own connections and resources. So when artists gradually develop and have these resources, the importance of agents becomes less and less. Therefore, the agency contract should use high liquidated damages and long terms as much as possible to keep new artists in the company. Basically, people in the entertainment industry will know this common sense. But the contract in front of Guan Yunpeng is not the same. 3 years. Guan Yunpeng raised his head in disbelief and looked at Yang Ruoqian. Mr. Yang, are you sure about the length of this contract? Is it okay? Logically speaking, an artist like him who almost has to be trained from scratch should get a contract of more than 10 years. What can 3 years do? All the money, resources, and time are invested, and the artist has just grown up and has not brought any profit to the company before the contract expires. At that time, whether to renew the contract or not depends on whether the artist is willing or not. Even if the contract is renewed, the commission item in the contract will definitely not be based on the previous figures. So, what does Mr. Yang mean by this 3-year contract? Moreover, the guaranteed income on this brokerage contract is not low, a full 30,000 yuan after-tax salary per month. Yang Ruoqian glanced at the contract and shook his head, saying, no problem, in Kuiguang Group, the brokerage contract is signed for 3 years. It must be a 3-year contract, to avoid the risk of profit to the greatest extent. If Guan Yunpeng has a 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming popular due to various reasons, it will definitely become an indelible profit tuner for the company. As long as the contract period is short, then when the period is up, Guan Yunpeng will be poached by other brokerage companies with higher treatment to help Kuiguang Company get rid of this tumor. And if Guan Yunpeng does not become popular as he expected, then there will definitely be no other company to poach him, and it will be simple to renew the contract at that time. In short, a 3-year contract has all benefits and no harm. If the contract period is long, Guan Yunpeng makes money and has to stay in the company because of the contract. Yang Ruoqian doesn't know who to cry to. However, Guan Yunpeng didn't know about Yang Ruoqian's thoughts. He felt a sense of trust in his heart. Boss Yang, don't worry, I will definitely not leave the company. Watching Guan Yunpeng sign the contract, Yang Ruoqian nodded. Our partners will come to the company to sign the final contract with us later. You should prepare well. Chenghai Media, an elite team of 8 people are heading to Shengjing Haoyuan together. In the back row on the left, Cheng Fei put her laptop on the small table and browsed the latest news and consultations. A host of the UFO Guild exposed the evidence of illegal recruitment of underage hosts in the guild under her real name, and now the relevant departments have intervened in the investigation. An actor of UFO Entertainment revealed a shocking scandal. The stock price of UFO Group plummeted. Most of the hot searches during this period seemed to be inseparable from the word UFO. Yan Guang's influence alone would definitely not allow things to continue to ferment for so long. Cheng Fei thought as she clicked on the comment section of these headlines. There are other companies behind it that are fanning the flames. However, UFO itself is not clean either. There is no smoke without fire. If UFO did not really have so many problems, the hostile companies would not be able to smear it, even if they wanted to. In the comment section, there was also a lot of scolding, and even the whitewashing water army could not be seen. Because the speed of the whitewashing water army to post comments is not as fast as the speed of online abuse. This company is a pure hype dog. I can only say that it's a good thing to die. You fool's butt is crooked. Do you understand what I mean? Close down quickly. The anchor I follow was cheated by this company, and now it has directly announced a permanent suspension of broadcasting. I'm dumbfounded. I suggest that everyone who wants to enter the live broadcast and entertainment circles avoid this company. Many people see the high welfare of large companies and don't listen to advice. They won't turn back until they hit the south wall. After reading these comments, Cheng Fei closed the webpage and rubbed his forehead. This Mr. Yang is quite powerful. He knows how to take advantage of the conflicts between giants, and then seize the short window period when Youfu is in a mess, rush into the entertainment industry and quickly fill the market gap. He also took advantage of the opportunity to create a wave of momentum for his own company. Good means. However, who would have thought that such a boss would actually send them a terrible script that shocked the whole company, even worse than the one they talked about in the coffee shop before. Cheng Fei had a headache and glanced at the dull atmosphere in the car. It stands to reason that the two sides of the cooperation are Chengai Media, which has strong funds, is ambitious to enter the entertainment industry, and has top-level personnel. On the other side is the agency with many elites, which can still rise strongly under the suppression of old companies. With the strong combination, everyone's mood should be very high. But in the car, the screenwriter and director hired by Cheng Fei at a high price each had a pad in hand, frowning and looking at each other from time to time. Boss Cheng, are you really not going to think about it again? The screenwriter looked at the toilet paper in his hand that was about to be adapted into a script novel and couldn't help but say, based on my many years of experience as a screenwriter, this script will basically not make much of a splash if it is made into a web drama. The director also echoed, Boss Cheng, excuse me, if it were someone else, I would not shoot this script, no matter how much money they offered. If this thing were to be filmed, it would be too damaging to her reputation. Although she was not a particularly big name director, she had at least made a few small hits, had rich experience, and had good reputation, prestige, and ratings. Cheng Fei had also seen this plot. To be honest, at that moment, she had the urge to end her cooperation with Yang Ruoqian directly. However, Yang Ruoqian's guarantee restored her a little confidence. At least, she was not at risk of losing money. So, you think Yang Ruoqian is a fool who wants to lose money, right? Cheng Fei played with the pen in her hand. If a web drama really loses money, it will be a huge bottomless pit. He promised that, if the drama loses money, Kuiguang Company will bear all the losses. The director still had doubts, but what if he sees the red words on the bill and simply declares the company bankrupt? Mr. Yang's personal debt is very healthy. Even if the company goes bankrupt, it will not affect him at all. When the web drama collapses, he will just run away and everyone can only stare blankly. Kuiguang Company is not a shell company. It has huge assets and stable income. Cheng Fei shook her head. Besides, why would he do this? Their company is doing well and has strong ability to make money. There is no need to run away just to defraud an investment. The screenwriter added, but we can't rule out the possibility that Yang Ruoqian made a mistake in judgment. Cheng Fei looked up at the Shengjing Haoyuan building in front of her. We have already arrived at Kuiguang Company. Can't you make your own judgment at that time? Anyway, we won't lose money. At this point, the members of the elite team finally stopped talking. The car stopped at the entrance of the building. Cheng Fei got out first, and the others followed. After registering at the front desk, they took the elevator to the 24th floor. Two front desk ladies in professional attire were already at the elevator door to greet them. Welcome everyone from Chengai Group. Our leaders are waiting for you in the conference room. General Manager Yang will be here later, they said with a smile and a respectful tone. When several people arrived at the company and saw the working environment in Kuiguang Group that exceeded the normal range, they all showed surprise at the same time. Just like all the other newcomers, the fixed procedures must be followed. However, the most surprised person at this time was not the 8 people from Chengai Group, but Shaoyuki, who was smiling and talking in the office area. He was originally talking to Wang Zikin proudly about how he planned to optimize Gao Neian's business. Suddenly, when he heard the words Chengai Group, his face changed. The company opened by Xiao Yiki's father and the company opened by Cheng Fei's father have a certain overlap in business. The size of the two companies is similar, and they are in a competitive relationship. Moreover, Xiao Yiki and Cheng Fei can barely be regarded as peers. Cheng Fei is only 3 years older than him. So naturally, in the ears of Xiao Yiki, the king of volume, Cheng Fei became the child next door. As the successor of both companies, Xiao Yiki would always be dragged out and scolded during business dinners. Xiao Yiki lowered his head immediately. He didn't want to see this person. Unfortunately, Cheng Fei happened to see Xiao Yiki and was really surprised. "Xiao Yiki, you are here too?" At this moment, Yang Ruoqian also received a notice from the front desk and walked out of the office just in time to see this scene. Although Yang Ruoqian didn't understand what was going on for the time being, the extremely uncomfortable expression on Xiao Yiki's face was extremely rare. Suddenly, a revenge plan arose in Yang Ruoqian's mind. "Xiao Yiki, you stabbed me in the back 3 times, causing me to lose millions of dollars. This time it's my turn to trick you." Chapter 130 to binding, deep binding. The evil plan took shape in an instant, but Yang Ruoqian did not show his expression at this time. He nodded to Cheng Fei and his group, and then walked into the meeting room. In the meeting room, there were employees of Kuiguang Company. In addition to the two leaders Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking, there were also Ding Daoye, Lin Ko, Guan Yunpeng and their immediate superior Wen Lianji. Yang Ruoqian had just entered the meeting room and sat down at the main seat, and Cheng Fei walked in with her team. Although she was a little surprised to see Xiao Yiki in Kuiguang Company as a qualified leader, she did not go to chat with acquaintances during working hours. "Please sit down, everyone from Chenggayu Media." Yang Ruoqian took the initiative to greet a few people. "The rough idea has been mentioned before, and today we will discuss the specific details. Before the meeting begins, do you have any questions?" Cheng Fei sat down with everyone, but she couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Yang Ruoqian is actually very young. It stands to reason that when such a boss speaks in a meeting, the employees under him generally don't take it seriously, and at most they agree with him on the surface. Just like when many leaders of Chenggayu Group held meetings, Cheng Fei was also there. At that time, she could clearly feel that the employees looked at each other and listened carefully, but in fact, they did not take the leaders seriously at all. They just flattered the leaders to make a living. But now it seems that, whether it is Chang Ziking who seems to be a confidant, Wen Lianji, a young employee, Ding Daoye, an old employee, Lin Ko who has been a manager in a large company, or a new actor, they all respect Yang Ruoqian from the bottom of their hearts. Regardless of the position, type, or age of the employees, they can respect Yang Ruoqian so much from the bottom of their hearts, which is enough to show his ability. "Mr. Yang, I have a question." The director of Chenggayu Media was not polite and raised his hand. "I think the script provided by your company has big problems in the plot direction and basic logic." "Nonsense. Those are the problems I added deliberately. The original novel is outrageous, but it is definitely not as outrageous as Yang Ruoqian's adapted version. What per capita leukemia, what leukemia is called evil spirit in traditional Chinese medicine, etc. are all Yang Ruoqian's genius ideas." Yang Ruoqian's smile did not fade, and he nodded twice casually. "Please go ahead." The director looked at Yang Ruoqian's expression that was not afraid of any doubts, and for some reason his voice became a little softer than before. "I think the direction of this entire script is very problematic. From the beginning to the end, I have no idea what the author wants to express. It's right not to know, because it doesn't have any central idea at all. If there is one, it is to disgust the audience. Of course, this does not affect Yang Ruoqian's casually making up a central idea for the director. "Hey, director? What's your name? You can just call me Anzao." Anzao said. "Okay, director An." Yang Ruoqian stretched out his hand and clicked on the document, displaying the outline of the script on the projector. "Look, the male protagonist's initial setbacks, being abandoned, cheated on, and expelled from the family. What does it represent? It represents those frustrated people who many people don't pay attention to and deliberately avoid. For example, those who failed the college entrance examination, those who are in family discord, or those who have sudden changes. Those people who are deliberately avoided. Director An frowned and subconsciously objected, but there are already many film and television dramas that have filmed these themes. Seeing that An Zhao was led astray by him, Yang Ruoqian quickly said, before he could react, but if the protagonist portrayed in that way is well filmed, it will make people think deeply. If it is not filmed well, it will only make people feel aggrieved. What I have to do is to avoid this risk. Why don't we change our thinking, apply the template of a cool article, and tell the same story in a softer way? Director An, think about it. The male protagonist got the Tai divine needle after suffering a major blow in his life. What does this mean? Yang Ruoqian asked in a profound way. An Zhao was dumbfounded. What does it mean to get the Tai magic needle that can treat leukemia with acupuncture? Does it mean that the screenwriter who wrote this script is crazy? But he couldn't say that in the meeting room. Moreover, as a well-known director, he couldn't say he didn't know in front of laymen. After thinking hard, An Zhao said uncertainly, it means some opportunities in life. That's right. Yang Ruoqian, who also didn't know the answer, directly confirmed An Zhao's answer. In the subsequent plot, the male protagonist obviously has such a powerful thing as the Tai magic needle, but after returning to the family, he is still ridiculed. Others would rather believe in a quack than the male protagonist. What does this plot show? You who use acupuncture to treat leukemia are a quack, right? If I were in your place, I would also think you are a quack. An Zhao felt like he was back at the college entrance exam, doing a reading comprehension question about why the curtains were blue. He was under great pressure. It shows that he obviously has some skills, but when he got into society, he was robbed of his opportunities by mediocre people. Yang Ruoqian exclaimed, Director An, don't you understand this very well? Then how should you interpret the plot later, when the heroine arrives and gives the hero tens of billions of dollars to ask him to treat her illness? It was good to have a senior director here. Yang Ruoqian didn't even have to think of trickery himself. If he didn't understand something, he could just ask Director An, and Director An would figure out the answer himself. After several rounds of conversation, An Zhao thought he had been able to keep up with Yang Ruoqian's train of thought, and his answers gradually became smoother. It means that oftentimes, having ability alone is not enough. You also need connections, otherwise no one will recognize you. Just like the male protagonist in the play. Yang Ruoqian clapped his hands. Yes, that's it. Director An is indeed a senior director, and he immediately dug out the serious core of this absurd play. Then the last question, this abrupt ending, and many side plots have not been filled in. What does it mean? Hearing this question, Director An actually wanted to say that this means a bad ending, which means that the author can't write anymore, and can only make up an ending. This kind of bad ending is essentially the same as a eunuch directly stopping the update and running away. An Zhao pondered for a moment. This means, the male protagonist suddenly realized his mistake and passed the exam. As long as he passed the exam, all his troubles would disappear. So many unfilled holes mean that there are many regrets in life itself. That's right. Looking at An Zhao, who had made up a complete answer, Yang Ruoqian was very satisfied. This is the core of this drama. Director An, do you have any more questions? If there are any, please think of the answers yourself and tell yourself. Yang Ruoqian complained in his heart. No, no more. An Zhao shook his head blankly. He really had no questions, but he didn't know what was weird. Because why did it feel like all his questions were answered by himself? Was it an illusion? Boss Yang, I have some questions too. The screenwriter raised his hand. Can I ask? After listening to the questions and answers just now, the screenwriter, who was originally full of resentment, unconsciously eliminated the previous prejudice in his heart. It turned out that Boss Yang also wanted to shoot a script full of profound meaning. That is, he is a fellow traveler, but he just didn't understand what he meant before. Yang Ruoqian looked at the screenwriter with a smile on his face. This should be Chenggai's chief screenwriter. What's your name? It's easy to talk to a large company with an experienced elite team. Unlike the new employees under Kuiguang Company, they are all confused, and Yang Ruoqian has to make up a set of theories to bluff them. You can just call me Zulinian. Zulenian waved his hand. Director and has already asked you about the plot. I will ask you some details in the script. The frequent appearance of leukemia. Is there any purpose? You may not study medicine. I have to remind you that leukemia is not transmitted through the air. After listening to Zulenian's question, Yang Ruoqian said meaningfully, I believe everyone knows that leukemia is not an infectious disease. But I deliberately let it appear so frequently in the script. In fact, I want it to become a symbol of a certain ideological element of this play. As for what ideological element it symbolizes, Yang Ruoqian didn't say. Because he hadn't thought about it. Zulenian immediately fell into deep thought. He nodded slowly. I understand. Mr. Yang has really raised the concept of this drama very high. Then, Zulenian asked Yang Ruoqian several questions with a curious mind. For example, why can acupuncture cure leukemia? Why do the dialogues of the supporting characters in the play make people feel very naive? Why does the protagonist, who is invincible in the world, have to hide his identity? All the questions were answered by Zulenian, as if he was asking and answering himself. It seems that everyone's doubts about the script have been answered. Yang Ruoqian looked at Zulenian sitting down with a blank face, and nodded with satisfaction. Any other questions? Cheng Fei, who had been listening attentively throughout the whole process, raised his hand at this time. Mr. Cheng, please speak. I admire the writing ability of Mr. Yang's team. I have benefited a lot from it. Cheng Fei nodded. But what is the selling point of this drama, and what is the audience group? How can we make money from this drama? After asking this question, Yang Ruoqian fell into a brief silence. How do I know? I wrote this script with the intention of losing money. Now if you ask me how to make money, it's hard to make up a reason for you. And there's no way to ask this question back. It seems that, even if I'm willing to sign a gambling agreement, President Cheng is still not at ease. At the critical moment, Yang Ruoqian thought of a solution in a hurry, but the profit point of the script is a commercial secret. I'm sorry I can't tell you. Of course, to show sincerity, Kuiguang can sign an exclusive cooperation agreement with you. In the future, we will only cooperate with you Chengai Media for any performance of Guan Yunpeng. How about it? If this web drama fails, we will not only compensate you for your losses, but you will definitely not cooperate with Kuiguang in the future, which means that we have wasted all the resources we have invested in Guan Yunpeng. How about it? Is your sincerity enough? Yang Ruoqian can make such a promise. Of course, he also has his own little calculations. After the web drama fails, Chengai Group will definitely blacklist Kuiguang. In order to comply with this exclusive agreement, Guan Yunpeng will inevitably be cold, because he can only receive plays from Chengai, and Chengai is determined not to arrange any plays for him. At the same time, the company's training of Guan Yunpeng, the resources invested in him, and the salary he should be given, will not be reduced by a penny, and can even be increased. In this way, Yang Ruoqian has an absolutely legitimate reason to waste resources and money on Guan Yunpeng crazily, and not go out to take orders for dramas. It is Chengai Group that does not accept it, not that Yang Ruoqian deliberately operates passively. The system cannot cancel its subsidies. Being deeply bound to a company that will never cooperate with you again, is this considered a bug in the system? Sometimes, Yang Ruoqian really has to admire his own intelligence. Okay. Although Cheng Fei did not understand how this web drama could make a profit, only a fool would not do an investment with almost no risk. Now let's talk about the contract in detail. Lawyer Kang, take out the contract. Yang Ruoqian also nodded. Lawyer Ding, take a look at the contract. The lawyers of both parties came on stage and began to discuss the details of the contract. Ding Daoai explained the meaning of the contract terms to Yang Ruoqian while reading the contract. There is no problem with these terms, including the share, scope of responsibility, etc., all within a reasonable range. Yang Ruoqian tried several times to cut down his own income, but he couldn't find a suitable excuse. Ding Daoai pointed to a clause and said to Yang Ruoqian, this clause is about the ownership of the income from the subsequent IP development. The contract states that the IP belongs to both parties, but the leading right of the subsequent development must belong to Kuiguang. That is, if there is a conflict between us and them in the subsequent IP development, their opinions will prevail. No. Yang Ruoqian denied it without thinking. No. Not only the other party's lawyer, but also the screenwriter and director, and even Cheng Fei himself, were somewhat confused by Yang Ruoqian's decisive refusal. In fact, the profit model of shooting a web drama, taking it to a video platform to play, and then charging advertising fees and on-demand fees is not profitable. What's more, it is visibly unlikely that this web drama has advertisers and sponsors. Relying only on on-demand, it can only make a small profit at most. The subsequent development of peripheral IPs is the biggest of the big heads. The ownership of this kind of film and television IP is basically monopolized by the distributor. Only powerful producers are eligible to negotiate with the distributor. But now, Kuiguang Group is both a producer and a distributor. It can be said that it is not in line with industry norms to be able to give part of the income from IP development to Kuiguang Company. Yang Ruoqian is still not satisfied? Yes, of course Yang Ruoqian is not satisfied. How could he not know that subsequent IP development is the big money maker? Even if this web drama is destined to flop, and subsequent IP development does not make much money, this cooperation must be rejected. Adhering to the idea of not making small profits, Yang Ruoqian coughed lightly. I think that all the income from copyright development should belong to Kuiguang Media. Today's 10,000 word update is presented. Chapter 133. Don't be too lazy to win. Monthly ticket plus more. Cheng Fei was about to say that she was sincere enough when she heard Yang Ruoqian's shocking words. What she was about to say was blocked in her mouth. Not only the people of Kuiguang Media, but even the people of Kuiguang Group were confused by their boss's decisive and resolute opposition. Seeing that no one reacted, Yang Ruoqian announced in an unquestionable tone, the ownership of subsequent IP development must be completely in the hands of the publisher. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Any other questions? When Yang Ruoqian asked this question, no one in the entire conference room said anything. It's not that they didn't want to say anything, but the amount of information was too much, and it was difficult for everyone to organize their words at the first time. Several people from Kuiguang Group even thought about it carefully before finally determining that their company was the publisher. Seeing Yang Ruoqian's resolute attitude, they almost thought that the publisher was Kuiguang Company. Yang, Lin Ko raised his hand. He wanted to remind Yang Ruoqian that Kuiguang Group was the publisher, and sharing the IP development rights would benefit Kuiguang without any harm. Okay, if everyone has no questions, we'll end the question session. Yang Ruoqian ignored Lin Ko and forced his way into the next session. In order not to waste everyone's time, I'll just say two things. Lin Ko's hand froze in place. After coming to their senses, the others straightened up, took out paper and pen, or opened the memo on their phones, intending to record what Mr. Yang was going to say next. They were all old hands, had been to school and attended meetings, and everyone knew that the so-called 2 points of the leader often meant 2 hours. Moreover, Yang Ruoqian seemed to be a very thoughtful person. If you don't write down what he said and take it back to savor it carefully, you may not be able to understand what he meant. Mr. Yang turned around and pointed to the script on the projection screen. First, my requirement is that the entire web drama must be strictly in accordance with the web drama script we provided, otherwise the compensation regulations will be invalid. If the director of Kuiguang Group was too creative and suddenly had a whim during the filming and added some element that were not originally there, causing the entire drama to become popular, it would be too much of a blunder. Even if the actors themselves improvised, they might bring this web drama to a level that it did not belong to. This situation must be stopped. Listening to Yang Ruoqian's request, several people from Kuiguang Group nodded slightly. This request is not excessive. If someone changes someone else's script without authorization and causes the script to fail, and they have to pay compensation, it will become an overlord clause. It seems that President Yang is very confident that his script will become a hit. Looking around, Yang Ruoqian saw that no one raised any objections, and the evil plan that had been brewing in his heart for a long time could finally surface. Second, I will send a professional to contact you. If you have any questions in the future, even if they are trivial problems, don't be bothered, just ask him directly. This is our first cooperation, and we must keep the communication channels open. I will ask someone to give you the contact information of the professional in a while. His name is Shaoyuki. You don't have to be polite. Just use him at will. Don't treat him as a human being. Okay, Shaoyuki will connect with everyone in Shanghai next. I have another project over there, so I'll leave for the time being. President Yang's tone was flat, as if he was arranging an ordinary job for an ordinary employee. But he was completely happy in his heart. The relationship between Shaoyuki and Cheng Fei seems to be at odds, and the reason is nothing more than that. Their father's companies are competitors, but occasionally they have some business dealings. So they are hostile, but sometimes they have to be compared together. From the current situation, Cheng Fei is obviously more successful than Shaoyuki, the king of slacking. This college classmate of mine has been stabbed in the back like crazy since Ruoqian, and has repeatedly ruined hundreds of millions of large projects of Kuiguang. Now there is finally a way to deal with him properly. Moreover, letting Shaoyuki connect with Shanghai Group for this shabby project can not only keep him away from the company's core business for a whole quarter, but also take revenge on this rich second generation. This is killing two birds with one stone. After being cheated for more than half a year, I can finally get over it. Although it is only a small win, as the saying goes, don't be too lazy to win. Since the system upgrade, Yang Ruoqian feels that his good luck is constantly coming. The life of being overwhelmed by too many fans of artists can finally be gone forever. After talking about the 2 points of precautions, Yang Ruoqian called Chang Ziking and left the meeting room together. Only Lin Ko was left with a confused look on his face. Is the meeting over? The company's first cooperation project discussion meeting with a value of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions is over just like that? It seems that it has not even been 10 minutes from the beginning to now! Exclamation mark. For such a project, the team led by Lin Ko of UFA Group would have to hold a meeting for at least 3 hours, and it would have to be held for several days in a row. Cheng Fei looked at Yang Ruoqian's back as he left, nodded in admiration, and said to her employees, "See, this is the efficiency and vitality of a young company. You really need to learn from President Yang. Go back and work hard, and don't let our sincere partners down. Perhaps, this is the starting point for you to soar from being famous to soaring." The director and screenwriter, who were still quite dissatisfied on the way to Kuiguang Company, suddenly lit up their eyes, nodded vigorously, and said that they would definitely put in 12 points of effort to complete the filming and production of this web drama. Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking left the meeting room together. After whispering a few words, Yang Ruoqian walked towards the elevator and left the company. Chang Ziking held the documents, cleared her throat, and said in a voice that the whole company could hear, "I want to tell you something." The employees who were originally very interested in the sudden visit of Shanghai Group immediately stopped what they were doing and turned their attention. Just now, other employees of the company who were not involved in this project were driven by curiosity and checked Shanghai Group and found that they were actually a large internet company. Although it is not the kind of supergiant that is well known, as soon as its name is mentioned, it is also a leading company in China. Now this company is actually going to cooperate with Kuiguang. What a big project it must be. Chang Ziking glanced at Shaoyuki, who was still working hard, and said in a flat tone, "The company is about to negotiate a big project with Shanghai Media. Now we need an employee with old qualifications, rich experience and reliable work to be responsible for the docking task. This is a rare opportunity and a very important task, so the company decided to give this employee a 20% salary increase." In a flash, everyone cast eager eyes. Responsible for the docking task with Shanghai Media, and responsible for the company's first real project related to the entertainment industry? How much can I learn? How many people can I meet? What a glorious addition to my resume. Even when I get promoted in the company in the future, my rank may even be moved up a row. What's more, those who are selected for this task can get a 20% salary increase. Real benefits. Choose me, choose me. Almost all employees are silently repeating this in their hearts. Don't choose me. Don't choose me. Except Shaoyuki, who is roaring in his heart. He is the boss's classmate and can get a promotion through the back door, and he doesn't need any resume. He is a top second generation rich man who can collect rent every month and doesn't need a salary increase. As long as he is not sent to Chengdu to dock with the rival company and doesn't see Chengfei every day, he can do anything. Don't choose me. Shaoyuki. Chang Ziking nodded slightly. Congratulations. Because of your outstanding performance in the past, President Yang is very satisfied and hereby gives you this glorious task. Chang. President. Wait. Shaoyuki was so shocked that he almost shouted, Sister Chang. How could he really be chosen? He really didn't want to go. I, Shaoyuki, have sweated for the company, shed blood for the company, and contributed to the careers of you two college classmates. How can you push me into the fire pit with your own hands? Exclamation mark. Unfortunately, Chang Ziking didn't give him any chance to explain. This is the honor you deserve. Come on. You will go to the conference room later and connect with several people from Chengdu Group. After saying that, Chang Ziking stepped on high heels and followed Yang Ruoqian's footsteps to leave the company. Almost at the same time, everyone cast envious eyes on Shaoyuki, who looked dazed. Just now, the people from Chengdu seemed to have called Shaoyuki's name, indicating that they had met before. Although everyone knew that Shaoyuki was Mr. Yang's absolute confidant, his impressive performance was there, and Mr. Yang assigned this task to him, and other employees were also convinced. Shaoyuki, congratulations. Wang Zikin patted his shoulder, feeling a little regretful. She actually wanted this opportunity very much, but it was a pity. Manager Shao, congratulations. When this task is over, you will definitely be able to sit in the position of senior management. Shaoyuki, remember to treat us to a meal. Look, Manager Shao is so happy. Oh no, Manager Shao fainted from joy. Go and pinch the Renzang point. In the underground garage, Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking got into the car one after another. In the conference room, Yang Ruoqian told others that he had other projects and had to hurry. In fact, he didn't have any. After all the major loss-making businesses were arranged, Yang Ruoqian was relaxed. His daily plan was either to play games, or to make a date with Chang Ziking, or to watch a movie. Now the business of Kuiguang Company is very mature, continuing to spend a lot of money to accurately put their own anchors on the mobile phones of their non-audience groups. Continue to spend a lot of money to build an esports team that can be called a money-eating beast. Although there are now some short-sighted sponsors who give them back their money, the overall situation is still a small loss. Finally, and most importantly, spend a lot of money to make a web drama with a production cost of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, which is undoubtedly a loss, and also sign a gambling agreement with partners. Now, just wait for the quarterly settlement, and you can take off. Yang Ruoqian glanced at Chang Ziking, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, and waved his hand casually. Let's go. I'll take you to eat delicious food. I don't owe you more. Chapter 134. The most stable project suddenly collapsed. Half a month before the Spring Festival, Chang Ziking went to her hometown. After the business stabilized, the two took time to meet each other's parents. Auntie, we'll go first. Yang Ruoqian said to Chang's mother with a smile, and put down the gift in his hand. Hey, but. Chang Ziking's parents were very satisfied with this young, promising, handsome, good-looking, and polite son-in-law, and they couldn't stop smiling. Come often in the future. Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking changed their shoes and went out together, saying, of course, of course. Chang's father looked at the two of them and suddenly seemed to remember something, blurting out, oh, I remember. No wonder I always think you look familiar. Ziking has been talking about you since freshman year. Yang Ruoqian turned around and asked strangely, freshman year? Dad? Chang Ziking shouted. Okay, I won't talk about you young people's things. Leaving the room, the two came to the parking lot. Yang Ruoqian got into the rented KN and asked as he started the engine, what do you want to eat tonight? The two of them used the excuse of a business trip to eat and drink as much as they wanted. They had a great time for half a month. The most important thing every day was to choose which restaurant to eat. I heard that a new lamb barbecue restaurant has opened nearby. It has a very good reputation. Let's go and have a look. Chang Ziking looked at the comments and flipped through 2 pages. It's a new restaurant, so the environment should be very good. Then go over there. Turn on the navigation. Make a reservation by the way. Chang Ziking poked her phone, made an online reservation, turned up the volume, opened the map, and then put the phone on the stand. Put it here. There are still many tables in front of us waiting in line. Don't worry too much. Business is not bad. Yang Ruoqian straightened the phone, followed the instructions of the navigation, drove out of the parking lot, and drove towards the barbecue restaurant. Halfway through the journey, Yang Ruoqian suddenly wanted to tease Chang Ziking and pretended to ask casually, by the way, what's the matter with the freshman that our dad just mentioned? Shut up. Chang Ziking was angry and glared at Yang Ruoqian angrily. Why didn't I realize that this guy is so annoying before? He keeps talking about things that are not related to the topic. Ha 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 ha. After chatting and laughing all the way and being stuck in traffic for more than 40 minutes, Yang Ruoqian, who wanted to enjoy life to the fullest, took Chang Ziking into the barbecue restaurant that was doing a booming business. As far as the eye could see, there were actually more than 30 people queuing outside the store. Fortunately, they made a reservation in advance and paid a deposit, otherwise they would have to blow the cold wind at the door for an hour. Welcome to Dairy Sheep BBQ. The clerk greeted them warmly. Do you have a reservation? If not, please queue up to get a number. Chang Ziking showed her electronic order number. The clerk took a look, nodded and smiled. Okay, there are 2 tables in front of you, and it will be almost ready in about 5 minutes. Yang Ruoqian nodded, found a chair and sat down, and looked around the barbecue restaurant. The decoration of the store is very unique. The walls are covered with various sheep head specimens, and various seasonings and sauces are placed on the table. The air is filled with the rich aroma of meat and fireworks, but it does not make people feel greasy. The most important thing is that the store is clean and tidy. Whether it is a private room, dining table, tableau or decoration, while retaining the regional style, it incorporates various other high-end elements, and they do not appear abrupt to each other. This kind of restaurant that perfectly combines fireworks and high-end feeling. Just sitting down, the appetite is aroused. In short, it is a bright spot. No wonder the business is so prosperous. You can see that the boss has put in a lot of effort. Please follow me, both of you. The clerk came again with a smile on his face. You are at table number 2. Yang Ruoqian followed the clerk to table number 2. It was already late, and Yang Ruoqian, who was a little hungry, took the menu directly, flipped it open, and said in a chatty tone, the environment of your store is really good. The boss is not a local, right? The clerk chuckled. Our store not only has a good environment, but also the ingredients are first class. But the barbecue restaurant is a chain store, and the boss usually doesn't care about things. It's still a chain store. Yang Ruoqian was amazed and moved his eyes to the first page of the menu. Business is doing very well. That's right. The clerk had a spirit of sharing honor and disgrace with the barbecue restaurant. At this time, he seemed very proud. Have you heard of the Kuiguang group? Our barbecue restaurant is an internet celebrity restaurant opened by a big star under their company. There are nearly 10 stores across the country. Oh, Kuiguang, I've heard of it. Yang Ruoqian subconsciously said politely, then suddenly looked up and looked at the clerk with an unbelievable look. What did you say? Kuiguang? What the hell? When did his company open a barbecue restaurant? Exclamation mark. The big star under its company. Which big star? Yes, it's the famous Kuiguang group on the internet some time ago. The clerk nodded vigorously. Business is good. In the past 2 months since the opening, our salary has increased every month. Business, so good. So good. What a fart. This is a thunderbolt. There were so many bad businesses, and now he suddenly opened a barbecue restaurant that looks so profitable. Aren't all his previous efforts in vain? When did the company open a barbecue restaurant nearby? Why didn't he, as a boss, know about it? Can his employees stop doing bad things that can make the company profitable? Before Yang Ruoqian could digest this shocking news, Chang Ziking, who was sitting next to him, poked Yang Ruoqian's waist with her finger. Look, the first page on the menu is Gayo Nayan. Gayo. Gayo Nayan. Yang Ruoqian's eyes went dark. No wonder roast lamb sells so well. Now everything is explained. The prairie of Xinjiang is pure and natural without pollution. It is inexpensive and has a beautiful environment. The location is scientifically selected, the service is excellent, and it is endorsed by beautiful women. And, most importantly, it tastes good. It is simply unreasonable that it is not overcrowded. Since the company was founded, although Gayo Nayan stabbed herself in the back at the beginning, she is generally the most obedient one. As a result, she is not obedient, but she is holding back a big one here. If a store can make a profit of 200,000 per month, then there are nearly 10 stores across the country, which is close to 2 million. 2 million. A gap of 2 million per month. Gayo Nayan, are you worthy of my trust in you? Because it was a fan value system before, Yang Ruoqian did not pay special attention to the column about the company's funds and profits when checking the system details. Otherwise, today's tragedy could definitely be avoided in advance. What would you like to order, both of you? After the clerk and Yang Ruoqian chatted for a while, they finally brought the topic back to the regular. At this time, the menu had been taken away by Zhang Ziqing, and she took over the order from Yang Ruoqian, whose eyes were dull. A quarter of a roasted lamb, a portion of cauliflower, 2 portions of lamb offal soup, in small portions. Zhang Ziqing scanned the menu, no need for staple food. The clerk remembered the order and nodded slightly. Anything else? Zhang Ziqing thought for a while. 2 more skewers of roasted lamb kidneys. Okay, I'll check the menu information for you here. Roasted lamb, cauliflower, 2 portions of lamb offal soup, and 2 skewers of roasted lamb kidneys. Is that okay? Yes. Zhang Ziqing closed the menu and handed it to the clerk. Please wait a moment. After saying that, the clerk ran into the kitchen in small steps. Zhang Ziqing poured 2 glasses of water and pushed Yang Ruoqian's shoulder. How about it? I accidentally had a meal and found out that I was the owner of the store. Is this wonderful experience exciting? It's exciting. It's really exciting. The most exciting thing is that this store will make me earn 2 million every month, filling a small half of the loss gap I dug out with great difficulty. You said that the publicity campaign was well done and the spokesperson was well chosen, but how come the decoration design of this store is so good? Which of those monsters in the company can have such artistic talent? There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers, right? If you have such strong abilities, what kind of hero are you? If you hide them, if you have the courage, just stand up. Exile him directly to Chengaiyu Media. When he returns to the company after his business trip, he must catch all these secretly good people one by one, and then question them, and reward them according to their merits. What are you thinking about, so obsessed? Zhang Ziqing, who was standing next to him, watched Yang Ruoqian's face change every second, took the lamb kidney from the plate, and handed it to Yang Ruoqian. The food will get cold soon. Yang Ruoqian came back to his senses, looking at the roasted lamb kidney in his hand, and felt like crying, but had no tears. Forget it, although he has a bunch of troublesome employees, at least the food should not be let down. Yang Ruoqian bit off a big mouthful of lamb kidney with hatred, and put it into his mouth with a large piece of sizzling lamb chops. After taking a bite, even though Yang Ruoqian had a great prejudice against this restaurant, he had to admit that the roasted lamb tasted really delicious. The lamb smell was so light that it was difficult to detect, and the lamb kidneys were also handled very well, with only fragrance but no smell. The lamb chops were roasted crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a crispy surface and juicy and soft inside, and the taste was not too dry. The seasoning was also just right, not too salty or too bland. It's delicious. Your store is running well. Zhang Ziqing blinked, obviously also very satisfied with this roasted lamb restaurant. The ingredients, cooking skills, and dining environment are all in place. Yes, it's delicious, but the price is a loss of 2 million every month. Yang Ruoqian complained in his heart. After an hour of eating and drinking, the two of them were full, and Yang Ruoqian called the waiter to pay the bill. Waiter, check out. By the way, bring a takeaway box. Although the half-roasted lamb was a lamb, it was unlikely that 2 people could finish it with their appetite, so they could only take it away. The total is 531 yuan. How can I pay? 531, that's quite cheap. 10 kilograms of mutton, 2 skewers of lamb kidneys, and other sundry items. It's just over 500 yuan. The price is so cheap, and it tastes so good. No wonder the business is so good. The most frustrating thing is that Yang Ruoqian's consumption this time will also be counted into the company's profit. No, I must order the employees to make changes after I go back. Scan the code to pay. Yang Ruoqian took out his mobile phone, showed the quarter code, and entered the payment password with some heartache. Ding. Seeing that his balance was less than 500 yuan, Yang Ruoqian couldn't help but sigh. Thank you for your patronage. Welcome next time. I owe another update, so I'll owe it for now. Chapter 135 Rectification. Comprehensive rectification. Due to the huge problems in the company's business, the originally positive situation has encountered a major crisis, and Yang Ruoqian's trip with Chang Ziking was forced to end early. It was obviously close to the Spring Festival, but such a big hole was created, forcing him, the boss, and the boss's wife, to fly back from another province. If this big problem is not solved, Yang Ruoqian is afraid that he will not even have a good Spring Festival. It's too worrying. Can you learn from Lin Ko and do whatever the boss says and execute all tasks perfectly? Yang Ruoqian stood in the elevator, looking at the system panel with a tired heart. Artist Training System 2.0. At present, all artist-related businesses of Kuiguang Company have been integrated, and the current overall profit situation is -4,749,103.64. The company's profit situation is not optimistic. Please continue to work hard. A large amount of profit commission is waiting for the host to claim. Not optimistic? A large amount of commission? It seems that who would claim that crappy commission? It must be a subsidy to death. This loss figure is really too considerable. But the problem is that this figure is only the initial profit and loss. The barbecue restaurant has just opened. As long as it operates for a longer time, the fixed costs will be lower and the profit will be higher. The income of other anchors is also rising steadily, and now more and more sponsors want to sponsor Ruoqian's Yutang team. If Yang Ruoqian had not foresightedly set a very high sponsorship threshold, Ruoqian's team would probably have started to make a profit now. It can only be said that Yang Ruoqian still underestimated the madness of the esports industry in 2015. The most important thing now is to stop the barbecue restaurant from continuing to make profits as soon as possible. After a period of calm, Yang Ruoqian also figured out a little bit. Opening something like a hot pot restaurant or barbecue restaurant related to artists is not necessarily a bad thing. It is indeed easy to make money from an internet celebrity store like this, but it is also very fast to lose money. As long as Yang Ruoqian operates properly, he may be able to successfully turn profits into losses and turn the barbecue restaurant into a money-losing point. This is the time to test the boss's strength. Yang Ruoqian, who had just completed several loss-making projects, was very confident that he had such strength, and he closed the system panel with full fighting spirit. At the same time, the elevator also arrived at the 24th floor of the company. Boss Yang. Boss Yang is back. What big project did Boss Yang discuss this time? Yang Ruoqian waved his hand, forced himself to control his facial muscles, and forced himself to look surprised. The big project didn't come through, but I found that our company has unknowingly added a big project. As he said, Yang Ruoqian took out the photo of himself and Chang Ziking in the barbecue restaurant and shook it in front of all the employees. Then he showed a kind smile and said in a tone of coaxing a child, "You gave me a big surprise. Come on, tell me, who did it?" As soon as the question was asked, Wang Zikin raised her hand weakly. "Good guy, it turned out to be you." The usually low-key and most conservative operations manager actually gave himself such a big gift before the Spring Festival. Good, very good. So it was Zhao Weng who did it, and he did a great job. Yang Ruoqian gritted his teeth and praised. "It's great that Kuiguang Company has employees like you. It's really sad that I, Yang Ruoqian, can have employees like you." However, at this time, Wang Zikin shook her head. "Boss Yang, it's not me alone. It was Shaoyuki who came up with the idea of opening a restaurant, and when Lion G wanted Gaonayan to be the spokesperson, I was only responsible for contacting various resources in the later stage. When Lion G held the freshly opened spicy strips in her hand and nodded vigorously while eating, indicating that she also had a contribution. Oh my goodness, it turned out to be a damn collective action. No, collective betrayal. And Shaoyuki, who had been exiled, was still able to cause trouble. 4 times. This is the 4th time. Just when Yang Ruoqian wanted to say something, the sound of the elevator door opening suddenly came from behind him, followed by a burst of hurried footsteps. Shaoyuki, who always looked cool and fearless, and who was the boss and the second in command, staggered into the office area with sunken eyes and dull eyes. Seeing Yang Ruoqian, his eyes suddenly showed hope. Boss, Mr. Yang, I have an unpleasant. Who knows how he has been these days, who knows? Let's change someone else. He has nothing to do with this crappy job for a minute. Haha, Shaoyuki is back too. Just in time. I'll hold a celebration party for you. Yang Ruoqian didn't let him finish his words at all, and interrupted him forcefully. Let's go to the meeting room. Yang. Shaoyuki wanted to struggle again. Bang. Yang Ruoqian slapped Shaoyuki on the shoulder with a smile on his face. I already know about the barbecue restaurant project. You did a very good job. Go to the meeting room. Let's discuss the details. After that, Yang Ruoqian walked into the meeting room with brisk steps, leaving the desperate Shaoyuki in the wind. After struggling for a long time, Shaoyuki still followed him into the meeting room. If it weren't for the fact that you are my old classmate, if it weren't for the fact that you promoted me out of kindness, I would definitely resign. In the conference room, Yang Ruoqian sat in the first seat and raised his chin to the 3 giants of Kuiguang below the stage. Come on, tell me in detail, what is the situation of your barbecue restaurant? What stage has it reached now? After all, the clerk was just a waiter, and his words were inevitably exaggerated and could not be fully believed. Wang Zikin raised her hand hesitantly and asked uncertainly, Mr. Yang, the revenue and other detailed information of the barbecue restaurant are sent to you every month. I was busy traveling, no, on a business trip, and didn't look at those things at all. What's more, Kuiguang's business is getting more and more, and even if Yang Ruoqian is looking at documents 24 hours a day, he can't handle every matter of the company. But in order to maintain the boss's face, Yang Ruoqian still had an expression that said, I know everything but I just want to hear you tell me. I want to hear you talk. Shaoyuki, who had just been tortured by someone from Chengai Media, has recovered. Let me talk. If you talk, I will exile you to Chengai Media later. Yang Ruoqian muttered viciously and nodded. Then you talk. I came up with the idea of this barbecue restaurant. After all, the anchor's way of making money by tips alone will not last long, so I thought of a more efficient monetization model. A professional team will investigate and select the site. The company will fund the construction and then let relevant artists serve as spokespersons. This model maximizes the use of the fan economy. We let Gaonayan endorse the roast lamb restaurant, and customers will believe that our ingredients are the cleanest and greenest. The better the dining environment we make, the more superior the customers will feel when they come to dine, and the relatively low price will not discourage them. Yang Ruoqian was confused and raised his hand to stop Shaoyuki's talk. I understand that the company funded the construction, but where can we get a professional team to inspect the site? He didn't remember that there was such a thing in his company, right? If they recruited them on their own initiative, they didn't show up in the company. Shaoyuki coughed lightly and winked at Yang Ruoqian. I have some connections outside, and they happen to specialize in this area, so I asked them to help me. Wang Zikin and Wen Lianji, who didn't know Shaoyuki's background, might not understand the meaning of this sentence, but Yang Ruoqian knew everything about Shaoyuki, so how could he not taste the meaning of Shaoyuki's words? It turned out that it was a competition of fathers. In order to choose a good location for the barbecue restaurant for Kuiguang, you actually moved out all your father's resources? Exclamation mark. The whole family came on the stage just to stab me in the back and stop me from making money, right? Who did the design of the barbecue restaurant? Yang Ruoqian asked again. Wang Zikin answered quickly. It was done by the security guard. To be honest, the security guard is quite powerful. An old man in the family is like a treasure. So it was you, ZHU Kithang. I finally caught you. From the management to the security guards in a company, they are all scoundrels. As the boss of a company, Yang Ruoqian actually felt like he had enemies all over the world. Okay, that's how you want to play it, right? Yang Ruoqian was so angry that he laughed and nodded vigorously. What about the profit model? How do you plan to make a profit? In the early stage, we must build a good reputation. Xiaoyiki's business acumen is still online. Open chain stores to build a good reputation, make the profit report beautiful, and then use the company's influence to promote it and open it for franchise. After that, we can charge franchise fees and advertising endorsement fees from franchisees and require franchisees to purchase raw materials from us and come for training regularly and charge a training fee. Of course, the story must be told well. Don't worry, boss, I'm first class at storytelling. This Xiaoyuki is actually using the personalite plus franchise store method to cut leaks. If he is really allowed to play this game, the company will have to make at least hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions. How long will Yang Ruoqian lose? No. Yang Ruoqian flatly denied Xiaoyuki's dangerous idea. We absolutely cannot open up franchising. Not now, and not in the future. Xiaoyuki was stunned. Why not open up franchising? Do you really plan to make money by selling barbecue? The money earned is all from the hard work of selling food and services. How much can it be? How can franchisees make money quickly? Every franchisee who comes in is equivalent to helping Kuiguang Company make money, and it is the kind that has no risk, and it is pure profit as soon as they come. It is a business of lying in bed and counting money. The most difficult traffic hype and an attractive revenue report in this set of processes have been solved. But at this juncture of opening up franchising and making crazy money, President Yang actually called a halt. Quality control. Yang Ruoqian casually found the simplest excuse. Quality control of franchisees has always been a century-old problem. In many cases, it all depends on the conscience of the franchisees. But once there is a problem, it will affect the reputation of our entire brand. It may even affect Gaonayan's image, or even the entire Kuiguang group. Remember, we are first and foremost an entertainment company. Our main business is to train artists, and catering is just a peripheral. I don't think it's worth taking such a big risk to make a quick buck. Reputation. Xiaoyuki was stunned. He still remembered his father's famous saying that money can be earned again if it is lost, but you can earn more if you lose your conscience. Reputation is something that can be slowly restored through post-operation. As long as it is not a big scandal that touches the bottom line, or an old joke that is deeply rooted in people's hearts, such as XXXXXX who practiced for XXX hours. Generally speaking, the internet's memory is short-lived. Xiaoyuki wanted to argue a few words, but thinking of every time he went against Yang Ruoqian, he ended up with his own mistakes afterwards. After careful consideration, he forced himself to hold back. Since the boss disagrees, let's see how he does it. At worst, I can learn it later. So, what are you going to do? Xiaoyuki asked modestly. Anyway, I can't do it according to your method, otherwise I will make too much money. Yang Ruoqian thought about it and said, first of all, we have to stop expanding and maintain the scale at the current level of 10 stores across the country. Even in catering, we must respect the Kuiguang culture. What is the Kuiguang culture? Only in quality, not in quantity. First of all, before it is confirmed that it can lose money, the scale must not be further expanded. Wait until the barbecue restaurant starts to lose money across the board before considering opening a new store. A perfect plan. Secondly, we should have more stringent quality control management. Each store must recruit 6 more employees on the existing basis, 2 people in a group, and supervise the kitchen and ingredients in 3 shifts. Yang Ruoqian glanced at the 3 giants who were thinking about it, and said in a deep voice, each supervisor has a monthly salary of at least 8,000 yuan, so Yang Ruoqian can lose a lot more money every month. Since we are going to take the elite route, we should not only care about good quality and low price. For the consideration of high-end customers, the barbecue restaurant also needs to order a batch of real high-end ingredients. set the highest price restricted by the Property Management Bureau, and do the service, atmosphere and tableau selection to the extreme. While attracting affordable customers, we cannot give up the local tycoon customers. This can further increase the cost after all. High-end customers will never go to such a place to eat roasted whole lamb. Wouldn't the cost of ingredients be wasted? The decoration style should be made into the style of a Western restaurant. We should also build some bar counters in the restaurant, and then build a coffee corner. Well, we can also build a piano stage and a resident singing stage, and invite some street singers and famous pianists to cooperate with the performance from time to time. That's about it. Just do it as I say. In this way, a combination of cheap and high prices, full service and style. The decoration style is a Western restaurant, but the food sold is grilled skewers and grilled lamb chops. Even the pianist and the street singer conflict with each other to some extent. As expected, all customers should run away after doing this, right? Yang Ruoqian's plan is to offend all customer groups. Any other questions? In the conference room, the three giants who had been silent fell silent. It's not because there are no problems, but because there are too many points to complain about, and they don't know where to start complaining. The high X says that the idea is too radical. The low X says that if there is a customer who comes to this shabby store that stitches all the element together to consume, he is blind. Yang Wengzikin couldn't help but speak. Okay, as long as there are no problems. Yang Ruoqian glanced at the time, pretended to be very busy, picked up the document, and rushed out the door. The rectification must be completed within 1 month. Oh, by the way, you have to change the name of the restaurant too. The current one is too unrecognizable. Let's change it to barbecue restaurant in the future. I'll send you the specific 2 words on WeChat later. PS. Today's 10,000 word update. Anti-routine. Light comedy. Alternative cultivation of immortals. Eat, drink and have fun. Fairy. Do you know that cultivation requires a combination of work and rest, and blindly practicing will only backfire? Is this the reason why you have been staring at my thighs? Liu King traveled through the world of immortal cultivation. As long as he pleased his body and mind, he would be rewarded. From then on, the whole world had one more person who understands cultivation best. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. No, the King of Scrolls has to catch up. Yang Ruoqian handed the task to 3 subordinates, and he slipped back to the office, turned on the computer, and began to carefully check the company's details. During this period, due to the system upgrade, there were too many bad projects, and he actually began to slack off. The barbecue restaurant is the biggest warning. As a qualified boss, you must always supervise your employees, otherwise they will unconsciously become diligent and do some bad things that are beneficial to the company. It took a lot of effort to create so many loss holes, and after going out for half a month, they are already half blocked. Yang Ruoqian opened the first document and looked at the company's anchor section last month, frowning. The situation seems a bit pessimistic, because the profitability of the anchors is too optimistic. But my idea of spending a lot of money to make random recommendations with big data is fine. The investment and income are obviously not proportional, and we can increase the intensity. For those who don't like to watch live broadcasts, or are not interested in a certain type of anchor, even if they see the push, they suddenly want to click in to take a look, and it is likely that they are just free viewers. Under the current reward for profit model, the input-output ratio is absolutely bleak. Yang Ruoqian wrote down his own guidance. The current direction of the live broadcast business is correct, and the situation is very good. We should maintain the initial plan and increase investment. After closing the first document, Yang Ruoqian opened the second document. The second document is also about the live broadcast business, but it is the development of various peripheral businesses. To be more precise, it is a barbecue chain store endorsed by Gaonayan. According to the employee's plan, this barbecue restaurant is just an attempt If this model can make money, they will start to promote it on other anchors. The future plans even include hot pot restaurants, milk tea shops, etc. So scary. Fortunately, I discovered and destroyed this dangerous plan in time. Yang Ruoqian sneered. Give me a good rectification. Yang Ruoqian would never approve this project unless the barbecue restaurant was changed beyond recognition. After sneering, Yang Ruoqian opened the third document. This document was about Guan Yunpeng's next training plan and the selection of the next artist. Among them, Lin Ko, who has been accompanying Guan Yunpeng to the crew during this period, gave a very detailed report, focusing on many problems. Although he used to be an anchor agent, the degree of crossover is not too big after all. After being busy for so long, he gradually became familiar with the new job. Guan Yunpeng's current acting skills can only be regarded as level, and his ability to realize is unknown. He has signed an exclusive cooperation contract with Chengaiyu, so you suggest that I invest conservatively? In case the web drama does not become popular, Guan Yunpeng is forced to hide, and conservative investment can reduce losses. If the web drama becomes popular as expected, we can use the exclusive cooperation contract to let Chengaiyu Media share some of the training costs. Yang Ruoqian looked at Lin Ko's report and was silent for a while. Does this Lin Ko really treat the company as his own home? As an employee who gets salary, commission and kickbacks, is he so thrifty and so careful? Even if Guan Yunpeng becomes popular, he still wants to use the exclusive cooperation contract to get some training fees from Chengaiyu Media. Ordinary talents really can't be so stingy. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a management from a big company. Is this the training fee? It's my pocket money. Yang Ruoqian rejected Lin Ko's proposal and allocated 20% more training fee on the original basis and required Lin Ko to use it up. There is also a plan to recruit new artists. Yang Ruoqian looked at the date and calculated the days. In a few days, the professional operation had jumped over will report to the company. Then wait for the new operation to report, and then eliminate the correct options according to her suggestions, and then recruit new artists. It took 2 or 3 hours for Yang Ruoqian to finally handle the various projects of the company roughly and carefully eliminate all the profit points. After all, he was traveling for so long, and there were too many things piled up. Yang Ruoqian, who hadn't been so busy for a long time, stretched and looked at the time. It was 5:50 in the afternoon, very close to the time to get off work. Then just get off work early. Just when Yang Ruoqian was about to slack off, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the door, Wang Zikin's familiar voice came. Boss Yang, the rectification plan has been completed. Please take a look. Come in. Yang Ruoqian had just stood up, but now he had to sit down again. He felt sorry that his plan to leave work early had gone through the roof. So efficient? He thought it would take at least several days to submit a mature rectification plan. It would be great if it could be delayed until after the spring festival. Anyway, before the rectification is completed, Yang Ruoqian can reasonably ask all barbecue restaurants to stop operating. Unfortunately, Wang Zikin walked into the office and nodded seriously. Boss Yang, we have completed the rectification plan for the head office in Zhenhe. This is the floor plan. Please take a look. Here is the stage and piano table. This is the bar, this is the coffee corner, and there is a small cinema in the corner next to it. And this is the sample picture of the new decoration style. Do you think it is suitable? Yang Ruoqian listened to the introduction and looked at the documents and couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. Suitable, really too suitable. It is a perfect answer to lose money to have these strange products and services in barbecue restaurants. Not bad, very good. Yang Ruoqian was very satisfied with Wang Zikin's understanding. How about the improvement of the menu? Wang Zikin replied, it's all according to your requirements. We are now planning to introduce the first batch of expensive high-end ingredients. A meal may cost tens of thousands. When talking about these things, Wang Zikin certainly trusted Mr. Yang's ability, but she couldn't help but worry. What if all these ingredients are wasted? Okay, just keep it like this. Yang Ruoqian continued, what about activities? Since it's a newly opened restaurant, we should always have some activities, right? Selling goods at a price lower than the cost price will definitely be judged by the system as passive operation. But if you sell food at the cost price in the short term, or on certain days of each month under the banner of activities and promotions, it can't be considered passive operation. It's almost the Spring Festival now, so it's not too much to hold a Spring Festival promotion, right? After the promotion, it's just a holiday. This series of losses will make up for all the previous profits, right? Wang Zikin was silent for a moment. Boss Yang, what kind of activities are you planning? Yes, Wang Zikin's work attitude is very good. Compared with employees like Shaoyuki who always have different ideas and can always find loopholes to make money in his various loss-making plans, employees like Xiao Wang are less troublesome. For the New Year's promotion, you calculate the cost. Until the Spring Festival holiday, we will sell at cost price. Yang Ruoqian poured out all the bad water in his stomach. That's all for now. Remember to convey my words in detail to the people below, and make sure all the details are in place. Boss Yang. At this time, the time came to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Get off work. Yang Ruoqian didn't listen to what Wang Zikin said, and ran out of the door, as if his house was on fire and he would be burned down if he left later. Chenggaiu Media. The filming site of God of War Dragon Son-in-Law. The name of this script was the name he argued for several days, and finally made Kuiguang give in, and finally did not use God of War Son-in-Law. I return with 10 million troops to fulfill the 10-year agreement. Director and reviewed the stuff he had filmed in the past few days, which could barely be called a web drama, and his emotions were difficult to calm down for a long time. Even though he told himself countless times in his heart that this drama was good and could become popular, but there seemed to be some small contradictions between his eyes and his brain. How could this be good? Exclamation mark. If you kneel down now and kowtow 100 times to Lina to apologize, I will spare your life. Guan Yunpen looked at the villain coldly, with 3 points of arrogance, 3 points of anger, 3 points of sadness, and 1 point of complexity in his eyes, and his tone was arrogant. You, this waste, who are you? Dare to talk to me like this, I will kill you, or 1,000 times is not enough, RRR. Director and looked at the shooting scene, that looked like a mental hospital, and closed his eyes resignedly. Cut, it's done, not bad. When he said these words during filming in the past, it was either after several retakes, or it was done after a few or even once. In other words, he was either very angry or very satisfied. But now, he just felt very tired. This drama is well made, it will definitely be a big hit. But I'm too old now, and cannot understand the unique aesthetics of young people. It must be. After forcibly brainwashing himself, Director and pulled the corner of his mouth and showed a very careless smile. Let's go today. Tomorrow is the same time. Don't be late. Thank you Director. Director, you have worked hard. The people in the filming theater gradually dispersed, but on the stands not far away, Cheng Fei lifted her hair, that was messed up by the cold wind, and said to Shaoyuki condescendingly, what do you think of this drama? The worst of the worst. The kind of bad that Daochi scored 3.0. And it's already 6:30, in the middle of winter. I want to go home and eat Crazy Thursday. Don't you people in Chenggaiu group know what it means to get off work? Of course, he can only bury these words in his heart since his parents have been repeating Cheng Fei's name in his ears since he was a child, and Shaoyuki has never surpassed her in any aspect. He has a deep psychological shadow on Cheng Fei. Shaoyuki forced a smile. If Yang Ruoqian thinks it's good, then there's basically no problem. You just have to wait and see. It seems that you trust him very much, and he is indeed good at creating miracles. Cheng Fei's tone remained unchanged, and she turned the pen in her hand around. It's just that the time selection is not very good. We can't count on the Spring Festival schedule, but we must catch up with the schedule after the Spring Festival. Sister, is there anything that can't be said tomorrow? Shaoyuki rubbed his frozen hands and said flatteringly, then, do you want me to? Please contact your general manager Yang for me and see if they can sacrifice their rest time, work overtime, and try to finish filming the web series before the Spring Festival. I'm not feeling well, so I can't update today. I currently owe 2 chapters. Sorry. Chapter 137 Automatically Lost Connection. Some people were forced to be sent out to drink the northwest wind in the cold winter days. Some people are in a spacious room, enjoying the warmth brought by modern technology. In the president's office of Kuiguang Group, Songdan Lee, who is already 33 years old this year, is wearing a simple ponytail and patiently discussing something with the young boss in front of her. A celebrity who used to be under her management was exposed to private life privacy such as marriage, which led to the celebrity's withdrawal from the entertainment industry. Songdan Lee was originally busy with the mess left by the artists in the big company, and from time to time she was also worried about some trivial things that were considered trivial to ordinary people, and gradually she had the idea of retreating to the second line. Although the stars are glamorous on the screen, and even over-mythologized with the blessing of traffic, they are essentially ordinary people. As long as you are a person, you will have greed and instinctive needs. Naturally, you will face various temptations in society, and the temptations that celebrities are subject to are far more and greater than those of ordinary people. Many times, they may not be able to withstand these temptations. Otherwise, there would be no stars going to jail for repeatedly paying third-party merchants to find ways to solve their physiological needs. There would also be no stars exposing shocking scandals with directors for competing for the right to play a certain role. Not only big stars, but also small artists frequently expose thunder here and there. Being upset by these things all day long, Songdan Lee simply took the opportunity of her subordinate's retirement to resign and go to a medium-sized company with a good reputation to find a lighter back-end operation job. Naturally, she chose Kuiguang Group. However, in order to deal with some beginning and end, she was delayed for 2 weeks, and it was not until today that she started her first work. After the interview was over, and the labor contract with much better treatment than expected was signed, the young boss asked a very simple, but extremely complicated question. What kind of artist do you think can become popular? Songdan Lee thought about it for a while. Is this question the first test question given to her by the new boss? It is very broad, but it is not difficult for her, because it is obvious that what Mr. Yang wants to ask is not as simple as it seems on the surface. If his question is really as it means literally, it would be difficult to answer, even if you spend 3 days and 3 nights writing a professional paper. So what Mr. Yang really meant was to recruit an artist who could bring the greatest benefits, fame, and reputation to the current scale of Kuiguang Company. Songdan Lee analyzed Yang Ruoqian's meaning in her mind, then nodded and said, Kuiguang is new to the entertainment industry, and the threshold for online dramas and singers is actually the lowest. But I heard that Mr. Yang has invested in an online drama project, right? Yes. Yang Ruoqian affirmed. Then I suggest that the next choice is a singer. Songdan Lee glanced at the expression of the young boss, and after making sure that her boss did not show any rejection, she continued, the risks of traditional singers in terms of training costs and training time are far lower than those of idols. Generally speaking, with the size of our company, it is difficult to poach idols from other companies, so we can only train them from scratch. For idols, the company has a lot of control, including various trainings to participate in, relatively daily and institutionalized stage performances, and the packaging of the idol's personal image and restrictions on personal behavior. Our company is currently lacking a professional team, and such a team itself is a huge expense. And before idols become famous, they have no profitability at all. The company must pay them wages without any income, which is extremely risky, and once they lose money, it can be said that they basically lose all their money. Of course, as long as a traffic star can become popular, the income brought can make up for countless failed projects. There is no need to say much about the money-making ability of traffic stars. At the same time, because idols have no income ability in the early stage, companies can use this to sign contracts with them with high commissions and high liquidated damages. Therefore, as long as a traffic star becomes famous, the company can make a lot of money because most of their income will belong to the company. High risk and high return. I personally don't recommend it because the company's current risk resistance should be relatively average. This is a straightforward statement that may make the boss unhappy. Songdan Lee raised her eyes again to observe Yang Ruoqian. Yang Ruoqian had a bright smile on his face and nodded to signal Songdan Lee to continue. He didn't show any anger or annoyance, and even a little happy. A little happy. Song Dinley was a little surprised why her boss was so happy to hear that her company was not suitable for cultivating idols, but she didn't ask too many questions and continued. Traditional singers and actors rely on their own abilities to work hard in the early stages of their acting careers, and generally speaking, they can at least earn a living. Like Guan Yunpeng, who was signed by the company before, although he is not famous, he can still stand independently in society by relying on his acting skills and taking on extras on various film sets. It's just that they want to have further development, so they sign an agency contract with the agency. Such singers and actors are relatively more independent and less dependent on the company, so the agency's commission rate will be lower, and the advantage is that the risk is also low. Because these singers and actors can support themselves, it means that they have a certain level of strength. After giving a long string of professional analysis in one breath, Song Dinley gave her own conclusion. So my suggestion is to find traditional actors and singers to cooperate. Now that you have found an actor, next, maybe you can try a singer. Of course, appearance is also very important. It would be best if they can be the same as you. At the end, Song Dinley did not forget to flatter her boss. This sentence is 70% true and 30% flattery. Yang Ruoqian is almost immune to this kind of flattery. He is an amateur, but after listening to Song Dinley's analysis, he felt a sudden enlightenment. It turns out that he can't recruit singers, but idols. Got it. High risk and high investment. If you lose, you will lose everything. Isn't this what Yang Ruoqian is pursuing? As for the risk of high income, Yang Ruoqian found a solution without even thinking about it. The system does not allow negative operations, but it does not prohibit positive operations with low efficiency and wrong direction. Okay, then according to your statement, we will not recruit singers for the time being. Yang Ruoqian nodded to Song Dinley. The direction of the next artist is idols. In the end, after saying so much, the boss still chose the worst option. Idol. Oh. Song Dinley is not surprised. After all, she is a young boss and always successful. When she hears high risk and high return, she subconsciously ignores the word high risk, right? Anyway, she was just a small employee with a fixed salary, who was only responsible for giving suggestions and operating the artists. It was useless if the boss didn't listen to her advice. After switching jobs, Song Dinley emphasized that she only wanted a fixed salary, no commission, and no connection with the artists. Of course, she just wanted to relax, and she was still very serious at work. Besides, Kuiguang had such a good salary and such a favorable working environment. If he was fired for slacking off, it would be too much of a loss. Okay. Song Dinley smiled. Then what direction does Mr. Yang want to cultivate? I suggest starting with dance. Cooking. Yang Ruoqian said without thinking. Let's cultivate the artist's cooking skills first. Song Dinley, what did you say? This new operator in the entertainment industry suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Cooking. Let's cultivate the artist's cooking skills first. Yang Ruoqian repeated patiently. Cooking. Cooking. If it were in the past, if her own artist said that he didn't want to practice dancing and wanted to cook, she would have slapped him twice to wake him up. There are variety shows about cooking, but those are usually for idols who have already become famous, which is the nature of icing on the cake. Forget it. Who said this is her boss? Anyway, in the past many years of her career, she has seen more weird bosses. You pay more, it depends on you. Okay, cooking. Song Dinley opened the memo and started to record. Any other instructions, Mr. Yang? Yang Ruoqian thought about it and said, when selecting people, try to respect their personal wishes. If they don't want to develop in the direction of becoming an idol through cooking, we shouldn't force them. He is a pretty good boss. Song Dinley has seen too many companies use black-hearted contracts to deceive and sneak attack young people who know nothing, making them almost sign a contract like a selling contract, and many things they don't want to do are forced to do. Okay, do you have any other instructions? Your boss is Wang Zikin, and you can contact her if you have anything in the future. Ding. When Yang Ruoqian was halfway through his words, his cell phone suddenly rang. He looked down and saw that it was Xiao Yiki who sent him a message. My dear, Cheng Fei told me yesterday that she wants you to persuade your employees to take a holiday during the Spring Festival so that they can finish the drama as soon as possible while the production is hot. What the hell? Take a holiday? To meet the deadline? To finish the drama while the production is hot? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But after all, Cheng Fei Media is a partner, and it would be embarrassing to refuse directly. What to do? Or, just let the whole company take a holiday? According to the employee code of Kuiguang Company, as long as the company takes a holiday, it is equivalent to being a fine, because employees are not allowed to work during non-working hours, and naturally they cannot reply to any messages from partners. Anyway, the Spring Festival is approaching, and if you think of a reasonable reason to take a holiday in advance, it shouldn't trigger the system's warning. Yang Ruoqian immediately put down his phone and stopped Song Danley, who was about to turn around and leave. By the way, please help me and all employees announce one thing. In order to avoid peak traffic during the Spring Festival, the company has decided to take a holiday from today. Now, collect your year-end bonus and salary as soon as possible and go home for the new year. Any work on hand should be left until you come back from the holiday. I will coordinate with other departments. You are responsible for notifying them. By the way, you also have a year-end bonus. Don't forget to collect it. Song Danley turned her head in disbelief, an employee who had just joined the company for a few minutes, but suffered 2 challenges to her worldview on the same day. Take a holiday? And so carelessly? Exclamation mark. No, she just signed the labor contract. The ink hasn't even dried yet. Can she take a year-end bonus and take a holiday? Okay. Song Danley replied blankly. After announcing the company's complete holiday, Yang Ruoqian sent a message to Xiao Yuki. Discussing work matters during non-working hours will result in a 200 yuan deduction and a warning. Recommending a friend's book. Nonsense game style. Chapter 138. If the U Palace is defeated, won't we be even more defeated? Taking advantage of the business trip, Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking wished their parents a happy new year in advance, so they didn't have to run around and squeeze in during the traffic jams like the Spring Festival, and could rest comfortably at home. Compared to visiting relatives and friends during the holidays, eating reunion dinners with a group of people who are not actually close, and saying some New Year greetings that are not from the heart, Yang Ruoqian prefers to be at home with a few close people and relax. Chang Ziking also thinks so. Moreover, since it is the Spring Festival, as the 2 top leaders of Kuiguang Company, they naturally have to set an example and resolutely ignore any work-related matters during the holidays. Even if the unread messages are already 99+, the 2 of them selectively ignore this part of the information. Especially the things sent by Xiao Yuki, they will not even look at them. In the living room, Yang Ruoqian's fingers are deftly peeling pistachios, and his eyes leisurely scan the various news and information on the screen of his mobile phone. The table is full of various candied nuts and stewed food. Although there are only 2 people at home, the sound of firecrackers outside the building and the programs broadcast on TV still make the house full of the flavor of the new year. Alas, Youfu really spared no effort this time, and it was launched during the Spring Festival. However, we hadn't made any progress when they started filming, and their investment was much higher than ours, so it was reasonable that they could catch up. Of course, Youfu didn't have a 3-good partner like Yang Ruoqian, who was always annoying the producers to force the progress. Recently, all the hot searches on the headlines are about their new drama Thunder Warriors. It is said that this is a big budget war film that has profound educational significance and can make people's blood boil. It is said that this drama is also a night project that Youfu Group focuses on cultivating. Zheng Wei is personally in charge and has high hopes for it. It is full of gimmicks, and the audience's expectations are also heated up, but I don't know what the final reputation and ratings will be. To be honest, Yang Ruoqian doesn't have a good impression of Youfu, and he really wants to see them fall. Unfortunately, with Kuiguang's current strength, he can only curse a few words in his heart at most, and can't pose any threat to Youfu at all. The time when Yan Guang was a spy, he was just lucky, and it was an experience that could not be replicated. While playing with his phone, he suddenly heard light footsteps behind him. Yang Ruoqian. Chang Ziking, wearing a bright red slim-fitting nightgown, ran out of the room barefoot and sat on the sofa with some anticipation on her face. "What are you doing tonight?" "What to do?" Yang Ruoqian threw the pistachio into his mouth and thought about the question carefully. "Watch the Spring Festival Gala." But Yang Ruoqian himself didn't like watching the Spring Festival Gala very much. According to his own understanding, Chang Ziking probably didn't like watching it either. Play games together? Forget it. Chang Ziking is just too new, and it's too torturous to fight her. How about we watch Yufu's new work? Yang Ruoqian suddenly had an idea and thought of a good entertainment project. That's Thunder Warriors. Hearing them bragging about it so much, we have to give it a good review. Chang Ziking's smile froze for a moment. Watch? What to watch? Thunder Warriors. It seems that the first and second episodes have been released. Yang Ruoqian became more and more excited as he spoke. Almost an hour of plot. Chang Ziking grabbed a happy fruit, glared at Yang Ruoqian, and chose to give in. Let's take a look at the comments of various video bloggers on this drama first. The risk of being poisoned by watching it directly is a bit high. Okay, I'll look for it. Yang Ruoqian opened the Pink app and searched for some well-known hosts who complained about the film and television area. Please help me turn the TV to projection mode. Chang Ziking secretly rolled her eyes, picked up the remote control, pressed a few buttons, and turned the TV to projection mode. At the same time, Yang Ruoqian also found several related videos on his mobile phone. It's really exciting. Thunder Warrior has not been released for a long time, but these uploaders can still make evaluation videos during the Spring Festival. It can only be said that they are very dedicated. On the other hand, the employees of Kuiguang Group are ordered by their bosses to slack off. If they want to work hard, they will be found guilty and their wages will be deducted. No one even dares to reply to customers' messages during the holidays. The contrast is very sharp. I watched several uploaders' videos, and it seems that the evaluation of this film is very low. It's interesting. Yang Ruoqian browsed around roughly, found an uploader with a good number of fans and reputation in the film and television section, and clicked on his latest video. The mobile phone and TV were connected, and a slightly exaggerated male voice came from the speakers. "Hello, my dears, I'm Zioliu. A few days ago, a war movie was released which was highly praised by some people. I heard that it claims to be the spiritual sequel of Bright Arrow. Today I will tell you about it. Let me tell you the conclusion first. This is a pseudo-idol drama disguised as a war movie. If 1 point is not the lowest, I must give it 0 points. What is their war movie? It's Italian cannons. What is his? It's the damn Italian hair wax. Others fight the elite, but he uses hair wax. In this drama, no matter which faction or character, whenever they appear, regardless of time and place, even on the front line with guns and cannons roaring, this hair wax is applied to make them shiny. You can tell that they are from the same hair salon. It's like this for male characters and female characters too. Look at this lipstick. Look at this foundation. Look at the double eyelids cut out with a machete. Look at this awkward slow motion and zombie-like acting. Even if you randomly grab someone on the street, they will be more natural than you. What were the conditions of the war at that time? What the hell did you shoot? Can the director and screenwriter respect history and heroes? Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. The drama Yufu seemed to be showing a trend of being a failure. The criticism of this upmaster was a bit modest to say that it was sharp, and he was almost pointing at the nose of Thunder Soldier and scolding. I have to say that sometimes reading film and drama reviews is more interesting than watching the movies and TV series themselves. In the speakers, the upmaster's scolding with strong personal emotions was still spreading out, relegating Yufu's masterpiece to the basement, bringing a different kind of happiness to this year's Spring Festival. The clothes of the soldiers on the front line are so clean that there is not even a wrinkle. May I ask, if you used an iron to iron your clothes every day during the war? It is said to be the sequel to Bright Arrow. Can you take a look at how Bright Arrow was filmed? And this part, the soldiers outside were killed and injured heavily in the bombing, and you, the leader, were leisurely drinking coffee in the air raid shelter. Not to mention that there was not a speck of dust on your body. After drinking the coffee, you said, "Too much sugar." I don't think there was too much sugar, but not enough shit. This guy still has the nerve to tell the people below to hold on and not retreat. Let me ask, if you, the audience friends, have such a leader, you are fighting hard in the front, and he is doing nothing in the back, giving blind orders, and even complaining that the coffee is too sweet, how would you feel? And this part, is it on the front line? I would believe you if you said it was a catwalk. In this war film, I didn't see the tragic, the real, or the epic. I only saw a group of absurd clowns acting out a ridiculous fantasy story. And this is only the first episode. The first episode. To be able to shoot something like this, the producer is not bad, but terrible. Ban it immediately. Thank you, dears, for watching this episode. Remember to follow and triple like. See you next time. Click, the video ends, and the TV returns to a black screen. Yang Ruoqian looked at the screen, flipped through the content on his phone, and didn't speak for a long time. It's simply too good. Yang Ruoqian's first thought was to have as many eye-catching web dramas as possible to divert traffic, so that the dragon son-in-law who protects the country would die in obscurity. Thunder Warrior exceeded Yang Ruoqian's expectations. It was a rotten circle. While attracting attention, it was also a great hit, which is undoubtedly a perfect plot. After watching it, how do you feel? Chang Ziking crossed her long legs and glanced at Yang Ruoqian with her peripheral vision. What should I do next? I feel so good. Seeing Yufu in trouble makes me happier than making money myself, than losing money myself. He was so happy that he almost couldn't stop the car. Yang Ruoqian was a little excited. He clicked on the homepage of this Upmaster and found that the latest video was posted 10 minutes ago. The content was exactly the second episode of Thunder Soldier. Next, why don't you watch this to go with your meal? The second episode of The Complaint. Yang Ruoqian suggested, while grabbing a handful of melon seeds for Chang Ziking and stuffing them into her palm very considerately. Chang Ziking squeezed the melon seeds in her palm until they made a crackling sound and took a deep breath. Okay, then watch this. Ha ha ha. This line is too awkward. You can even say I'm invincible. Ha ha ha. Is this a war movie? Yeah. Ha ha. Chang Ziking nodded. 10 minutes later, the second episode of The Complaint video ended. It was still the same as the first episode. The bad ones broke the upper limit, and the bad ones broke the bottom line. Chang Ziking, who was so bored that she was peeling melon seeds, raised her head and asked, what are we going to do next? Yang Ruoqian, who was happy to see Yufu in trouble, laughed from ear to ear. Look at how other Upmasters complained. I feel that this Up still has too little to complain about. Although there is no big problem with the central idea of their own the dragon son-in-law who protects the country, and it did not touch the bottom line like Thunder Warrior, the outrageous plot is even worse. Yufu has failed. How can Kuiguang not fail? Okay. Chang Ziking's tone was emotionless. Another 10 minutes passed, and the video finally finished playing. Chang Ziking sat cross-legged on the sofa, and all the melon seeds in her hand had been eaten clean. Chang Ziking raised her head again and again. After watching it, is there anything else to do? Yang Ruoqian suggested enthusiastically, I think this uploader still omitted too much content. Why don't we just watch the original film? 2 episodes can be watched for a long time. Watch the original film. You still watch the original film. After enduring more than half an hour of bloody plot, Chang Ziking finally couldn't bear it anymore. She pushed Yang Ruoqian on the sofa and said angrily, I'll let you watch it. I'll let you watch it enough. Chapter 139. Produced by Kuiguang, must it be? The sound of running water came from the bathroom. While Yang Ruoqian picked up the clothes scattered on the floor one by one, he continued to browse all the videos related to Thunder Warrior on his mobile phone, especially the comment section. He found that not only were all the film review bloggers unanimously attacking Thunder Warrior, but there were even few water armies in the comment section to clean up the mess. Is this drama so bad that even the major film review bloggers don't have the courage to make a living? Logically speaking, if it is a film or TV series that is not so obviously bad, the content presented in the comment section and by the major bloggers should be polarized. Those who praise it want to praise it to the sky, and those who criticize it want to criticize it to death. There will always be some upmasters who will receive business orders and have to praise it commercially. There is no other reason. They are given too much. and the comment section will also be filled with various unrecognizable water armies, mixed with normal audiences, and engaged in fierce debates. But Thunder Warrior has no bloggers who dare to praise it, and even few water armies can be seen, which is enough to show how bad it is. Even in the comment section, Yang Ruoqian saw the name of his own blockbuster. This year's Spring Festival movies and TV series are so average, so boring. The most important thing is that among so many average movies, there is such an unlucky thing as Thunder Warriors. I have already reported it. I heard that Chengaiyu and Kuiguang cooperated to shoot a drama, and the publicity is also very strong. I'm quite looking forward to it. But just hearing the name, I feel that it is a bad movie. What are you afraid of? Didn't you see that Kuiguang group participated in the filming? I haven't heard of this Kuiguang group. Are they very powerful? Have they participated in the filming of any blockbusters? Not very powerful, but they are good at making things happen. I have a hunch that they should make a big thing this time. Indeed, I recognize Kuiguang's ability to reverse. I bet this drama will definitely not let us down. I'm a little looking forward to what you said. Netizens discussed enthusiastically in the comment section, with extremely high expectations. It is obvious that they have been poisoned by the bad drama and want to see something good to detoxify. Yang Ruoqian mourned for these expectant audiences. It was impossible for them to detoxify, but there was a gift package of fighting poison with poison. The higher the audience's expectations are now, the deeper their despair will be after the show is released. Seeing that Yufu's blockbuster is now caught in a whirlpool, thinking that his own blockbuster will also be treated like this in the future, Yang Ruoqian felt relieved. With the previous experience of Yufu, Yang Ruoqian has a 3-point more confidence in his bad drama. This project must be won. After a wonderful first day of the Chinese New Year, Yang Ruoqian spent the rest of the Spring Festival either playing games or looking at Yufu's recent situation. On the 5th day of the first lunar month, the third episode of Yufu's masterpiece Thunder Warrior was broadcast. Just 10 minutes after it was released, there were already 5-digit comments in the comment area, all of which were bad reviews and extremely ugly. After the third episode was released, the evaluation of this drama also won a high score of 2.1. And gradually, official media and big names began to come out and sharply criticize Yufu and this bad drama. To say that intellectuals are worthy of being intellectuals, the words these big guys said did not sound as straightforward as the video complainers and the angry brothers in the comment area, but if you taste it carefully, you will find that intellectuals are more offensive. Their evaluation of the entire drama seems very objective and rational, and the words are restrained, but the meaning between the lines is to define the nature of this drama in the most scathing direction. The film review blogger and the angry brother think that this drama is bad at most, but intellectuals are different. Intellectuals hope that they will die. On the 6th day of the first lunar month, Yufu finally couldn't stand the pressure and sent out its own public relations team to explain the meaning of various plots in the drama. But no one bought it. This behavior only attracted more trolls, and the already pitiful 2.1 score plummeted again, falling to 1.8 points. On the 7th day of the first lunar month, Thunder Warrior was permanently removed from the shelves, and all the resources of Yufu were wasted. The so-called hot-blooded war film with educational significance that was shot at a huge cost ended so hastily after 3 episodes were broadcast. Even the reputation of the actors who performed in the film plummeted. The grand IP cultivation plan was out of the question. The anchors had to worry about not only building their own IPs and entering the entertainment industry, but also maintaining their basic base in the live broadcast industry. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziqing ended their happy spring festival and returned to work. He originally wanted to use the excuse of staggered traffic to extend the holiday time for everyone in the company, but was warned by the system, so he had to give up. Sitting back at his desk, he opened the WeChat that had been sealed for a long time and began to reply to work matters one by one. Shaoyuki expressed great dissatisfaction with Yang Ruoqian's forced use of the pigeon tactic, which can be seen from the 99+ cordial greetings he sent to Yang Ruoqian. Especially his college classmate was very disloyal to leave him alone on the set and did not inform him that he was on vacation. But unfortunately, these protests have expired for more than 10 days, and Yang Ruoqian didn't even look at them, and directly set them to read. Shaoyuki, if you have the guts, just rush into my office and confront me face to face. Otherwise, just bear with it. As for Chenghai Media, due to the lack of the leading actor and the collective loss of contact with all the employees of Kuiguang Company, the original plan to adjust the rest and work overtime to meet the schedule at the filming site had to be abandoned, and everyone went home for the Spring Festival. After cleaning up for more than 2 hours, after the lunch break, and going to work in the afternoon, the unread messages gradually came to an end. Hey, Cheng Fei actually sent me a message too? Yang Ruoqian raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. After the last discussion of the cooperation, the two of them did add each other on WeChat, but they have rarely contacted each other, and the cooperation projects of the two companies were also communicated through Shaoyuki. The message from Cheng Fei was also very simple: resume filming as soon as possible after the holiday. It is indeed inconsiderate to let employees not go home for the Spring Festival. Really inconsiderate? What does this mean? Did you see that my temporary announcement of a holiday was a tactful refusal to let employees work overtime during the Spring Festival? Yang Ruo made a rough analysis and then laughed. In fact, she probably doesn't know. I just want to delay the release date. After a simple reply of okay, Yang Ruoqian continued to scroll down, dealt with some simple and trivial matters, and opened the company's report and system panel to confirm that the company is currently in a state of overall loss. Artist Training System 2.0. At present, all artist-related businesses of Kuiguang Company have been integrated, and the current overall profit situation is -7,687,703.31. The company's profitability is continuing to deteriorate, and I hope the host will work hard. A large amount of profit commission is waiting for the host to claim. Work hard? In terms of how to maximize the company's losses, Yang Ruoqian is indeed working hard. Very good. Next we will wait for the release of the Dragon Son-in-Law Protecting the Country and maximize the loss items. Before the project enters the settlement stage, the funds invested will not be counted as losses by the system. Otherwise, some projects that take a long time to be reinvested at the end of the season can easily result in losses on the books. On February 27th, under the strong work efficiency of Chenghai Media, the last episode of The Dragon Son-in-Law Protecting the Country was filmed, and the special effects were produced. In order to release it as soon as possible, the editing and special effects team of this web drama were moved to the set, and the work was carried out almost at the same time as the filming. Under the personal supervision of the top leader, no one could find a gap to slack off. Everyone worked overtime and worked around the clock. Without reducing the quality, the production of the entire drama was completed in such a short time, and the efficiency of the distributor is also extremely high. It is expected that the first episode will be broadcast exclusively on the Akai platform on March 10th. Of course, after all, it is a web drama, and in terms of special effects, the flaws are actually not small. Yang Ruoqian expressed great satisfaction with this. The more flaws, the more satisfied he is. On the day of the final shooting, Yang Ruoqian, as the boss of Kuiguang Company, finally went to the crew for the first time and witnessed the style of the crook-mouthed Dragon King with his own eyes. In the stands, several leaders of both companies sat side by side. Except for a few, most people were not confident. After all, it was the first time to shoot such a bad script. Even if they were fed countless reassurances, even if there were partners to guarantee the investment, even if everyone around them said it was good, no one dared to have too high expectations for this drama before seeing the results. Fortunately, as the guarantor, Yang Ruoqian, who had to pay a huge amount of money as long as the online drama suffered losses, seemed confident, which made others feel a little relieved. Those who bear the risk are so confident and satisfied. This drama should not have too many problems. Looking at Mr. Yang's smiling face and his frequent nodding expression, he must have believed in the wonderful content of this drama and was sure of the explosive ratings. Thinking of this, the leaders of Chenghai Group all breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Ruoqian was naturally confident. Isn't this acting more exaggerated than the divine drama in Yufu Next Door? Although the acting of the actors in Thunder Warrior is poor, at least it is not known to the public, instead of forcing exaggeration on the audience like the dragon son-in-law. Isn't this plot more stupid than Yufu's? What plot can be worse than the male protagonist slapping all the enemies to death after more than 10 or 20 episodes? The characterization is even more shitty. The old people have lived for most of their lives, but they are shocked, angry and terrified at every turn. The sense of substitution is extremely poor, which makes people wonder if these characters are all giant babies who can't grow up. Yang Ruoqian felt that it was not easy for him to make such a bad script. Suddenly, there were cheers and relief from the set. It's finished. It's over. How about the crew's friends? Go out for dinner together. The so-called finishing means that the filming of the film and television drama is completely finished, the crew is disbanded, and everyone goes their separate ways. Those with agency companies are waiting for the next arrangement, and the small extras go to other sets. In short, the road is long, and we will meet again, if we are destined. Yang Ruoqian looked at the cheering audience and silently asked the system, will inviting the crew to a wrap-up banquet be counted as an expense for the company's entertainment industry project? The system immediately gave an answer. It will be counted. The host company's financial situation is worrying now. It is recommended to increase revenue and reduce expenditure, reduce meaningless expenditure, and obtain more profit commissions. Yang Ruoqian ignored the system's earnest teachings, stood up directly, and announced to everyone present, don't rush to leave. Everyone has worked hard for a long winter. Today you can relax for a day, eat, drink and have fun. All expenses are covered by Kuiguang. Haha, you still increase revenue and reduce expenditure? I will just close the source and open the flow. Chapter 140. I'm on top of it. Planned for August. Yang Ruoqian and the crew held a pleasant wrap-up ceremony and set the wrap-up banquet date on March 10th, the day when the Dragon Son-in-Law was broadcast. It would be so pleasant to watch the show and eat together. As for what would happen after the results came out the next day and the ratings were completely thumped, everyone had already left Jinhae City with a full stomach, so could they still be caught? Chen Gai's side was even simpler. He could just go through the compensation process. If possible, he could ask for installments, so that Chen Gai could get more interest and let himself lose more money. Details determine success or failure, and these are the various small details of Yang Ruoqian. After the wrap-up ceremony, Yang Ruoqian did not return to the company for the time being. He took a car to the Yi kitchen in Jinhae, intending to personally inspect this thorn in the eye and the thorn in the flesh. See if the employees have actively implemented the rectification plan. From a distance, the appearance of the barbecue restaurant no longer has the comfort that makes people's appetite whetted. On the contrary, it looks more like a cold beauty standing in a busy city. The feeling it gives people is just two words: high-end, upscale. Just from the outside, the decoration of the Yi barbecue restaurant is more luxurious than other restaurants. It can be said to be the most eye-catching restaurant among all the shops. In particular, the two rare characters Yi are the finishing touch of Yang Ruoqian's plan. Think about it, there are not many customers, and they want to treat their friends to a meal. As a result, after thinking for a long time, they can't think of the name of this restaurant, and they can't even write it by hand. How embarrassing is this? Moreover, the three words BBQ restaurant on the sign were changed to kitchen by Yang Ruoqian very deliberately, further blurring the positioning, making passers-by think that this is a restaurant selling high-end French food. Naturally, some customers who prefer to choose affordable restaurants will subconsciously take a detour. Even if there are a few big customers who are not short of money and spend tens of thousands of yuan on a meal without blinking an eye, they will see the cheap food information on the sign at the door of the restaurant at the first time and curse a few times before leaving. What is perfect offending all customers? This is it. Even at the end, there are still warriors who break through the various thresholds set by Yang Ruoqian and come to the restaurant to eat. They are a minority among the minority. Can the entire restaurant be supported by these few guests? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yang Ruoqian got out of the car and glanced at the sign hanging at the door. Well, the New Year promotion is still going on, and all the dishes are basically sold at cost price. I took a look inside the restaurant. It was deserted. I occasionally saw 2 guests, but so many people could not support the daily costs. Continue to walk inside. The exquisite tables and chairs, gorgeous tableau, and small piano table all look elegant and sophisticated. There is a beautiful piano on the piano table, and the surrounding decorations and potted plants also create an elegant dining atmosphere just right. The whole restaurant is like a high-end banquet venue. Of course, the premise of all the above is that there is no vulgar stage next to the piano table. The almost perfect dining atmosphere was ruined because of this eye-catching stage. It's a good ruin. It's really a good ruin. This kind of disharmony is what we want. Since there were really few customers in the store, the waiters were also worried about their incredibly high salaries. They didn't dare to slack off, but there was really nothing to do, so they could only keep wiping the already shiny clean dishes. Finally, a customer came in. The waiter quickly picked up the menu, walked up to him, and asked enthusiastically, "Sir, are you dining alone?" "No, I'm here to book a banquet on March 10th. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. "Call your manager. It's really hard to spend too much money to let the crew members order dishes at will. Most people would at most order dishes that are not too expensive, but not too shabby." When they hear this, who really dares to order Buddha jumps over the wall, lobster, and a balloon? It's really like the boss picks up the dishes, and you turn the table, the sponsor toasts and you don't drink, and the elders open the door and you get in the car, right? If you don't want to work in the future, you can try ordering dishes like this. But if you really do this wrap-up banquet won't cost too much money. It would be better to take advantage of your own store. Just tell the person in charge to take out all the most high-grade ingredients on that day and let everyone eat and drink for free. Wouldn't that mean they can lose money quickly? It doesn't cost much for them to spend, but if you tell them that the whole place is free, the more they eat, the more they earn, the more motivated they will be. The clerk's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is a big customer. Since returning from the spring festival holiday, they have been idle for a long time, and they wish that 5 clerks would serve 1 customer. This time, there is finally a project that can keep them busy. How can they not pay attention to it? When they are busy, they always want to be lazy and take a rest. Now that 90% of the working time is idle every day, they are starting to panic. They can't wait to get some work, otherwise the salary is really hot. Okay, wait. I'll help you contact the manager. Soon, the time came to the 10th. For most people, it is just another ordinary day in countless ordinary lives. Nothing special. But for many film and television review bloggers, today is destined to be another day that requires staying up all night to watch videos. Because the dragon son-in-law protecting the country, jointly created by Cheng Yu and Kuiguang, and with a loud publicity offensive, is about to be released, whoever can be the first to make a video will be able to get the first wave of traffic. As expected, Thunder Warrior has been removed from the shelves. I said that this kind of thing could not be broadcast for too long. Fortunately, there was no advertisement for it, otherwise the reputation would be ruined. I don't know how Cheng Yu and Kuiguang's movie is. Liu, who previously criticized Thunder Warrior, was refreshing the video platform, racing against time. It's released, and 4 episodes are released at once. Start watching. Liu was quick and set up his pad and turned on the double speed. On the other hand, he opened Word on the computer, intending to write the copy while watching the video. However, the first sentence of the TV series directly confused Liu. The 10-year agreement has come. He suspected that there was something wrong with his ears and quickly stopped what he was doing, looked at the pad, and made sure that he didn't click the wrong button. What the hell? Exclamation mark. Liu directly cancelled the double speed playback and pulled the progress bar back to the beginning. I saw a domineering, cool and arrogant male protagonist standing on the rooftop, surrounded by dozens of black-clad muscular men kneeling on one knee, and more than a dozen helicopters flying in the sky. Wow. Liu almost couldn't hold it in, and laughed out loud. What a good day this year is. First, Thunder Warrior caused public outrage on the entire network, which made me eat up a lot of traffic. Cheng Yu and Kuiguang also made the dragon son-in-law protecting the country. I'm really worried that our upmasters in the film and television area don't have enough traffic. After all, he is an art master who has tasted countless bad dramas. Liu quickly came back to his senses and began to write the copy for the video seriously. First of all the actors' acting is too exaggerated, more exciting than karaoke. I'll think of some funny words to criticize them later. What kind of bullshit plot is it to feed leukemia patients with fecal water? It's so weird. Let me watch it again. No. Do the director and screenwriter have any idea about $30 billion US? Just a dozen people can afford $30 billion US? You can afford it. Fuck. Can your acupuncture cure leukemia? Hey. Just because you tear up the marriage certificate doesn't mean you can cancel the engagement, brother. Liu has watched so many dramas and movies, but for the first time, he suddenly realized that the content of his complaints in the first episode of The Dragon Son-in-Law alone can last more than 20 minutes. Yes, it's even longer than the first episode of this web drama itself. A 1-minute plot can actually provide 2 minutes of complaints. It's impossible to imagine who will be better, but it's certain that there will be no one before. Is the protagonist seriously ill? Tell me. I'm so anxious. You are such a beast. Aren't you the god of war and the Dragon King? Why don't you take action? You are just slapped by a woman who cheated on you, right? Liu couldn't help cursing while writing the copy. As an old driver who has watched countless movies, he was actually broken by a rubbish web drama. It's over? 20 minutes just passed like this? Liu was making the copy outline and blasting the drama crazily, but just when he was writing, he suddenly realized that the first episode was almost over. Hurry up and watch the next episode. Thinking of this, he stretched out his right hand and planned to click the button to play the next episode. Before he pressed it, Liu's hand suddenly stopped in midair. Hey, even though I've been complaining about this lousy drama, I seem to have a strong interest in watching it further. Although this drama is completely nonsense, it's still quite addictive and fun. Unlike the shocking and disgusting dramas like Thunder Soldier, this drama is indeed quite shocking, and the protagonist is also quite miserable. But why do I feel so happy every time this lousy protagonist gets humiliated? Why do I feel so happy when the protagonist makes others get humiliated? I see, this is a comedy. I was saying, how could a director make up such an absurd story? Since it's a comedy, everything makes sense. Liu suddenly realized it turned out to be a comedy. Since it's a comedy, it can't be evaluated from the perspective of a serious drama. It has to be analyzed from the perspective of laughs, rhythm and other angles. The exaggerated performances of the actors should be deliberately designed to match the style of comedy. This should be a plus point for this drama, not a minus point. Liu's thoughts came up all at once, and he immediately deleted all the criticisms he had just written and started writing a new one. He has already thought of the title for the new video. I highly recommend this drama. It's the first urban comedy that makes me laugh non-stop after the Spring Festival. I'm currently 8,000 words behind. I'm sick of it. The plan for August is to add one more chapter for every 500 monthly tickets. Otherwise, I'll really owe more and more, and I won't be able to pay it back. Chapter 141. Look at Mr. Yang. He is so happy. While other people were still working overtime to make and post videos, Yang Ruoqian and the crew were standing in front of the barbecue restaurant as if it was none of their business. Boss Yang, you are in good health. Boss Yang, may you get rich. After a few polite words, Yang Ruoqian coughed twice, signaling the crew to be quiet. I believe everyone can't wait. I will say less. The people who had been hungry and thirsty for a long time actually held their temper at this time, nodded, and began to prepare to listen to at least 10 minutes of long speeches in the cold wind. The boss is willing to pay for everyone's meal, and listening to his nagging won't hurt a bit. This meal is a buffet. Everyone must take the most expensive, the most wanted, and the most unsatisfying ones. Whether you can help me eat back the money depends on your performance. Okay, let's eat. In order to prevent the crew from being too reserved and not daring to take the expensive ones, or only dare to take a little bit of the expensive ones, Yang Ruoqian specially gave them a reassurance. After that, Yang Ruoqian, who had deliberately been hungry for a day, rushed into the barbecue restaurant first and began to eat and drink at public expense without restraint. In order to prepare for this long-planned meal at public expense, Yang Ruoqian directly issued the highest order to the barbecue restaurant as the boss: buy a few copies of common high-end ingredients available on the market from all over the country and even all over the world for everyone, and transport them by cold chain air. As a result, this barbecue restaurant with roasted lamb as its signature suddenly became a paradise for all kinds of food, with high-end seafood, wild mushrooms, beef, famous wine, raw cola, etc. Of course, lamb is also one of the highlights of this feast. Before the crew could react, they could only watch the back of Mr. Yang speeding away, as if this boss, who was speculated by the outside world to be worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, had not eaten for a whole day and was now so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. Mr. Yang said 2 sentences, and they were really 2 sentences. Even the second sentence only had 3 words. The crew members, who were a little reserved at first, immediately smiled knowingly. President Yang is asking us to eat freely and not be affected by the leaders present. After all, when eating with leaders, elders or financial sponsors, no matter how delicious the food is, it is hard for them to really eat as much as they can. They always have to pay attention to their image. Now even President Yang himself is not so concerned about his image, which means that everyone can relax a little. Come on, come on, what are you still standing there for? Eat. I can already smell the fragrance inside from outside. It's ingredients that I can't afford. This time, open your eyes and see what the big guys who earn 20 million a month usually eat. The shop assistants, who were so idle that they slapped the mosquitoes in the store to extinction, finally found something to do. They worked hard and enthusiastically introduced these ingredients to the crew members. This side is domestic high-end caviar. That side is oysters airlifted from France. This one is Australian lobster. That one is Wagyu beef. And in the distance is cod and bluefin tuna and the wild mushrooms that are very popular recently, matsutake. The people who were already expecting a lot changed their faces when they saw these things. When they heard that the boss invited them to dinner, the whole crew thought at first that they should eat the kind of high-end Cantonese cuisine that can accommodate a table of 10 or 20 people. Later, they heard that it was a buffet, and they thought that no matter how high-end a buffet is, it can only have unlimited barbecue and a portion of high-end seafood per person at most. Only now did they realize that their knowledge was so poor that it was a luxury to even recognize all the ingredients. What is this? Why have I never seen it before? I feel like it will cost me half a month's salary in one bite. Let me have a bowl of vermicelli soup to calm my nerves. That's shark fin. I'll have some fruit first and take a piece of watermelon. That's bluefin tuna belly. This. To be honest, Mr. Yang is really generous. The actors in the crew took the ingredients that they had never dared to think of before and sighed. This meal will cost at least hundreds of thousands, right? If you eat outside, it will probably be more than that. The actors who were lucky enough to run through the big set and see the luxurious life of big stars shook their heads. Ingredients are ingredients, and if you add service fees and various premiums, it will be far more than that. Another actor also whispered, I heard that Chengai was planning to make us work overtime during the Spring Festival. It was only after President Yang mediated that the matter was settled. Didn't you watch the news before? The welfare benefits of Kuiguang Company are amazing. Unfortunately, they only recruited one actor. Guan Yunpeng. Everyone is envious of you. Don't you want to express your admiration? Drink. I have to drive today, so I will use Coke instead of wine. Cheers. In order to maintain his last face in front of others, Yang Ruoqian still booked a private room for himself and ate and drank as much as he wanted. In the end, he didn't embarrass himself. It's a pity that the company's employee meals are not allowed to be so luxurious. The operations I have done before have already reached the upper limit allowed by the system. For things like employee meals, each person can only have maximum of 1.5 servings, and excessive waste is not allowed. But it is difficult to grasp everyone's exact appetite and food preferences for buffets, so in order to avoid the embarrassing scene of all the food being taken away, it is necessary to prepare more of each ingredient. So some waste is also reasonable. Yang Ruoqian put a piece of pan-fried cod into his mouth, and the crispy fish skin and the tender and juicy fish meat mixed together to form a perfect taste. Well, the heat is good. Life is so beautiful. Just as Yang Ruoqian was enjoying the food, the slightly noisy environment suddenly became quiet, and then a series of compliments came. Mr. Cheng. Director N. Good evening. Screenwriter Zhu. How are you? Leaders. Oh, are the leaders of Chengaiyu Media here? When ordering ingredients before, I counted the leaders of Chengaiyu, but they said they would come later today. Everyone, please don't be polite. It's so cold. Eat it while it's hot. It'll be a pity if it gets cold. The food is delicious. President Yang is very generous. Everyone, sit down, eat your food. We are here to see President Yang. Where is President Yang? Yang Ruoqian was eating in the private room. There were many noises outside. He couldn't hear clearly what the people from Chengaiyu group and the crew were talking about. But he didn't need to hear too clearly. Yang Ruoqian could imagine that they must be here to ask for punishment. The ratings of the new drama, that was highly anticipated, fell to the bottom. There was a lot of criticism on the internet. Various video bloggers rushed to denounce it. It was listed as the worst drama of the year. And he, who vowed that the new drama would be a hit, was here to entertain guests and eat and drink. Just by imagining, Yang Ruoqian could imagine how furious the leaders of Chengaiyu group would be, how they would rush into his private room and point at his nose and curse. At that time, he would eat the last piece of lamb chop on the plate, wipe his mouth elegantly, and then take out the gambling contract from his briefcase without any hurry, and fulfill the compensation agreement promptly. TSK, that scene. Just thinking about it is very cool. He can be called the protagonist of a cool story. Yang Ruoqian couldn't wait. Sure enough, within 2 seconds, the door of the box was hastily pushed open, and the screenwriter Zhu outside the door hurried into the box without even a greeting. Yang Ruoqian picked up the lamb on the plate and put it in his mouth without raising his head. Zhu screenwriter, what's the hurry? Come on. A storm of rebukes. Come on, fulfill the compensation agreement. I'm ready for everything. Zhu Lenian looked excited, standing in front of Yang Ruoqian and refusing to sit down. Boss Yang, you are really a genius. I, Zhu Lenian, am convinced today. May I ask who is in charge of your company's screenwriter team? I want to discuss professional knowledge with them in depth. Well, scold more. The more you scold me, the happier I am, and the more I lose, the happier I am. Yang Ruoqian nodded subconsciously, then suddenly realized something was wrong, and raised his head. What genius? Please explain it clearly. What the hell? Genius? Want to discuss professional knowledge with the screenwriter team of Kuiguang Company? Director Zhao outside the door laughed. Writer Zhu, you are too anxious. Have you forgotten what Mr. Yang said before? That is the company's business secrets. Cheng Fei couldn't help but nod. Her originally tense face relaxed a lot at this time, and a rare smile appeared on her face. It is really pleasant to cooperate with you, Kuiguang. Let's contact more in the future. The success of this project means that her father's blockade of her has failed by half. How can she not be happy? Mr. Yang, I'm sorry, I'm too excited. Zhu Lenian apologized quickly, looked around, saw a bottle of wine he had never seen before, and didn't think much about it. He poured a glass and drank it in one gulp. I'll drink first to show my respect. Seeing this scene, Yang Ruoqian didn't know that the bad play the dragon son-in-law who protects the country he wrote with all his strength became popular. And it's not the kind of fire that ruins the reputation, but a real explosion. Why? Old Yang, whose psychological age is over 35, roared in his heart. The biggest money-losing project he had been looking forward to actually collapsed without any warning. The restaurant project that collapsed just turned around, and the web drama collapsed again. And this thunder is a bit too big. Because looking at the happy looks of several people in Chengaiyu group, the ratings of the dragon son-in-law who protects the country may not be a general tick-off, but a phenomenal explosion. Otherwise, according to the progress of only a few episodes released now, they would not celebrate so early. It's over. The web drama is popular. How many loss-making projects does he have to make up for it? At least the losses of the restaurant and the anchor are completely wasted. The subsequent income of the web drama will probably be like a sickle, ruthlessly harvesting all of Kuiguang's loss-making projects. Ah, haha, haha. Yang Ruo even lost his appetite for food. Everyone sit down, eat, eat. The reason why Yang Ruoqian didn't stand up was because his legs went weak whenever he thought of the astonishing amount of money the company was about to make. The company may go directly from a loss-making state to a profit-making state because of this project. The other people in Chengaiu group looked at Yang Ruoqian's forced smile and admired him even more. Look, this is confidence. People have long expected that this drama will be a hit, and there is no emotional fluctuation at all about this expected result. Just like a person who scored full marks in the college entrance examination, would he be surprised to receive an admission letter from a certain university? Obviously not. In comparison, Chengaiu's fuss seemed very embarrassing. Okay. Anzal already had some respect for Yang Ruoqian from the bottom of his heart at this time. He nodded repeatedly. Let's discuss the subsequent IP development while we eat. Chapter 142, Broken Defense. Watching Chengyu and the others talking to each other, Yang Ruoqian sat there woodenly, without saying a word. Just now, he searched on his phone and found that the comments on the internet were all one-sided, such as addictive, fun, fast updates that keep me up all night. Everyone seemed to be indifferent to the extremely toxic plot, the illogical story development, and the paper-like characters in the plot, as if all of this was taken for granted. Netizens who are usually picky and can infinitely magnify even the slightest flaw. Are they taking the wrong medicine today? Looking at the comments everywhere, Yang Ruoqian finally couldn't help the confusion and anger in his heart, opened a small account, and personally expressed his opinions amid the praise, and fiercely criticized his own bad movie. Doesn't anyone think this plot is too stupid? Isn't it interesting? Among the good reviews, because Yang Ruoqian's bad reviews were too conspicuous, he received countless attacks in just a few minutes. Looking for reality in comedy films? They focus on comedy. Why do you insist on reality? How can reality be funny? Why don't you criticize fantasy films for being unrealistic? Teleporting something faster than light speed violates the theory of relativity? Things that are meant to be funny have to be so rigorous, right? Why don't you just watch the documentary? There are already so many tens of thousands of words of analysis of this film on the internet, and even the core content that the screenwriter wants to express has been made by the uploader. Can you go and have a look first? It uses absurd methods to provoke laughter while causing deep thought, and it also incorporates element of contemporary online novels. Do you know what a work of art is? Who are you? Can you understand the dragon son-in-law better than those bloggers? Are you a screenwriter? Indeed, this post owner knows nothing. Before questioning other people's screenwriters, look at what you look like. Looking at the red dots that kept popping up in the message bar of his mobile phone and the various sarcasms from the audience, Yang Ruoqian fell into deep self-doubt. So I shot a comedy? This drama actually has so many deep inner meanings. It's actually a contemporary work of art? Do I really not understand the dragon son-in-law who protects the country? No, I'm the screenwriter of this drama. What are you analyzing here? Rumors, all rumors. Boss Yang, why don't you eat? Director Anzao tasted the food with relish and called out to Yang Ruoqian, who was dumbfounded in front of him. The food is cold. If Anzao's treatment of Yang Ruoqian was just a new look, then the attitude of screenwriter Zulenian could be said to be flattering. Boss Yang is still very happy. Come on, drink. I toast you a glass. I'll pour it for you. Of course he was very happy, and at the same time he felt a little guilty. He obviously did not participate in the script writing, but his name was still ranked first among all the screenwriters, even more eye-catching than the original author and Yang Ruoqian. He, who did almost nothing throughout the whole process, actually occupied the position of chief screenwriter in such a popular web drama. The popularity of the dragon son-in-law who protects the country is greater than any drama he has filmed before. If Yang Ruoqian was his subordinate, it would be fine. At most, he could give him a little more bonus next month to appease him. But he is a big boss. Although he is not as good as Chengaiu, he is much better than a screenwriter like himself. Mr. Yang is willing to give him face, but he cannot be shameless. Looking at the wine glass handed over, Yang Ruoqian wanted to cry, but had no tears. He didn't know whether to take it or not. Now he has no appetite to eat, so why drink wine? But now is obviously a time of great joy, and he can't make a sad face. Cheng Fei coughed lightly, stretched out her hand to help Yang Ruoqian block the wine glass back, and her voice was still as unique as always with the leader's style. Mr. Yang drove today. What wine do you want to drink? Of course, you can ask for a designated driver to drink, but she can clearly see that Yang Ruoqian doesn't really want to drink this glass of wine. With Zulenian's experience in dealing with things, he generally won't make such a mistake. That is, he is too happy and too guilty. Oh, sorry. Zulenian woke up from a dream and apologized quickly. Okay, just be happy for a while. Cheng Fei was familiar with these high-end ingredients. After eating some, she put her focus back on work. Although the web series has become popular, we must know that this kind of popularity is different from the normal popularity. It is difficult to develop the IP in the future. And Zhao also nodded in agreement. After all, it is limited by the subject matter and the popularity of the actors. Although the current popularity is not bad, the income is still limited to advertising and member clicks. We must find a way to hold on to this wave of traffic. The subsequent IP development plan must be as soon as possible. Cheng Fei turned her eyes to Yang Ruoqian. From the current estimated income, Mr. Yang has fulfilled his promise. We will fulfill the contract as soon as possible and increase the paper episode to 2.5 million. The content of the previous gambling agreement was that if the web series lost money, Kuiguang would bear all the losses, but if the money earned exceeded a certain value, Cheng Yu would have to increase the pay. Because Yang Ruoqian had never thought about the possibility of making money from this crappy script, he didn't care much about this clause and signed it directly. Looking at it now, Mr. Yang felt a chill in his heart, because the agreed remuneration was 1 million per episode, and Kuiguang would use this 1 million to form a cast, and make up for the shortfall himself, and the extra money would be profit. Now it has risen to 2.5 million per episode. What a concept. After 24 episodes, he has made an extra 36 million. Kuiguang had been losing money here and there before, and it was hard to lose more than 7 million. Counting the continuous losses in the past few days and the cost of today's meal, the loss may be 9 million. Everything is steadily going down. Then 36 million came in. Artist Training System 2.0. Currently, all artist-related businesses of Kuiguang Company have been integrated, and the current overall profit situation is 20,678,924.84. The company's profit situation is very healthy. The host has reversed the company's loss situation with his hard work and extraordinary wisdom. Congratulations to the host. As long as the development trend is maintained, a large amount of profit commissions will be received by the host. Congratulations. Congratulations. When Yang Ruoqian was losing money before, he could still receive a subsidy of 9 million from the system. Now that he is profitable, he only has 20,678.9 damn commission left. This is still a quarterly commission. If it is changed to monthly, it must be divided by 3, which means a commission of 68.92 per month. Counting the 2,000 salary that the system has kindly allowed to be paid, Yang Ruoqian's monthly income is 88.92. Yang Ruoqian now has a house, a bus, and can eat in the employee cafeteria. His quality of life is very good, but after working so hard for so long and making so many plans, the result is a monthly income of 88.92, which ranks last in the whole company. He really can't swallow this breath. Who can swallow this breath? Exclamation mark. No, absolutely not. Now there is still some time before the settlement date. I must find a way to save myself, or just start making money directly. Earn the commission from the system, and don't think about the subsidy? No, those lousy projects in Kuiguang Company are more abstract than each other. How can they make a profit in a short time? And even if they make a profit of 10 or 20 million, the commission is only tens of thousands of yuan, which is not enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. We must think of some way to make a sudden loss. As long as he can lose more than 20,000 yuan after losing the 20 million profit, He will win. Yang Ruoqian picked up the tablecloth to wipe his mouth and forced an awkward but polite smile. The guests and hosts are having a great time today, but I suddenly remember that there are still some things in the company that have not been dealt with, so I have to leave first. Cheng Fei raised her eyes and asked curiously, Mr. Yang does not allow employees to work overtime, but he has to work overtime. It's really strange. Mr. Yang, don't you sit down and discuss the subsequent IP development? Damn it, Shaoyuki, you damn guy, you really spread it outside. You are the traitor of Kuiguang, right? Didn't the contract say that all IP income belongs to you and Kuiguang will not get involved? Yang Ruoqian said with an unchanged smile. At this time, he was extremely grateful for his wise decision to not take the IP income. He couldn't make ends meet just from the income from the online drama. If he added an IP incubation project, he couldn't even imagine how beautiful the scene would be. After greeting several senior executives of Chenggayu Group in the private room, Yang Ruoqian walked out of the restaurant quickly and announced to the crew members, "Now I have a good news for everyone." The crew members who were feasting on the food turned their puzzled eyes to him. What other good news is there? At this time, they had also learned through various channels that their drama had become popular, but except for a few leading actors who often appeared in the show, everyone else was very stable. Because whether the drama was popular or not didn't matter to these extras. The pay had already been received, and the roles they played couldn't make them regard this experience as a glorious resume. Yang Ruoqian looked at the actors with their mouths full of oil and announced with a smile, because the dragon son-in-law who protects the country was a great success. Chenggayu Media decided to increase everyone's pay by 2.5 times. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the restaurant was silent for a moment. Randomly, bursts of cheers broke out. Wow. Fuck. Mr. Cheng is so generous. Mr. Yang is so generous. 2.5 times? Is that true? I've never received such a high salary before. Seeing the actors' happy faces, Yang Ruoqian held his head high, walked out of the restaurant, and drove away. Very good. Didn't they lose nearly 10 million here? In the box, the leaders of Chenggayu Media also heard the noise outside and looked at each other, not understanding what Mr. Yang was thinking. The agreement said that the salary would be increased, but in fact everyone knew that it was a kickback to Kuiguang Company. Chenggayu Media signed a contract with Kuiguang Group and received the salary, and Kuiguang Group signed a contract with the actors and paid the salary. Now that the contract between Chenggayu and Kuiguang has changed, what does it have to do with the contract between Kuiguang and the actors? Yang Ruoqian just swallowed the money directly, and no one could say anything to him, and no one would say anything to him. The actors didn't even know that this gambling agreement existed. But he just gave the money to these actors. Boss Yang is really a strange man. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Mr. Yang, who is deep-minded, is really scary. What is Mr. Yang trying to achieve by doing this? Director Anzao asked curiously, after eating a piece of crispy lamb. All the senior executives of Chenggayu Group, including Cheng Fei, were silent for a moment. They just gave away tens of millions of yuan with just one sentence, most of which were extras and extras with short contracts, and they might not have the chance to meet again in the future. What is the point of doing this? Could it be that Mr. Yang was too happy at the moment and spent a lot of money to celebrate? Zhu Lenian guessed. As a big boss, he gave the company's employees such good welfare benefits, and it is understandable that he would spend money when he was in a good mood. Impossible. Cheng Fei denied it immediately without thinking. You see, Yang Ruoqian has a unique style of doing things, but everything he does has a purpose. Such a person will not reduce the company's profits by 10 million on the spot because of a momentary excitement. Such a thoughtful boss who even the person in charge of the connection can think of choosing Shaoyuki is driven by reason in everything he does, and will not act impulsively like ordinary people. and Zhao also agreed with Cheng Fei's statement. Moreover, Mr. Yang obviously had a premonition about the explosion of the dragon son-in-law protecting the country, and even his surprise was pretended for us to see. The statement that he was too happy for a while is not true at all. But why did he do this? The three of them were silent. Cheng Fei suddenly said, "Do you think Yang Ruoqian did this for us to see?" "For us to see?" And Zhao and Zulenian asked at the same time. "Isn't the cooperation between the two parties very pleasant and smooth? What else needs to be done?" Suddenly, Zhao seemed to think of something and put down the food in his hand. Could it be that Mr. Yang is showing us their sincerity and their strength? The more he thought about it, the more Zhao felt that his guess was right. Almost every time there was a disagreement between the two companies, Kuiguang chose to give up his interests at the first time to show his sincerity. Every time Yang Ruoqian met with them, every action showed his confidence. And today, giving away the profits he had just obtained in front of all of them was a display of strength. You mean, Mr. Yang was so generous and indifferent to the benefits in the first cooperation? Is he trying to show his sincerity and maintain a close cooperative relationship with us in the future? Cheng Fei nodded slowly. Yes, I just figured it out now. Yang Ruoqian's meaning has actually been expressed very clearly a long time ago, during the last meeting, but I didn't notice it. During the last meeting, the screenwriter and director were both confused. Yes, that time he took the initiative to give up the rights and interests of Ipingcom and used Guan Yunpeng and our exclusive cooperation agreement as a guarantee. But what he really meant was that he didn't care whether the web drama could make money or how much money he could make this time. What he cared about was the exclusive cooperation with our Chengaiyu. Cheng Fei explained. The two people who were still eating were dumbfounded. So this is what Boss Yang meant at that meeting? Exclamation mark. Mr. Yang did so many things and said so many words, and what he wanted to express was that he didn't care about the success or failure of this or that time, but wanted to have a deeper strategic cooperation with Chengaiyu. Are these big company leaders so good at talking now? There are 3 layers of meaning in a sentence, which makes people guess, think, and misunderstand. Can't you just say it? As if seeing the doubts of his subordinates, Cheng Fei shook her head. The reason why Yang Ruoqian is so tactful is to give both parties a way out. If we don't want to, just treat it as an ordinary cooperation. If you are willing, we can talk about it later. It's better than showing all the cards directly, and then both sides will be embarrassed if we can't reach an agreement. Yang Ruoqian is indeed a very mature boss. No wonder Xiao Yuki is willing to work with him willingly. If it were my father, he would definitely be able to see what Yang Ruoqian meant at the first time. Although it succeeded this time, I still have a lot to learn. Director Zhao smiled and said, "It's already very good. The results of this web drama are not only beyond the expectations of others, but also beyond the expectations of your father. Admit that you have contact with my father?" Cheng Fei sneered. "I swear I didn't make trouble." And Zhao raised his hands. "And not only you, but also I have learned a lot. It turns out that TV dramas can be shot this way. In fact, the fact that Zhao was sent by the headquarters of Chengaiyu Group was not a secret at all, and Zhao didn't want to hide it. What's more, he really had a clear conscience. He tried his best during the entire filming process and did not make any trouble." Zulenian finally ate his fill and sighed with satisfaction. "So, what do you say, President Cheng? Should we continue to deepen our cooperation with Kuiguang?" "Of course we should deepen our cooperation with them." Cheng Fei glanced at her phone. "They have been successful while taking a different approach. Aren't they our most ideal partners? With such partners, we can do more with less money, instead of spending money on Yufu and Xianyu, 2 giants. What's more, we have an exclusive cooperation agreement." Zulenian stretched his body and said, "Besides, this meal should have cost President Yang a lot of money." Speaking of this meal, Cheng Fei's eyes were empty. Such a good dining environment, such a good selection of ingredients. Why have I never heard of it before? As one of the richest people in the local area, Cheng Fei has naturally been to most high-end restaurants and private chefs. Even if he hasn't been there, he can't have never heard of them. But she had never heard of the restaurant Yang Ruoqian chose, but the ingredients were first rate, and the chefs were very good. Even if it was served in a buffet style, the taste was almost the same as the custom dishes, about 80% close. It seems that this restaurant has just opened. Write down the name and address of this restaurant, and come and see it more often, when you have time. They should have only made a buffet today, because they received a reservation from Kuiguang. Cheng Fei nodded, got up and left the box. Zhu Lenian glanced at Zhao beside him and asked, "Do you remember the name of this store?" "I didn't notice it. It seems to be two rare characters that are difficult to write." "Then just call it that store. Those who know it will know it anyway." "Okay, then call it that store." On the way, Yang Ruoqian was waiting for the traffic light and couldn't help complaining. "Why did I go crazy and get that exclusive cooperation agreement with Chengaiyu at that time? Now I can't run away, even if I want to. It's over." If Chengaiyu wants to complete a big project in the future, how much money will it cost to find Guan Yunpeng? Yang Ruoqian seriously doubted whether he was mentally ill at that time. He actually took the initiative to directly bind a project of Kuiguang to Chengaiyu. The most important thing is that this project was successful. What is asking for trouble? At first, he didn't pay attention to the details. After the real thunder, Yang Ruoqian suddenly realized what it meant to bring good fortune and misfortune. Even if there is no income from subsequent IP development, the deep binding of Guan Yunpeng, an actor, and Chengaiyu alone will bring unimaginable profits to the company in the future. The losses and damages brought to Yang Ruoqian are immeasurable. System, can I unilaterally break the contract, tear up the exclusive cooperation agreement directly, and then pay a penalty? Yang Ruoqian asked in his heart. No breach of contract by the partner was detected. No non-breach of contract, but passive operation by the partner was detected, and no forced breach of contract had a significant positive effect on the subsequent development of the artist. The host is currently unable to unilaterally tear up the contract. Please negotiate with the partner and terminate the contract peacefully. Sure enough, unilateral termination of the contract and then paying a penalty is also a violation. Guan Yunpeng is now completely tied to Chengaiyu's pirate ship with abundant resources, funds and everything else, and can't get off. It's okay. This drama has little value in subsequent IP development. Yang Ruoqian comforted himself. Anyway, the popularity of this kind of web drama comes and goes quickly, and it won't leave much impression in the audience's mind. It's just a quick money. This drama can't produce superstars, and the audience's freshness is only once, so it's hard to make a sequel. It's just an unexpected loss, and the company's overall business is still very bad. Yang Ruoqian calculated in his mind. With the loss rate of his current business, by the day of settlement, the remaining more than 10 million in profits should be lost. But losing half of it is not enough. It must be completely lost. Which project on my hand is the most profitable? Yang Ruoqian simply calculated in his mind, and found that the answer was very simple: Ruoqian's Fish Pond team. Previously, because of the web drama, a big project with high hopes, Yang Ruoqian was too busy, and had no time, to manage Ruoqian's team for the time being. Now that this largest high quality loss making project has become the most profitable bad profit project, Yang Ruoqian can only put his attention back to the esports team. Let's go check on their esports team tomorrow to see if they can upgrade their equipment and if they need to recruit players. In fact, recruiting players is very expensive for esports teams because powerful esports players can easily earn millions or even tens of millions of yuan a year. However, these players are generally not for sale, and even if they want to transfer, they will transfer between top teams. Once they come to the secondary league, the salary of esports players can be said to drop drastically. It is right to rely on recruiting players to increase the expenditure of esports teams, but at the current stage, the efficiency of losing money is not fast enough. The esports team is not fast enough, and Ruoqian's team may not have much demand for personnel replacement. A goal of losing 16 million in a short period of time is very difficult to achieve with just this project. As for the anchor section, there is not much potential for optimization for the time being. We have to find the next artist as soon as possible. Beep beep. A horn suddenly sounded from the back, and Yang Ruoqian realized that the red light had turned green at some point. He stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Chapter 144. A little expert in provoking war. Kayanda Plaza, Yutang Internet Cafe. Yang Ruoqian looked at the flow of people near the internet cafe and nodded with satisfaction. Even today, when this internet cafe that does not accept any guests has become famous, there are still passers-by who want to surf the internet, but are stopped by the young lady at the door. Just standing aside and observing for a few minutes, Yang Ruoqian initially estimated that several hundred yuan of business had been lost. In this month, I don't know how much money he lost. Inside the internet cafe, there are a lot of expensive equipment that consumes a lot of power even when running. The most important thing is that the higher end management fees and esports team salaries cannot be effectively supplemented. Just yesterday, Yang Ruoqian rejected a sponsorship with extremely considerable income on the grounds that the quality of a sponsor's products was not up to standard. Not bad, very good. Yang Ruoqian nodded. Now you are the hope of the whole company. In order to secretly inspect the recent situation of the Yutang team, Yang Ruoqian did not inform Ruan Minor that he was coming here, and also greeted the young lady who was guarding the door. We want to surf the internet. Isn't this an internet cafe? Two people who didn't pay attention to esports events stood at the door of the internet cafe with a puzzled look on their faces. Is there an internet cafe in this world that refuses all customers? Opening an internet cafe in such a commercial center is already a huge cost pressure. If you don't receive customers, how can you make money? At this time, the gatekeeper was politely stopping them with a bright smile on her face. Yes, gentlemen, this is an internet cafe, but we don't receive customers. For some reason, it feels like this young lady is very happy to see the gate. Yang Ruoqian muttered in his heart, took his phone from the small table on the side, stood up and walked towards the internet cafe. Seeing Yang Ruoqian coming over, the gatekeeper subconsciously stopped him and said with regret, "Sorry, this one first." Seeing that it was her boss, the young lady immediately changed her facial expression at a very fast speed, smiling brightly and speaking loudly. "Hello, Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang, please come this way." The two people who had just left in disappointment looked sideways when they heard this and couldn't help turning around to see what kind of strange person the boss of this internet cafe was. At a glance, they found that it was a very young man. Fuck, so he's a rich second generation. I was wondering why he didn't run the shop after paying the rent. It turns out he doesn't need this little money at all. He just wants to have fun. The cost of this broken shop is probably not as high as the interest on their deposits. Let's go, we can't afford to offend. Yang Ruoqian ignored the envious eyes around him and walked into the internet cafe quietly like a thief. In his imagination, the training room of the esports team should be very bad, dark and gloomy, with paper towels all over the floor, various personal items and takeaway garbage thrown all over the floor. Even if there is a cleaning lady who cleans up once a day, the room will be messed up again the next day. In the few memories, except for being able to access the internet, the difference between the training base of the esports team and the wilderness survival is not that big. It's good enough that the internet addicted teenagers who play esports don't control themselves to death. It's simply a pipe dream to expect them to control themselves with quality. But as soon as he entered the internet cafe, Yang Ruoqian felt something was wrong. The lights were bright inside, and everything, from large cartons to small cups, was neatly arranged. There was not even a hint of tequila odor or secondhand smoke. The floor was not spotless, but at least there were no obvious signs of dirt. The various facilities in the internet cafe were almost 90% new, and there were no signs of wear and tear. If no one knew, no one would associate such a nice environment with an esports training hall. Instead, they would think it was some kind of light luxury relaxation bar. What's going on? Yang Ruoqian was a little confused. Did Ruan Minor arrange an outing at the last minute, and no one is training in the training hall today? Just as Yang Ruoqian was about to continue his investigation, a huge roar suddenly erupted from the deepest training room. Why do you keep your skills? There's interest in putting them in the bank, right? F***ck, you, fuck. Didn't I tell you there are two people waiting for you over there? Why are you still going there? You're fighting well, nice. Help, 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 help. That's it? Don't come to me anymore. I really beg you. Just go away and go and harm others. Do you think your dad really wants to help you? A hopeless piece of mud. Yang Ruoqian's originally furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. That's right. That's right. How could a newly formed team get along so quickly? How could this group of unruly internet-addicted teenagers, each with a lofty ambition, be convinced by others? Seeing them quarreling like this, Yang Ruoqian felt relieved. How could an esports team with such fierce internal conflicts maintain its form for a long time, and how could it always achieve good results? Mr. Yang, who knew nothing about esports, was very confident in his judgment. After all, in his opinion, many of the words he just heard have gone beyond the level of joking. Such unremitting personal attacks, can they be jokes? It is clearly a manifestation of discord within the team. The heart that was originally hanging in the air was immediately put down. There is no risk of thunderstorms in the esports team project in the short term. Listening to the beautiful sounds coming from the esports training room from time to time, Yang Ruoqian was in a good mood to get a glass of ice cola, sat on the sofa in the hall, and waited for the end of this game. It's over. I didn't carry you in this game. You can surrender in 20 minutes. Come on, you. One person is eating 4 lanes. If you don't carry, find a Feng Shui treasure land to bury yourself as soon as possible. This is obviously my credit. I don't want to bother with you. I'll go outside to get some potato chips. Yang Ruoqian nodded. Very good, and you're taking credit. Get me a pack too. Damn it, Mr. Yang. Ruin Minor came out of the training room cursing. As soon as she turned around, she saw her boss sitting in the living room with a half smile on his face, shaking a cup of coke in his hand. What, Mr. Yang? Someone poked his head out curiously. Mr. Yang, who pays us? What, Mr. Yang? Ruin Minor didn't know how much of her sweet talk Mr. Yang had heard. At this moment, she felt a chill on her back. Quick, all of you come out. Fuck, the big boss is here. I won't be fired. I just boasted to my mom. Hurry up and get out, and stop talking nonsense. Hearing that their boss was coming, the words used by the internet-addicted teenagers were obviously more elegant and easygoing. After a few dozen seconds, several teenagers who looked like they had just reached adulthood sat down around Yang Ruoqian nervously, completely without the passionate spraying in the training room before. This is the ultimate form of keyboard warriors, Yang Ruoqian complained. However, the appearance of these children is still much better than Yang Ruoqian's. At least they didn't dye their hair in all kinds of colors, and they all looked clean. Okay, it's not a very formal occasion, relax. Yang Ruoqian was very satisfied with this project that had been causing stable losses to the company, and he treated the employees in charge of this project with the same gentleness. I came here today to see how you are doing. Several internet-addicted teenagers felt a pang in their hearts. Oh no, how much of their passionate scolding in the training room just now was heard by the boss? These big bosses may not understand that in their circle, the more intense and unscrupulous the scolding, the better the relationship. What if it is understood as a discord within the team? I hope the boss just arrived. However, Yang Ruoqian's next words shattered their fantasy. I've been sitting outside for half an hour, and I heard everything you just said. Yang Ruoqian drank the last sip of coke in the cup and said slowly, it's over. They will definitely be scolded, rectified, disciplined, and have their wages deducted. The discipline required by the captain was already very strict, such as no smoking and drinking, a regular life, and daily exercise. If everyone didn't have an esports dream in their hearts and wanted to win, who would bear this? Of course, Boss Yang did give a lot. As the captain, Ruin Minor had to take the first blame. Boss Yang, very good. This atmosphere is very good. We must continue to maintain it in the future. Okay. Ruin Minor, who was about to apologize sincerely and promise to correct the mistakes, suddenly had a short circuit in her brain. Okay, let's just keep it up. What does this mean? Does it mean to maintain the friendly exchanges during the previous training? Ruin Minor. Yang Ruoqian's face suddenly became serious. Oh, here we go, Boss Yang. Yang Ruoqian turned his head and looked at the other team members who were anxious, but in fact their hearts had already flown to the sky. I don't have time to pay attention to you normally. There are not many people in the company who understand the esports industry. They also have a heavy workload and can't split their time. The workload is bullshit. Now these people are so idle that they can't wait to do the work when they see it assigned, even if there is no commission. This bad atmosphere is spreading more and more in the company, and it must be curbed. I'll let the coach manage you. You probably won't accept it. Yang Ruoqian said again. So I thought about it, and now you are the most suitable person to manage this esports project in the whole company, so I appoint you as the esports project manager. Everyone else must cooperate with Ruan Miner's work, understand? After saying that, Yang Ruoqian secretly glanced at the faces of the team members. As he expected, everyone, including Ruan Miner, showed a stunned expression on their faces. That's right, this is the effect we want. Ruan Miner, as a company veteran and the founder of the team, is a girl, young and inexperienced. While increasing her power, she suppressed the power of others, making the entire esports team Ruan Miner's one-man show. When a team that is already full of internal conflicts appears, won't people's hearts be scattered? Once the team loses its morale, it will be hard to lead. If the team loses its morale, it will lose the game. Sponsors will flee, and the team's business loss will be further widened. As long as there is internal fighting, even the most powerful team is just a paper tiger. Forming cliques. Forming factions for personal gain. Forming internal small groups. The team of 7 people has formed more than 30 group chats. Yang Ruoqian has already begun to imagine that the esports team is like the Holy Roman Empire, broken but not scattered. No, this is not enough. Many of Ruan Miner's powers are only verbally authorized by Yang Ruoqian, and few of them are actually implemented. If others unite to target her, she will easily be sidelined. We need to add more fuel to the fire. Yang Ruoqian thought of a vicious plan. Since you are the project manager, I will give you full management of the team. You can terminate the contract with whom, recruit whom, hire whom, fire whom, just do it yourself. No need to send me a message. And if you want to buy any peripherals, how do you want to upgrade the training hall? Go to the finance department for approval. No need to report to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of all the team members were even more shocked. This is life and death. As a member of a team, you can fire any teammate you want, and you can change the coach privately without the boss's consent. Who dares to mess with Ruan Miner in the future? Dare not to give me resources in the game, and directly put you on the bench. Dare to talk back, just get out of the team. If the peripherals are uncomfortable, change the peripherals. Teammates don't listen, change teammates. Coaches don't listen, change coaches. Leaders don't listen, change leaders. The power is too much. Who dares to mess with Ruan Miner in the future? In future competitions, the team member's primary goal is not to win the game, but to please Ruan Miner. The coach's goal is not to arrange tactics against the opponent, but to arrange tactics for Ruan Miner to make her have fun. Do you still want to win the game? If you do this, after a long time, the morale of the team is directly weakened, and the entire team has become a place where Ruan Miner can do whatever she wants. The key is that Ruan Miner is not very obedient. Otherwise, why would she scold so hard during training just now? This is Yang Ruoqian's plan. Very good. This loss-making project has stabilized, and there will be no accidents. It's time to go back to the company to deal with other things. Does everyone have any opinions on my arrangements? Yang Ruoqian looked around and asked. Ruan Miner raised her hands almost at the same time. Mr. Yang, okay. Yang Ruoqian was deaf and blind at this moment, and just pretended not to see anything. Then I won't delay your training. Let's go. Yang Ruoqian threw the cup in his hand into the trash can, patted his butt, and disappeared in a flash. Only a few internet-addicted teenagers were left looking at each other. Ruan, Sister Ruan. So what you said before was not bragging. Awesome, Sister Ruan. No matter how awesome you are, the top lane stone man will definitely not let you eat. Ruan Miner, who had boasted in front of her teammates before, felt guilty. She raised her head and said coldly, stop talking nonsense, go to training. After leaving Yutang Internet Cafe, Yang Ruoqian was in a good mood. He crossed the street and returned to the company. As soon as he entered the door, Yang Ruoqian saw Shaoyuki, who had finished the docking work with Chengyu, resurrected with full blood again, talking in the office, bragging to other employees in the company about his heroic deeds in the past few months. Yang Ruoqian watched him pretending quietly, and suddenly a vicious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 145. Let us congratulate this bee. You're having a great time chatting. What are you talking about? Yang Ruoqian walked forward and had fun with the people. At this time, the good news that Guan Yunpeng's the dragon son-in-law who protects the country was popular all over the internet. The company made a lot of money, and the cooperation between Chengyu and the company was deepened, had been passed to the company, and everyone was very excited. Although they only learned about this from various news reports, they were half a day later than others, and they were the last group of people to know the good news of their own company. Congratulations, Mr. Yang. The first battle was a victory. Have you seen the discussion online? It's all exploded. We've increased our salary by 10% this month. By the way, can our internal staff secretly watch the latest episode? I'm so addicted to it. Xiaoguan, what's the plot in the back? Spoiler. I tell you, if this web drama can become popular, I, Shaoyuki, will at least get a second-class merit. Yang Ruoqian cursed in his heart and kept a decent smile on his face. Everyone has done a good job this quarter, but we can't be lazy. We have to keep working hard. If he doesn't work hard to lose the money he earned quickly, Yang Ruoqian's quarterly settlement will be completely ruined. Shaoyuki, who had escaped from the sea of suffering, came up to him shamelessly. Boss, we have achieved such great results in our work. Are there any rewards? Looking at this face, that deserved a slap, Yang Ruoqian smiled lightly. Yes, you have worked for so long, and you still don't know about rewards. The company will not be stingy, right? Shaoyuki was overjoyed when he heard this. What rewards are there? The 2 months of working at Chengyu really tortured him, and he needed some substantial rewards to comfort his injured body and mind. Yang Ruoqian still smiled. I have good news to tell you all. From today, the exclusive cooperation agreement between Chengyu Media and Guan Yunpeng will take effect. From now on, our resources and channels in the entertainment industry will be half opened. Our cooperation with Chengyu has been upgraded from temporary cooperation to long-term cooperation, so we need a person who will be responsible for this matter for a long time. Having said this, Yang Ruoqian deliberately paused and looked at Shaoyuki meaningfully. As expected, Shaoyuki's face turned pale instantly. He had a very bad premonition in his heart. The next second, Yang Ruoqian made his premonition come true. Shaoyuki was serious and responsible in his previous work, and performed well, and won unanimous praise from all the staff on both sides. So the company decided to hand over this glorious mission to this experienced old employee again. Congratulations to Shaoyuki, your salary will be increased by 10% on the original basis, and you will win the Best Employee Award this time. After Yang Ruoqian finished speaking, he took out a certificate from his briefcase and solemnly presented it to the stunned Shaoyuki. Clap, clap. There was warm applause in the office. Everyone had no objection to this arrangement. Anyone could see how much convenience Shaoyuki brought to the company with his relationship with Chengyu. It was very reasonable to award a Best Employee Award and a salary increase. Most employees looked at Shaoyuki with envy, hoping that one day they would be able to stand in that position, get a promotion and salary increase under the watchful eyes of the whole company, and win the praise of General Manager Yang and the Best Employee Award. Yang Ruoqian said a few words of encouragement, patted Shaoyuki on the shoulder, expressed his earnest expectations for him, and walked into his office. Shaoyuki held the certificate in despair, his head buzzing. What's the use of this broken thing? It's too hard to wipe your butt, and it's too big to use as a cup pad. What's the use of raising your salary by a few thousand yuan? Can Shaoyuki still be short of money? These 2 awards are just toilet paper to Shaoyuki. I really don't want to work at Chengyu Group anymore. Kyanda Plaza, the coffee shop opposite Yutang Internet Cafe. Boss Cheng, many new media novel websites have invited us to cooperate. In the cafe, the assistant handed the information in his hand to Cheng Fei. They hope that Guan Yunpeng can help them shoot a short video advertisement of no more than 1 minute in the market according to the method of shooting the dragon son-in-law who protects the country. They will pay a separate advertising fee first, and then pay another advertising fee, based on the number of clicks. The most important thing is that now all the comments of this type of novels are all crooked-mouthed Dragon King, and Guan Yunpeng's image has been completely tied to the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. New media novels, in layman's terms, are novels promoted to readers through various new media channels, and they need a big gimmick to quickly arouse readers' interest in reading. The market scale is huge, the audience is extremely wide, and the most important thing is that the volume is also large. Shooting a short video advertisement is not difficult, does not require any high-end special effects, and takes a short time. But the advertising fee is surprisingly high. Moreover, sending Guan Yunpeng to various new media platforms can also boost his popularity in reverse, forming a virtuous circle. Perhaps in the short term, such advertising revenue can bring Chenggayu Group tens of millions of yuan at most, but with sufficient stamina and the benefits brought by a strong hype, Chenggayu Media can earn 9-digit profits at the most conservative estimate. Even the subsequent operating costs are very low. Guan Yunpeng's personality has been successfully established, and what needs to be done next is to keep him in the public eye, so that people will not forget this person. Cheng Fei's eyes were focused on the Yutang internet cafe across the street, a little absent-minded, but because of a contract, we can reap all the subsequent hype income, and Kuiguang will not get a penny. Because of the exclusive cooperation agreement, we can also sit firmly under Guan Yunpeng's cash cow and enjoy it for many years. But what if they unilaterally break the contract? The assistant asked worriedly. The compensation is not worth mentioning compared to the profit Guan Yunpeng can bring. Cheng Fei shook her head. If they wanted to break the contract, they would have done it long ago, without waiting until today. This is Yang Ruoqian showing us his sincerity. Then, we do nothing. Accept this sincerity with peace of mind? The assistant asked again. How is that possible? Cheng Fei took a sip of coffee. They have shown sincerity, so you have to show sincerity as well. Otherwise, if Kuiguang sees that we don't appreciate it, he will tear up the contract and go our separate ways. It will be a bad thing if both sides suffer. Business is all about win-win cooperation. The assistant stood by and took notes, nodded and asked, then, should we do something? Yang Ruoqian is an extraordinary operator, but he seems to be a little slow in business. Look at this internet cafe. It has been open for so long and there has been no change. I guess Kuiguang has lost a lot of money. Cheng Fei smiled. Organize a dinner party in the evening, and call the company's professional team, to help General Manager Yang develop his internet cafe. We have to let our partners see that Cheng Yu's sincerity is no worse than his. The assistant nodded. Okay, General Manager Cheng, which restaurant should we book tonight? Cheng Fei thought about it, and the very good buffet experience on the day of the wrap-up banquet emerged in his mind. So he said, let's go to that barbecue restaurant. Chapter 146. It doesn't matter what talent you have. At his desk, Yang Ruoqian, who felt good about himself, turned on his computer and found that his agent and scout Lin Kao had sent him several messages. Previously, Yang Ruoqian had decided that the next artist would go the culinary route, so he sent the task to Lin Kao, who was idle. Guan Yunpeng and Chenggayu signed an exclusive cooperation agreement, and now Guan Yunpeng has become popular, and Yang Ruoqian has no way to break the contract. Lin Kao's role was infinitely reduced. So, his new task was to go to the whole country, to audition a few artists who met Yang Ruoqian's requirements. The reason for running a nationwide audition was not that Yang Ruoqian deliberately tormented Lin Kao, but that idle artists who wanted to go purely for cooking were too difficult to find. He had to be a chef and an idol, so wouldn't he end up pleasing neither side? Yang Ruoqian's requirement was not just to establish an idol with a good cooking personality, but he simply wanted a chef to be an idol. This idea was really a bit ahead of its time. It's no wonder that Lin Kao had to search all over the country to find so few candidates. Yang Ruoqian carefully looked at the title of the document, but did not even read the text. He forwarded it intact to the company's operations team, which was the team led by Wang Ziqin. The task was simple, which was to rank the candidates from the most recommended to the least recommended. And it was specially marked that the advice of professional song analy should be listened to. At that time, Yang Ruoqian would directly choose the last one according to this ranking, strongly recruit him, and let him participate in a food variety show after a simple training. Wouldn't this failed artist be fixed up all of a sudden? Spend a lot of money to invite some well-known top chefs to do training, and then spend a lot of money to choose a popular food variety show to participate in, and then promote it casually, and finally hand over a barbecue restaurant with the worst management and the highest cost to this artist. The food variety show Yang Ruoqian chose was not a variety show similar to Chinese restaurant, but a food variety show similar to MasterChef, which really sells dishes. This route is expensive, failed, and difficult to become famous. It is a subsidy fraud package tailored by Yang Ruoqian for this broken system. It doesn't matter what talent an artist has. What matters is that this talent can burn money, and it's useless after burning it. Singing, dancing, and making movies are too uncontrollable. It's better to go down a dead end. I'm really a genius. Even after experiencing the unexpected success last time, Yang Ruoqian is still confident in his vision. System. How long will it take for the first quarter to be settled? Artist Training System 2.0. Since the host upgraded the System 2.0 version in the middle of the fourth quarter of last year, not a full quarter, the settlement time will be integrated with the performance of the first quarter of this year, that is, after the end of March. The subsequent settlement time will be fixed to 3 months per quarter. Due to the delay in this settlement time, all settlement income will be x 1.5. Currently, the overall profitability of all artist-related businesses of Kuiguang Company. 8,912,753.08. The company's profitability is healthy. Although the profit amount has decreased, the results are still gratifying. Congratulations to the host. As long as the downward trend is curbed, a large amount of profit commission will be received by the host. Curb the downward trend. Increase the intensity directly. The remaining 9 million must be lost before the system settles. After that, the extra money will belong to her. In the office area, after the warm congratulations ceremony for Shaoyuki, a message suddenly popped up about Wang Zikin's special care. Wang Zikin only cared about one person, and that was Yang Ruoqian. Because he gave her too much. She had only been working for more than half a year, and her salary had soared from the initial 8,000 yuan base salary to the current 16,000 yuan, not counting the monetary value of various commissions, various bonuses, and various benefits. If all were counted, the most conservative estimate would be 24,000 yuan a month. But in sharp contrast to the crazy increase in salary, Wang Zikin's workload was decreasing day by day. There were obviously not many businesses in the company, but almost every time a new business appeared, a corresponding new operation would appear. Wang Zikin had gradually changed from a person involved in operations to a manager. The most important thing was that the profitability of these businesses had long been mature, and many matters within the company were clearly written in the employee code of conduct. Wang Zikin just wanted to manage her subordinates, but she didn't know where to start. Occasionally, 1 or 2 tasks would come, but they were mostly just passing messages between superiors and subordinates. The whole process of passing on General Manager Yang's requirements to subordinates and then passing on the results of subordinates' work to General Manager Yang took no more than 1 minute. And that was her weekly workload. She had a job, and she was a senior executive, but why did she always feel like she was unemployed? Now, General Manager Yang finally gave her a job that she could actually participate in. Although the requirements stated that she had to mainly listen to Song Danlai's plan, Wang Zikin at least felt a sense of participation. Hurry up, the work is here, everyone concentrate. Wang Zikin was overjoyed when she saw the tasks issued by her boss. We not only have to rank them according to General Manager Yang's requirements, but also write down why we rank them this way, as well as all the strengths and weaknesses of this person. Hurry up and have a discussion in the group. Not long after, a temporary discussion group was established, and all members of the operation team could express their opinions in it. Of course, they also followed Yang Ruoqian's requirements, and took Song Danlai's opinions as the main focus. Soon, photos with instructions were sent to the group. I think this person can be ranked first. His appearance and voice are in line with many people's aesthetics of fresh meat, and his cooking skills are pretty good. Except for his slightly messy personal life, He is perfect in all other aspects. I agree. We can take care of things like private life after signing the contract. Then rank him first. Everyone, how about this person second? Although his appearance is not so outstanding, his cooking skills are professional level, which seems to meet Mr. Yang's requirements. Indeed, Mr. Yang repeatedly reiterated his cooking skills, which should be very important to him. But his salary requirements are quite high. I can understand that he is a professional chef after all, and he must have enough food to eat. Third this, fourth this. After a day's work, the operation team quickly sorted out the list handed over by Lin Ko. The last one left was a little fat man who looked like a nobody. The last one on the list has a bad figure, below average looks, and even her cooking skills are only at an amateur level. I think she should be ranked last. What do you think, Sister Song? I have no objection. Okay, then send this list to Mr. Yang. Chapter 147. Is there something fishy going on in the variety show? If there isn't any fishy going on, I won't go. 40 minutes before the end of get off work, Yang Ruoqian received a document from the operation team. Why are my employees so efficient? Yang Ruoqian complained as he opened the document and casually glanced at the ranking. Can this be done in a week? No, a new rule must be added to the employee code of conduct in the future. In order to ensure quality, every time an employee completes a project, they must check for omissions and make up for deficiencies and discuss and check within the group for 3 working days before submitting it. Well, the first one meets my requirements in all aspects. It's simply too perfect. Eliminate it. Yang Ruoqian just glanced at it and directly eliminated the first candidate. The second one, his cooking skills are too professional and his appearance is not bad. He may become a big hit if he is invited to be an artist. However, he has very high requirements for various treatments. He can be invited to be a trainer and a chef in the employee cafeteria at a high price. Forget about being an artist, so eliminate it. Cooking skills are a selling point, but it does not necessarily mean that Yang Ruoqian's ideal candidate must be a good cook. On the contrary, the worse the better. The third place is pretty ordinary at the moment, but has great potential for development. People with great potential for development should not come to our company to ruin their future, so they will be eliminated. The fourth, eliminated. The fifth, eliminated. After eliminating all the people in front, Yang Ruoqian's eyes finally came to the bottom of the document. Well, he doesn't have much social experience, his appearance depends on Photoshop, his figure depends on post-production, and his cooking skills are promising in the future. Yang Ruoqian was silent for a while. I have to say, this guy wants to be an idol with such conditions. He is really courageous. This type of player, even if he sends his resume to all companies, no one will want him. The young man should not think about becoming a star idol, and honestly come to Kuiguang to get a salary that can provide him with food and clothing. This is a bright and smooth road. Yang Ruoqian opened the chat box with Lin Ko and made the final decision. No need to find anyone else. This young man named Ju Hang is very good. Bring him to the company to sign the contract. Lin Ko quickly replied, okay, Mr. Yang. Any other instructions? Yang Ruoqian sent the second photo to Lin Ko. By the way, ask this person if he is interested in working as a chef here and let him take an apprentice. Lin Ko, Mr. Yang, what is the bottom line for his salary? Asking the bottom line is to better formulate strategies when negotiating salaries, to keep salaries as low as possible within the bottom line, and to retain job seekers. This is a method of reducing costs and increasing efficiency that Lin Ko often used when he worked in UFU before. Although it is old-fashioned, it has been tried and tested. Yang Ruoqian replied casually, ask him his expected salary, and then give him what he expects. Be quick and don't give him a chance to react, understand? Others want to try to be a star, and now suddenly tell him that he can't be a star, but he can still be a chef. He will definitely not feel good. He is a chef, and is doing well. If the salary is not much better, why would he change jobs? Even if the salary is higher, many people will not choose to change jobs because it means they have to work harder all over again. So Yang Ruoqian estimated that this chef would most likely make a more outrageous salary request to vent his anger. What needs to be done is to take advantage of his unpreparedness and agree directly, so that he has no room for regret. After a long time, Lin Kao sent a reply. Okay, Mr. Yang. Why do you look so reluctant? Yang Ruoqian complained and continued to send messages. By the way, please check if there are any food variety shows in the near future. I plan to have our newcomer show off. As soon as this question was sent, Lin Kao's reply came. Yes, Mr. Yang. There is a variety show called Chef Contest, but their reputation is not very good. What do you think? Yang Ruoqian didn't care much about the reputation. The main thing is that Lin Kao's reply speed is too fast. Shouldn't he check it first before applying? But Lin Kao replied almost immediately. Could it be that he likes to watch similar variety shows, so he learned about it in advance? Yang Ruoqian was a little surprised, but he was not very interested in other people's private affairs, so he didn't delve too much, and continued to ask, what is the specific place that has a bad reputation? Lin Kao replied, they claim to be a hardcore variety show that uses cooking level as the only criterion for everything, but in fact, after the audition stage, if you want to be on the variety show, you have to spend 200,000 yuan per person, otherwise you can't be on, even if your cooking skills are at the peak. An artist who has not brought any income to the company and even has no development potential, has to spend 200,000 yuan from the company at the beginning. Do you really think that the company's money is blown by the wind? Exclamation mark. Yang Ruoqian couldn't help but frowned after seeing this number. Just this little? He thought he would have to spend $1 million or so. A mere 200,000 yuan is far from enough for his current huge profit of 9 million. Lin Kao sighed in his heart at Mr. Yang's generosity, but adhering to the principle of considering the interests of the company, he continued to type, this is just the cost of appearing on TV, and there will be many shady deals later. There are shady deals? The kind of shady deals that require money? Exclamation mark. Yang Ruoqian was overjoyed when he heard this. That was great. Now Kuiguang was not afraid of spending money, but was afraid of having no place to spend it. It was unfortunate that there was a shady deal when participating in a variety show. Not to mention the shady deal, I would not go if there was no shady deal. Yang Ruoqian said it with great righteousness, it doesn't matter. For the development of the company's artists, it's nothing to spend a little money to get some connections. If there is any shady deal, just tell me. Lin Kao's reply speed was still very fast. This kind of variety show has an elimination mechanism. After each dish is cooked, the judges select 3 dishes that they think are the worst, and then criticize the 3 people one by one, and then choose one person to be eliminated. But whether the cooking is delicious is actually very subjective, even more subjective than whether a person sings well, because at least the audience can hear the singing, and the audience has their own judgment. As for the cooking variety show, the audience can only roughly guess the taste of the dish from the cooking method in addition to watching the dish presentation. As for whether it is delicious or not, it all depends on the 3 mouths of the judges. This is why food variety shows are always inferior to other types of variety shows and have very little room for survival. The biggest reason is that the audience's participation is not enough and the sense of expectation is insufficient. The audience has no way of knowing whether a dish is good or not, so it is naturally more difficult to feel involved in the various emotions of the judges and contestants, and it is even more difficult to empathize with one person's promotion and one person's elimination. Singing variety shows can even organize some voting activities to allow the audience to participate in the elimination of artists, but can food variety shows do this? Obviously not. So gradual marginalization is inevitable. What's more, this type of variety show is said to be selecting emerging artists, but it is actually more about helping the judges to promote and help them establish their personalities. There will even be a situation where only one of the 3 judges is a gourmet or a chef in the industry. The so-called professionalism of this kind of variety show can be imagined. Yang Ruoqian understood instantly. What you mean is, in this elimination stage, there is room for shady manipulation? Those who give more sponsorship fees can survive the elimination? Lin Kao replied, yes, this fee is very high. If our artist, that is, Yu Hong, is always on the verge of being eliminated, a whole variety show will cost at least 2 or 3 million. Looking at the message sent by Lin Ko, Yang Ruoqian was instantly excited. If you are always on the verge of elimination, you can spend 2 or 3 million yuan! Exclamation mark. Isn't Yu Hong just a person who has dreams, but no cooking skills? Even if he invites several chefs to teach him how to cook, his cooking skills will not improve much in a short period of time. Cooking is a technical job that requires practice. Without time accumulation, how can a good chef be born? Yu Hong, who has no skills, will inevitably be in a hurry, and the food he makes will be terrible when he participates in such a competition, where he needs to cook every second. Of course, Mr. Yang, who was frightened by the rebound, did not make a blind decision. He carefully recalled various food variety shows in his mind, including MasterChef and Hell's Kitchen, trying to find a character who became popular because of his poor cooking skills. After a brief recollection, he found that the number was 0. Even if it occasionally became popular, it was only popular in the circle of people who paid attention to such programs. There was really no one who really went viral on the entire internet. It's not that there are many, but that there are none. Mr. Yang was relieved. Before ending the conversation, Yang Ruoqian asked Lin Ko one last question that he was curious about. Where did you get this information? The word typing on Lin Ko's dialog box rose and fell. After half a minute, he sent a short reply. This variety show always invites people from UFO to be judges. So that's it. Yang Ruoqian understood immediately. This Lin Ko really has an unusual obsession with UFO. Yang Ruoqian finally replied, "It's time to get off work soon. You are out of town and no one will take care of you. You must get off work on your own initiative. Do you understand?" After typing, Yang Ruoqian turned off the computer and checked the time. It was time to get off work. Just after packing up and walking out of the office, Yang Ruoqian saw a commotion at the door. It seemed that a courier was moving some goods. What are they doing? Yang Ruoqian walked over to take a look. It turned out that there were all kinds of goods, including snacks, daily necessities, and daily necessities. In short, it was a mess. For a while, I couldn't figure out what they were for. When Lion Ju took a bag of spicy strips and explained vaguely while eating, "This is a latest attempt in the anchor section, but before we can make any achievements, we have to invest in some goods ourselves to test the waters." Investing in goods is good. Invest more. It's better to invest in expensive, large, or even luxury goods, cosmetics. Most people who come to watch this kind of discounted live broadcast are very concerned about the cost performance. The rich buy with their eyes closed. Who cares about the price? I didn't expect that my employees could come up with such a good project. Yang Ruoqian was very moved by the fact that these employees could evolve such a consciousness. Okay, your attitude is worthy of recognition. I just feel that the value of these things is not very high. In the future, you can buy more imported snacks, luxury goods, high-end ingredients, furniture and electrical appliances. How can our great Kuiguang company only do small business? When Lion Ji swallowed the spicy strips and felt a little embarrassed, isn't it because I'm afraid that I will lose money if the business fails? What kind of business can make these employees who are now so proud so unconfident? Yang Ruoqian was excited. You want to sell these goods through anchor advertising, right? Yes, Mr. Yang. Then who are you going to sell these goods to, and whose money are you going to make? When Lion Ji thought about it and said her situation with some shame, just those who like discounts and have difficulty making choices. No. Yang Ruoqian shook his head. We should make less money from this kind of people. Ah, then whose money should we make? Whoever has money, we will make money from. Yang Ruoqian laughed. How much did you spend for the purchase this time? When Lion Ji was even more embarrassed, the goods have not been shipped yet. We paid 80,000. When Lion Ji was in charge of purchasing at that time, but who knew that the passive skill of the Moonlight Clan suddenly took effect, and she couldn't control her hands for a while, and accidentally spent a little more money. No. Yang Ruoqian immediately rejected it, and said righteously, first comparing 1, then 8, we want to pay 1,800,000. The more we pay, the more we earn. Ah. When Lion G blinked, another 1.8 million went out. Yang Ruoqian was in a very good mood. He waved his hand and gave the employees a benefit. In view of your great contributions and hard work, today you are allowed to work overtime for a short time, but you must leave the company immediately after the things are transported. Peng Chengyu for Group. Zheng Wenan walked into the office dejectedly. Just now he was scolded by the board of directors again, and most directors began to distrust him. A drama that has been promoted for so long, a drama with such a large investment, and a drama that borrowed a big actor from the UFO Entertainment project was directly removed from the shelves. Almost all the investment was directly wasted, and the impact of the bad reputation even directly affected the big actor, making his reputation worse. The anchor's attempt to enter the traditional entertainment industry failed, and if it was just a simple project failure, the board of directors would not have a direct attack. But the problem is that Kuiguang in Shanghai released a more outrageous and exaggerated web drama, which won unanimous praise from netizens. This shows that it is not a problem of thinking, but a problem of Zheng Wening. The two companies joined forces and took advantage of the public relations crisis of Yu Mansion to gain a firm foothold in the entertainment industry. It's not a good year. Zheng Wening cursed. It's better to be conservative in the next project. Submit a few good reports to stabilize the board of directors first. It just so happens that I'm one of the judges of the God of Cooking competition. I will take this opportunity to make more money and make the report look better. Chapter 148. Have you learned it? If you have, go fight the boss. The next day, at work, Lin Ko returned to the company with a short and fat young man and a tall and thin man with a confused face. Needless to say, the short and fat young man was Yu Hong, who was personally selected by Yang Ruoqian, and was also the hope of the entire Kuiguang company's first quarter report. The tall and thin man who had not recovered until now was different. His name was ZH Yutingwen, a cook who wanted to be an actor, but now he was abducted to a company for unknown reasons, saying that he would be a master for others. At first, he did not agree. Kuiguang called him, and ZH Yutingwen thought he was accepted. He was very excited for a while, but the people on the other side said that he was not selected, but they were willing to give him a chance to work in Kuiguang. What kind of job? To be a master for new chefs and to be the chef of their employee cafeteria. ZH Yutingwen was furious when he heard it. What the hell? To be a master for new chefs? To let a chef like himself cook in the employee cafeteria? Are the people in this company, called Kuiguang, collectively out of their minds? This is not the way to insult people. He will be the biggest black spot in Kuiguang company from now on. Just when ZH Yutingwen was about to curse and hang up the phone, Kuiguang actually said that the salary was up to him. ZH Yutingwen was so angry that he directly said that the monthly salary was 100,000 yuan, otherwise there would be no deal. Then the other party agreed. ZH Yutingwen, who was originally righteous, was stunned for a moment and quickly added that there must be high quality ingredients processed every day and high quality dishes to be cooked every day. Otherwise, ZH Yutingwen's cooking skills would only decline if he cooked big pot dishes in the cafeteria every day. The other party agreed almost without thinking. So, he, a chef who did a good job, was brought to Kuiguang company, and he is still stupid now. Now he is a glorious and loyal Kuiguang employee. Of course, the operation team watching these two people in the office area was a little strange. They could understand why General Manager Yang did not choose the first ranked candidate, but chose ZH Yutingwen, who was ranked second. After all, a person with a somewhat undisciplined private life shows that he lacks self-control, and it is easy for his reputation to be ruined, and he may even break the law. The risk is too great. At present, there is no negative news about all the artists of Kuiguang Group, so it is normal that General Manager Yang is unwilling to recruit. But why did Yu Hong, who was ranked last, also come? Does General Manager Yang have any special arrangements for him? Before the members of the operation team could figure out the reason, they saw Lin Ko bringing Yu Hong over and introducing him to Wang Zikin. Let me introduce Yu Hong to everyone. He is also our next key artist to be trained. Although Lin Ko's voice was not loud, it exploded in the operation team like a thunder. Wang Zikin and Song Danlei were stunned instantly. What the hell? Exclamation mark. Yu Hang is the next key artist to be trained. So what does ZHU Tingwen do just now? Is it because he is a good cook that they invite him to the company's cafeteria to be the chef and cook for other employees? Lin Ko, are you sure this is what Mr. Yang meant? Song Dinley was a new employee after all, and she still had a last bit of unrealistic fantasy in her heart at this time. Did Mr. Yang see it wrong? Lin Ko shook his head and said very confidently, Mr. Yang did not see it wrong, and I hope he can participate in the chef contest held at the end of this month as soon as possible. Song Dinley didn't know what to say for a while. She felt that all the experience she had summed up in the entertainment industry for so many years and in big companies was crushed. Song Dinley has a mature theory and system for how to select trainees, how to quickly and cheaply cultivate an idol, and how to quickly monetize this hype. As long as you follow her advice, not to mention the emergence of a phenomenal traffic star, at least it will be no problem to make money steadily. Otherwise, the old company would not be so sincere to keep her. But now, Song Dinley has just worked in Kuiguang for a month, and the first project she handled has a problem in the first step. In the past, Song Dinley met leaders who were either cautious and chose one or two of her suggestions that were not so risky to focus on, or they were inhumane and signed all those who had the potential to succeed. As long as one of them succeeded, the company would make a lot of money. Song Dinley was too lazy to even deal with the kind of self-willed leaders who only believed in their own vision and were unwilling to listen to other people's opinions. Until today, Song Dinley finally met the fourth kind of leader, Yang Ruoqian. It is absolutely not true to say that he is self-willed. From the step of scouting, General Manager Yang handed the matter over to his subordinates. After the list came out, it was also handed over to the operation team to sort. There was no excessive intervention during this period. In other words, General Manager Yang actually believed in the ability of his subordinates. But why did the employees work hard to make a list for General Manager Yang, but he finally chose the person who ranked last? Isn't it contradictory to believe in the ability of employees while rejecting their suggestions? Song Dinley looked at the reactions of her colleagues and unexpectedly found that, although everyone was surprised, almost no one was dissatisfied with Mr. Yang's decision. That's not right. Normally, if the results of their work were rejected by their superiors, shouldn't the employees be very angry? After all, no one's time is blown by the wind. If you don't plan to adopt their suggestions from the beginning, why bother issuing the task? The reactions of her colleagues now are not logical at all. At this time, Lin Ko had already taken Yu Hang away. Song Dinley was extremely confused. She turned to look at her superior Wang Zikin and asked, Director Wang, what does General Manager Yang mean? Wang Zikin shook her head firmly. I don't know. Don't know? Don't worry, General Manager Yang has his own plans and layouts when doing things. Seeing the confused look of the new subordinate who jumped from a big company, Wang Zikin's sense of superiority as an old employee burst out again. We are just the strategists of tactics, but General Manager Yang considers things from the perspective of the entire company. You have to believe in General Manager Yang's strategic vision. After all, Song Dinley is a person who has seen the world, and a thoughtful look suddenly appeared on her face. Strategy. She had also vaguely heard the legend of Kuiguang Company. Most professionals are not optimistic, but it does not mean that the market is not optimistic. This General Manager Yang seems to know how to cater to the market. You are a new employee. You probably haven't read the novel adapted from Mr. Yang that is circulating among our old employees, right? Wang Zikin said mysteriously. This novel tells how Mr. Yang started from scratch, how he operated a macho dance troupe, how he used advertising to expand his influence, and how he twice defeated the Yu Mansion's conspiracy through precise planning. We are thinking about whether this artist has commercial value, but Mr. Yang thinks more and further. Otherwise, how could he make Kuiguang grow to its current size in just over half a year? I will send you the file later, and you will know Mr. Yang's strength. Song Dinley was a little excited when she heard it. Okay. But we have to register Yu Hang for the God of Cooking competition first. The registration will end soon, and the auditions will start soon. President's office. Yang Ruoqian was looking at the computer screen with relish at this time. It was playing a real-time live broadcast from the kitchen of the employee cafeteria. In order to better grasp Yu Hong's cooking level, Yang Ruoqian specifically asked ZHU Tingwen to turn on the live broadcast when teaching Yu Hong cooking. In the picture, ZHU Tingwen was like a master chef, holding a kitchen knife in his hand, chopping the shallots on the chopping board, and in just a few seconds, a stack of perfect chopped shallots was done. What dishes can you cook? ZHU Tingwen, who showed off his knife skills, put the kitchen knife away and asked. Yu Hong looked at the master chef's operation, slightly amazed, and then said seriously, I can cook a lot. ZHU Tingwen felt a little relieved. It's good if you don't have any basic knowledge. The best ones. ZHU Tingwen nodded. Tell me the names and methods of the dishes. Yu Hong began to name the dishes like a treasure. Fried eggs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, boiled eggs, egg, egg, egg. I think you are an egg. ZHU Tingwen's mentality collapsed. This is basically zero basic knowledge. Yang Ruoqian, who was watching the live broadcast, listened to the names of the dishes that Yu Hong said and laughed in front of the computer. It seems that the most difficult dish you can cook is scrambled eggs with tomatoes. What's the difference between this and someone who can only curse a few words of shift and say that he knows English? The chef competition is about to begin, but Yu Hong is still just a theoretical chef. When he learns to cook some basic dishes, he will probably have to compete with the big guys on variety shows. This is like a math teacher teaching people how to do advanced math problems right after teaching them 1 + 1 = 2. Great. With this level, even if 20 chefs are called to work overtime to make up for the lessons, Yu Hong's cooking skills will still be difficult to reach the level of master chefs. If he wants to advance, won't he have to spend more money? Unlike Boss Yang, who likes to watch the fun, ZHU Tingwen took a while to accept this fact. Forget it. For the sake of monthly salary of 100,000, I'll teach him. Stop, stop, stop. ZHU Tingwen interrupted Yu Hong's behavior of signing up for the egg. Your skills are not good enough for TV variety shows, even among home chefs. Time is short. I will teach you a few dishes that look high-end, but are actually simple to make, at least to pass the audition first. During the audition, you only need to make a set of your best dishes for the judges to taste within a limited time, and if you pass, you pass. But when entering the formal competition stage, what dishes to make depends on the arrangement of the program team, and you can no longer play freely. Although Yu Hong is not a good cook, his learning attitude is very serious. Okay, you say. Let me see your knife skills first. The quality of your knife skills determines how much time you can leave to cook. ZHU Tingwen took out a piece of pork that had been frozen for an hour and threw it on the chopping board. Cut this piece of pork belly into thin slices. Come on. ZHU Tingwen planned to teach Yu Hong to make a steamed pork belly with flour. This dish does not require such a high level of cooking skills, and it tastes good. The preparation time is not long, which is enough for the audition. However, a few minutes later, ZHU Tingwen fell into deep thought as he looked at Yu Hong's results on the chopping board. Master ZHU, how did I do? Yu Hong asked anxiously. ZHU Tingwen hesitated for a long time before saying in a relatively gentle tone, well, your slices are good, but they are too thick. Chapter 149. Too much. After the high-intensity emergency training, Lin Ko took Yu Hong, who was half-baked, to the audition site of the God of Cooking competition in Jinhae City for the audition. After ZHU Tingwen's painstaking teaching and memorizing the cooking process almost by rote, Yu Hong finally managed to master the methods of several home-cooked dishes. So the two of them went to the audition site with a crowd of people. Although food variety shows have declined, there are still many people who come to watch the excitement or want to show off their skills in front of the public. Even if many people successfully pass the audition, they will not choose to pay to be on the variety show in the end, just for fun. So many times, there will be many great gods who will shine in the audition stage. And when it comes to the variety show stage, there will be more people who fish in troubled waters. Yu Hong and Lin Ko arrived at the audition site and found that there were already many people waiting in line. They took the number plate and looked down. The serial number was 202, and it would take a long time before it was their turn. From the scene, the audition was divided into 5 groups. Each group has 3 judges who decide whether the audition contestants go or stay. Of course, in addition to the 5 groups of judges with good food tasting ability, the program team also ingeniously selected some guests from passers-by. Although they cannot directly influence the results of the selection, they can also make up for the problem of poor sense of substitution in food variety shows to a certain extent. As for how many of these viewers are hired by the program team, only God knows and you know. But the problem is that it is only the turn of contestant number 60 now, and it will take a long time for contestant number 202 to take the turn. After all, cooking is not like singing, which can be finished in a few minutes. The requirements of Chef God contest in the audition stage are relatively loose. You only need to make a dish that satisfies at least one judge within an hour to complete the promotion. Enter the next round of auditions. There are 5 groups of judges, but not every contestant will spend a full hour to compete, so on average, one person takes a maximum of 10 minutes. It will be their turn in about 2 hours. Let's wait. Lin Ko glanced at the selection site and found that the filming had already begun. The video recording of the audition stage can be used as a behind the scenes or episode 0, and it can be used to warm up the show in advance. Yu Han nodded. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, several messages suddenly popped up on his phone, and WeChat, text messages, and the God of Cooking contestant app sent messages almost at the same time. Mr. Yu Hong, contestant number 202, please go to the 3rd judges group and wait. Yu Han was stunned for a moment, and quickly handed the phone to Lin Ko beside him. Brother Lin, it says that the next contestant is me. How come it's so fast? Didn't they come in order before? Lin Ko was also a little strange, but after confirming that the news was true, he was too lazy to think too much, and took Yu Han to wait in front of the 3rd judges group. Of course, the two didn't know that they could jump the queue directly, and the credit was all due to a black-hearted boss, who secretly made some kind of secret deal with the program team in the company. During the audition stage, Yang Ruoqian had already contacted the program team, asking them to pay special attention to a contestant named Yu Hong, and gave him the green light all the way to the finals of the audition stage. The program team was also very straightforward, asking for a flat price of 200,000 yuan. Yang Ruoqian was of course not satisfied with this price, so he asked for a series of special treatments, such as being able to jump the queue after getting a number and deliberately slowing down the clock if the cooking time exceeded. After all, if Yu Han was nervous and his cooking speed slowed down a little and he failed to make the dishes on time and was eliminated, Yang Ruoqian would be dumbfounded. After appearing on the variety show, there were many more places to spend money. After 30 minutes of bargaining, the two sides reached a deal to send Yu Han to the show at a flat price of 350,000 yuan. At this time, in front of the 3rd judge group, please welcome contestant number 202 to the stage. Yu Han became nervous and hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to the judges. Hello everyone, I'm contestant number 202 Yu Han. I usually like to cook some home-cooked dishes. I came to participate in the audition today and hope to bring some surprises to everyone. Most of the judges of the audition were invited from the internet and major restaurants. The judges responsible for selecting Yu Han were a popular food blogger with millions of fans, a chef from a well-known restaurant, and a contestant who participated in the previous MasterChef contest. The 3 judges nodded slightly. Today, they have tasted more than 10 dishes presented by amateur chefs, and 8 of them are difficult to swallow. It's difficult to swallow, not unpalatable. Among the remaining mediocre dishes, they intuitively selected a few that tasted barely passable, and sent them invitations to the next stage of auditions. Being such a judge is simply mental torture. So, what dish are you going to cook for us today? Asked the food blogger. Yu Han recalled Master ZHU's teachings in his mind, took a deep breath, and replied, I'm going to make a home-cooked dish today, steamed pork with rice flour. Several judges nodded. List all the ingredients you need, and then get ready to start. ZHU Tinglan taught simple and error-free methods that can cope with auditions. Yu Han's knife skills and pickling methods were not professional, but they were well organized and the steps were clear. After all, Yu Han started making this dish almost as soon as he arrived at the company, and he could repeat the whole process with his eyes closed. Looking at the busy Yu Hong, several judges on the stage also quietly communicated. He must be a kitchen novice. You can see that he is not very proficient in using many kitchen utensils. But the way he cooks is fine. He must have learned it urgently before participating in the competition. Even if this dish can pass the audition, it will probably be eliminated in the next round. The next test is all about comprehensive strength. 55 minutes later, a dish of steamed pork with rice flour that looked delicious from the outside was ready. Yu Hong confidently brought the plates to the judging table. The 3 judges looked at the color of the dish, and the uneasy emotions in their hearts were immediately relieved. Just now, the 3 of them were forced to eat a sour pure green bacon, which left a very serious psychological trauma. This dish at least doesn't look bad. The 3 of them picked up the bowls and chopsticks, picked up a small piece of meat, put it in their mouths, chewed it, and tasted it. The seasoning was pretty good, but the heat was not well controlled. The meat was a little tough, and the pork belly was a little greasy. The water was a little too little, causing the rice noodles on the surface to be a little too dry. The potatoes at the bottom were not soft enough. After tasting it, the judges looked at each other. This dish was the kind that was mediocre, not much outstanding, but the shortcomings were not fatal. It was not delicious, but it was definitely not bad. In summary, it was passable or not. Just as the 3 judges were hesitating, a familiar voice suddenly came from their headphones. The person in charge of the program team. Teachers, what do you think of the dish cooked by this contestant? The judges' eyes flashed with astonishment. This was the first time they heard the program team directly care about a contestant. Before Yu Hong's cue jumping, they thought it might be a system error. But now it seems that things are not that simple. The judges considered their words and said, not bad. Then give this guy a chance. Another voice came from the headset. As expected, it turned out to be a relative. After all, the judges have to rely on this variety show to attract traffic to their own accounts or restaurants and take advantage of the popularity. Although they are unhappy, they still did not refute the organizer's opinion. Congratulations, contestant Yu Hong. You have successfully advanced to the provincial auditions. Here is your invitation letter. Congratulations. Keep up the good work in the next competition. Congratulations. Yu Hong, who had no idea about the inside story, was pleasantly surprised. He walked forward and solemnly accepted the invitation letter. Thank you, judges. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. The judges were a little speechless. Isn't it just a formality? Do you have to make it so ceremonial? Lin Ko, who was standing aside, stepped forward, patted Yu Hong on the shoulder, and said with satisfaction, not bad. The first battle was a success. But you can't relax. The subsequent competitions will be more difficult, and you must not let down Mr. Yang's trust, understand? Got it, Brother Lin. On the last day of the month, the second round of auditions began. After a few days of devilish training, Yu Hong handed his masterpiece, the braised pork, to the judges in charge of the second round of auditions, and waited anxiously for the judgment. It feels a little sweet. What do you think? The heat is well controlled, but it feels that his basic skills are average. I guess he specializes in this dish and came to the audition specifically. It's just average, not good or not good. I personally feel that it can pass or not. If you pass, you will be eliminated in the next round. Yes, the last round of auditions is a national audition, and it is a 2-on-2-part competition system. Several judges were discussing when a voice suddenly came from the headset. Zizzy, teachers, this young man is good. Give him a chance. The judges were speechless for a moment. After a few seconds, they shook their heads and handed the final audition invitation letter in their hands to the nervous Yu Hong. Okay. Kuiguang Company, the president's office. Boss Yang, congratulations. Yu Hong has successfully entered the national audition finals. Yang Ruoqian received the good news from Lin Ko on his mobile phone. Yu Hong passed 2 levels in a row and successfully advanced to the audition finals. As long as he passed the audition, he would be able to appear on variety shows and TV and initially enter the public's field of vision. Nonsense. I spent money all the way and made arrangements. If I still can't pass the audition, it would be too ridiculous. For a program that the audience cannot judge by any means, whether it passes or not is still up to the judges. However, Yang Ruoqian, who had paid all the benefits to the program team in advance, didn't care much about it. Because today is the first settlement day of the 2.0 version system. Go home quickly and see how much money I can make in the first quarter. Chapter 150. Who is plotting against me? Who in the car? Yang Ruoqian whistled, attracting the attention of Chang Ziking in the passenger seat. What's wrong? You look so happy. Of course Yang Ruoqian was happy. Just after getting off work, he opened the system panel and found that the company's finance had spent all the 20 million yuan he had earned before due to his crazy and excessive spending in the past half month. Moreover, he spent a full 100,000 yuan more. In other words, as long as he returned home, had a nice dinner, and waited for the settlement time to come, Yang Ruoqian could earn at least 100,000 yuan. Counting the 1.5 times compensation given by the system for delayed settlement, that is a full 150,000 yuan. It doesn't look like much, but it's a good start. It's much better than the start of version 1.0. Nothing. The company's various businesses have been stable recently. I'm very satisfied. In the evening, after finishing all the things that needed to be done, Yang Ruoqian saw that it was almost time, so he opened the system panel and waited for settlement. Artist Training System 2.0. Overall profit of Kuiguang Company in the first quarter, minus 3,173.75. The company's profitability is average, but since this is the host's first time entering the entertainment industry, the system believes that the host's overall performance is excellent, and the new version 2.0 welfare package is launched. Subsidies have been issued 1.5 times, and both the host and the company have received a subsidy of 4,760.63 yuan. Current overall profitability of the company. 0. Yang Ruoqian smiled and watched while watching the bank card display the arrival information. Not bad, not bad. So far I have lost 300,000 yuan. Yang Ruoqian subconsciously muttered to himself, how can I lose 200,000 yuan in one afternoon? My employees are so conscious. Then he immediately realized that something was wrong. The system's digital statistics have decimal points. Fuck. 4,000 yuan? Why did it suddenly become 4,000 yuan? Just now, when I got off work not long ago, this number was still more than 100,000 yuan. A subsidy of 4,000 yuan is not as good as the commission, when the profit was more than 20 million yuan before. Yang Ruoqian ran around and racked his brains. He finally achieved a loss, and finally got some subsidies. As a result, it turned out to be not as good as the profit commission! Exclamation mark. What was the meaning of his efforts during this period? Which secret existence took advantage of my unpreparedness to plot against me? It doesn't matter if the money arrives one day late. Why must it arrive on time? Exclamation mark. Yang Ruoqian strictly controls the company's working hours. When he gets off work, all business in the company must stop. Even ongoing transactions must wait until tomorrow's working hours. So it stands to reason that, as long as the working hours are over, the whole company will be shut down, and there will be no profit at all. Moreover, the current cooperation between Kuiguang and Chengyu has come to an end, and they are supposed to not transfer money during this period. Did some stupid employee secretly negotiate an order of nearly 100,000 yuan during the get-off work hours? Strict investigation. Must be strict investigation. Find out who made the money, and punish him to make him lose it all back to me. I didn't expect it. I didn't pay much attention to the implementation of the employee code in the company for a few months, and the situation has become so bad. When I return to the company tomorrow, I must strictly rectify the work style from top to bottom, and must rebuild the discipline. Yang Ruoqian was a little sleepy and tired, but the sudden bad news made his heart stop beating, and all his sleepiness disappeared. Calm down, calm down. Let's see what welfare packages the system has given. Calm down, calm down. It's not too late to deal with the people when I return to the company tomorrow. 2.0 version new version welfare package. Because the host company's reputation, scale and operating conditions are very good, the system will give Kuiguang Company a higher reputation and attractiveness. I hope the host will appoint people based on their merits and let Kuiguang company develop further. Long-term task, it's time for the company to have a complete office building. Yang Ruoqian looked at the so-called reward and his eyes darkened. These two great people have joined my company, how can I still lose money? Otherwise, why not just not take the subsidy and earn money honestly to get commissions? As soon as this terrible idea came up, it was suppressed by Yang Ruoqian. Are you kidding me? Yang Ruoqian has never lost to anyone in his life. How can I compromise because of this little setback? 1/1000th of the profit commission. Yang Ruoqian would have to beg for food on his knees. Is he the boss or an employee? For matters related to the principle of dignity, Yang Ruoqian must stick to the bottom line and not waver. He must lose money. He must get a huge subsidy from the system. He lost money in the first month anyway, but at the last minute, Cheng Yaojin showed up and caused him to fail. As long as he goes back to the company tomorrow to solve this problem, will he still be afraid of not getting subsidies in the future? After a fierce ideological struggle, Yang Ruoqian finally clarified the company's next development policy. He still had to run in the direction of losing money. At the same time, while paying attention to business, he also had to grasp the ideological education of the company's employees. Now that the company has expanded in scale and more branches have begun to appear, many new employees are obviously not as conscious as old employees. In the absence of supervision, they secretly organize bad behaviors such as making profits for the company. Of course, Yang Ruoqian is still very reasonable. After all, new employees are not like old employees who have experienced the early stage of the company's development. As the chairman of the group, Yang Ruoqian naturally could not personally take part in everything as before and demonstrate the spirit of Kuiguang company to employees through actions. It seems that the strength of things like the employee code is still not enough. Codes of conduct, without ideological guidance, are all intentional, but do not know why. They rely on coercion rather than self-consciousness, and cannot make employees succumb from the heart. Physical oppression will eventually have its limits, and now it seems that the limit has been reached. Starting tomorrow, compile a collection of deceptions. No, it should be called the character and thoughts required to be a Kuiguang employee. Not only do you have to tell employees that they have to slack off, but you also have to make up a set of excuses to explain the rationality, justice and positiveness of slacking off for the company. Yang Ruoqian sighed, returned to bed, and covered himself with the half-pulled quilt from Chang Ziking. It's really not easy to be a boss. The next day, in the president's office, Yang Ruoqian called the finance department and asked them to temporarily stop everything they were doing and find out as soon as possible that there was an account entry of about 80,000 to 100,000 last night, and they must trace the source. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ruoqian sneered, "Let me see which person who is tired of living dares to work overtime secretly." Bang bang bang. Boss, good news, good news. Outside the door, Shaoyuki, who was responsible for contacting Cheng Yu, knocked on the office door. After experiencing many times of various good news, Yang Ruoqian's stress level to this word has dropped significantly. Except for a little fright, he will not faint directly. "Come in," Yang Ruoqian said, exiling this college classmate who repeatedly ruined his good deeds for 30,000 miles, and giving him some waste paper as compensation is the most correct thing Yang Ruoqian has done in his life. At least Yang Ruoqian himself thinks so. Shaoyuki sneaked into the office and smiled mysteriously. "Do you want to know what I found out from Cheng Yu yesterday?" "I don't want to know at all. Speak, don't keep me in suspense." Yang Ruoqian raised his head. He was in a bad mood now, and when he was in a bad mood, he would easily reward Shaoyuki with some waste paper and ask him to do something terrible. Shaoyuki snorted and said with an expression of seeking credit, "It was almost time to get off work yesterday afternoon." Cheng Yu reached a cooperation agreement with an online novel platform and planned to find a place to eat today. "Well, then," Yang Ruoqian asked absent-mindedly. Shaoyuki continued, "I think, anyway, they all have to eat, and the food is so high-end, so it's better to keep the money within the family." Yang Ruoqian suddenly had a terrible premonition in his heart, and hurriedly asked, "Then what? Then what? Tell me what then?" Seeing his college classmate and boss look so surprised, Shoyuki was even more proud. Then things were very simple, weren't they? I shamelessly suggested that Chengayu go to our barbecue restaurant for this meal and introduce them to a bunch of flashy meals with super high service fees and huge profits. Guess what? They agreed. Shoyuki became more and more complacent as he spoke. It seems that my influence over there is still very good. So, is this good news? Yang Ruoqian's uneasiness had reached its peak. How much did they spend on this meal? I don't know. It seems to be close to 100,000. Don't worry, I specifically told the restaurant that no refunds will be made once the reservation is made, and we are guaranteed to get the money. Shoyuki sneered. Will I take credit for it if I can't guarantee that there won't be any accidents? Obviously not. Close to 100,000. Close to 100,000. Yesterday afternoon, close to getting off work. Ding ling ling. The phone on Yang Ruoqian's desk suddenly rang. After the call was connected, the voice of the financial department came. Mr. Yang, we have found out that this money was used by a guest to book a meal at Jinhei, that barbecue restaurant. I know. Yang Ruoqian hung up the phone expressionlessly. I have caught you. The traitor is you again, Shoyuki. You again. At this time, Shoyuki's tail was so proud. How is it? What do I call this wave? It's called being in Chengayu, but my heart is in Kuiguang. Are you touched? And I specially asked them to invite you over as well, to eat for free. Is it cool? Am I being nice enough to your brother? Too nice. You are still haunting me, right? How come you can still do this to me, even though I sent you to Chengayu? Exclamation mark. Do I need your free meal? Give me back my money. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.